Chapter 2006. The two generals on the left and right flanks of Bei Mang, each with 5,000 cavalry, almost went crazy. They were able to participate in the siege as cavalry and obtain this kind of easy merit. Although the merit was not destined to be great, it was easy to win. They did not have to risk their lives like the first group of 30,000 infantry to push to the bottom of the city wall and then risk their lives to besiege the city. As the two flanks of cavalry, in fact, they were just shooting a few rounds on horseback symbolically, trying their best to help the elite infantry of the Southern Dynasty suppress the rain of arrows on the city wall. In addition, Bei Mang itself had crossbows and more than 2,000 catapults as the main projectile force, so the two cavalry forces did not have to bear any responsibility at all. The Beiliang cavalry had long figured out a pattern. Whether the Bei Mang barbarians' border army was the old army, the children's army, or the sun's army, one just had to look at the status of their general. Generals from Norland who were stationed at the border of the Southern Dynasty were usually not too bad, but also definitely not too high. Therefore, the soldiers and horses under their command were usually in the upper middle, and the majority of them were the children's army. First, the nobles of Norland and the Great Devi did not care about the western capital's imperial court. In the eyes of these arrogant people of the grassland, there were probably not many people who could be considered as officials other than Huang Songpu, Dong Zhuo, and Lu Guo, who were great generals and officials. Furthermore, His Majesty had always carried out the strategy of the remnants of the spring and autumn period and the nobles of Longguan jointly ruling the Southern Dynasty, and did not support the important people of Norland getting involved in the Southern Dynasty. As for the local generals of the Southern Dynasty, it was generally based on the status of their family. The descendants of the Longguan nobles were the most valuable. For example, Wanyan Jiang, who had personally rushed to the battlefield at Laolu Mountain in Liuzhou, and his elite cavalry was the old army of the Southern Dynasty. Whether it was in terms of combat strength or equipment, they were second to none. Then there were the Jia and Yi families outside of the Longguan nobles. They were also deeply rooted in the Southern Dynasty's military and politics, and were often very familiar with the main field cavalry forces of Beiliang. They could not be underestimated. These two cavalry troops were typical of the Southern Dynasty's border army. Their ancestors had already secretly relied on their connections to pull strings. It wasn't easy for them to rely on the crown prince, who had personally led the army into battle. Only then did they obtain this treatment that was similar to lying down and taking credit. Who would have thought that before they even entered the range of the horse bow, each of them would be hit by 2 iron nails. Their flesh was badly mangled, and their hearts and livers were in pain. 2 cavalry armies had suffered heavy casualties of nearly 1,000 riders, yet none of them managed to pull out a single arrow from their quivers. In the end, they didn't even touch the walls of North Resisting City. How could the general not be frightened? On the rightmost battlefield of North Ju City, 2 people were blocking their horses. Wei Miao of Nanzhao and Chai Qingshan of Dongyue Swordpool were 2 grandmasters of the Central Plains. They had never met each other before, so naturally, they had no chance to spar with each other. However, their cooperation was flawless. Wei Miao fought the Bei Mang cavalry with his bare hands. His moves were bold and decisive. Every time he punched, the momentum of his fist was heavy and powerful. Often, a charging horseman would have his arm and blade broken. The high-quality scimitar in the hands of a Bei Mang horseman was as fragile as a piece of paper. On the other hand, Chai Qingshan had always been known for his exquisite swordsmanship and profound sword aura, which perfectly complemented Wei Miao's firm and fierce fists. Very soon, this grandmaster of swordsmanship no longer deliberately pursued killing moves that were as imposing as a rainbow. Instead, he mostly used 2 styles to kill the enemy. The sword light emitted from the tip of his sword was no more than 2 qi long, but it was already as if he was holding a 5 qi long sword. It was just enough for him to stand on the ground and accurately stab the Bei Mang horseman in the chest, or lightly slash the horseman's neck. His long sword was never dyed scarlet. At this time, Wei Miao suddenly changed from his previous vicious fist wind that could kill the enemy with 1 or 2 moves. Instead, he began to move in an arc, or perhaps he began to walk in the mud that didn't even reach his knees. His figure quickly moved about, twisting his waist and shaking his armor. Each time he faced the Northern Mang cavalry's warhorses with his shoulder and back, relying on his Vajra physique, he didn't have to worry about the hacking of warblades at all, instantly sending a border army warhorse flying. Because of Wei Miao's hurried footsteps, he was always able to find a gap between several riders. Even though Northern Mang consciously spread out the width of their charge, immediately forming a line of 7, 8, or even more than 10 riders in an attempt to break the stable formation of the 2 Central Plains grandmasters, doing their best to not give the two a chance to switch auras. Wei Miao's fast advance, fast retreat, fast attack, and fast retreat still stopped wave after wave of cavalry formation. Even though the Northern Mang cavalry already realized that they had to exchange the lives of 10 riders for a breath of air, only wishing to slowly exhaust these two Central Plains grandmasters to death, under this type of dangerous situation, Wei Miao's attacks that only targeted the mounts and not the Northern Mang soldiers began to contain powerful spiraling hidden energy, creating exaggerated and absurd scenes one after another. Many of the Northern Mang warhorses flew in directions that were simply inconceivable. They might fly to the sides, might fly backwards, might even fly upwards at an angle. These massive hidden weapons made it impossible for the same line of Northern Mang cavalry and the cavalry behind them to guard against, greatly restricting the Northern Mang cavalry's attempts to quickly advance and form two encirclement rings. Even if there were some who slipped through the net and wanted to bypass Wei Miao and flank him from both sides, Cai Qingshan naturally wouldn't rigidly adhere to the rule of you in front and I in back. As the master of a sect whose swordsmanship was the best in the southeast of Liang, did they really think that the old man's sword energy was only 2 feet long? After losing 200 to 300 riders, the Bei Mang cavalry was unwilling to retreat, and they didn't dare to cower from the battle. After losing 500 to 600 riders, the Chili Arch gritted his teeth and hoped that he could drag out the two martial arts masters to death by taking turns to fight them. After losing more than 1,000 riders, the commander of the cavalry, who had never dared to charge into the battle himself, was already in a killing frenzy. Knowing that there was no way out for him, he ordered all the cavalry under his command to abandon their sabers. They could only charge forward as fast as they could and use their warhorses to ram the two masters. After that, a total of 500 warhorses charged forward madly, as if they were committing suicide in front of the two grandmasters of the Central Plains. As long as the Bei Mang cavalry didn't pass out or die on the spot, they all stood up and pulled out their sabers to fight. The Bei Mang cavalry was indeed not the only elite in the world who didn't fear death. In the first battle of Liangmang, in Liangzhou's Huta City, Yozhou's Gourd Pass, and Liuzhou's Qingcang City, the Beiliang frontier army didn't care about their own safety, and the Bei Mang soldiers also died in a spectacular fashion. In the second battle of Liangmang, from the Miyun Pass in the western regions, to the northern corridor in Liuzhou, to the battlefield of Crone Mountain, and then to the left cavalry against the Winter Thunder Elite Cavalry and the Ruren Cavalry outside the Liangzhou Pass. In every battlefield, both sides of the enemy and their side killed each other to the core. Therefore, the Bei Mang had always believed that as long as they conquered Beiliang, they would have conquered the vast Central Plains. And the Beiliang had always believed that it really wasn't that they looked down on the elites of the Central Plains or the two Liao Iron Cavalry on purpose. As long as they were in a vast area where cavalry could gallop freely, once they encountered a large-scale grassland cavalry, no matter how many heads the Liang army had, they wouldn't be enough to be chopped off by the Bei Mang barbarians. In the middle of a conversation that was destined to be buried in the dust of history, Tantanon laughed and asked a certain close friend who always had his hands on the handle. If we annoy the Su family, they might as well rebel and join hands with the Bei Mang to invade the Central Plains. Then what should we do? Won't we become sinners for all eternity? You Bai Yener will be ranked first, and I, Huan Wen, will be ranked second? That Grand Secretary, who was like the sun in the midday sky in the Liang court, had an indifferent expression and gave a humorous answer that didn't match the horse's mouth. I only hope that when the time comes, all the officials in the court won't feel that the water of martyrdom for the country is too cold and the Liang family has no rope. Huan Wen was still in that court, still standing tall as the Tantanon. However, after autumn this year, he had gradually faded out of the court's view and almost didn't participate in the small court meetings. The old man lived in seclusion and became more and more silent, unwilling to speak with others. As a result, Grand Secretary Zhang Julu's opinion of the Beiliang Su family in the depths of his heart was even more unknown. In any case, as the battle between the Jiangnan aristocratic families and the Liaodong aristocratic families in the Liang court became more and more intense, some scholars, who were clean but carried righteousness on their shoulders, after gaining a firm foothold in Taiyan City, began to speak out. Their words shocked people to death, saying that the old traitor Zhang Julu not only dominated the court, he even secretly colluded with the Northwest Border Army and purposely raised a tiger to cause trouble in order to solidify his position. Although there weren't many of these people, their statuses were often not ordinary. They were seen as having a body of knowledge and ambition but could only be suppressed and ostracized by Zhang Lu, who was led by Yan who was jealous of their ability during the reign of Yong Hui. Now that the clouds had finally parted and the moon could see the light, they should speak out for justice and speak out for the common people. For a time, there was praise everywhere. They had the strength of a scholar, a master of morality, and a pillar of the country. These scholars, who were like carps jumping over the dragon's gate, or famous scholars who were born in the families of generals and ministers, were not many compared to the vast majority of normal scholars, but their voices were the loudest, and they had the most audiences. After this auspicious third year of autumn, at the highest point of the Tian city court, even the Ministry of War Yamen that had fought with the Northwest Sioux family for so many years, did not purposely hide the tragic victory at the Battle of Miyun. In addition to the news of the victory at Old Woman Mountain in Liuzhou that was sent to the capital via the Lianghua Path's post house, as well as the complete annihilation of Liu Deyuan's Liangzhou left cavalry, the new administrator of the Lianghua Path, Han Lin, and Jidushi Su Gong, reported everything to the court without missing a word. However, it was still very strange that the entire Tian city, from the large families deep in their courtyards to the noisy streets and alleys, did not discuss this matter from beginning to end. It was probably because the former were not willing to speak, and the latter could not hear. The common people of Liang at most heard that the Bailiang Su family had won a few small battles in Liuzhou, and suffered a great defeat outside the Liangzhou Pass. Then very quickly, they were surrounded by the hundreds of thousands of Bailiang's army and that Beijue city. No wonder this Tian city that had been used to watching clouds rise and fall for 20 years could not stop the rebel army of the three vassal kings advancing north. Its most urgent situation was that the Southern Expedition General Wu Zhongshuan, who was the Minister of War, personally led 100,000-strong southern troops. The two border armies of the Great Pillar State Gu Jiantang did not move. Chapter 2007. It was said that Tang Tais Huang, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War who had inherited Gu Lu's legacy, was about to leave the capital and lead most of the elites in the capital to set up a second line of defense behind Wu Zhongshuan's army. They were only waiting for the two groups of Liaodong cavalry to come down south. At that time, they would be able to turn defense into offense and push the rebel army back to the south bank of Guangling River. The Shu soldiers of the white-clothed war Saint Chen Jibao, the barbarian soldiers of the Yan King Zhao Sun, and the lone king of Jing'an were not worth mentioning. For Liang, the two Liaodong border armies that had taken 20 years and half the country's power to build were the world's top elites right next to the Zhao family of Liang. They were like family right under the nose of Graydon City. They were the cornerstone of the country, the needle that stabilized the sea. The Su family of the Northwest had their own soldiers. How could they trust them? How could the Northern Liang Path, a barbaric place where there were as many schools as there were hairs on a cow and few scholars, have the right to sit at the same table as the great peace city that was the best in the world, the Guangling Path that was the richest in the Central Plains, and the Jiangnan Path that was full of literature? Outside Jexi City, it was probably the battle with the greatest disparity in military strength in history. Someone died. The deceased was the Southern Tang Confucian scholar Chang Baishuang. This old scholar who had almost reached the Confucian saint realm, and was a Grand Master of the Central Plains at the back of the battlefield with the blind female zither player Xue Songguan, should have died last. The old man died of exhaustion. Wei Miao, Chai Qingshan, Lu Huang, and Yu Groom each blocked the 5,000 Beimang cavalry. Wu Luding of the Wu family sword tomb, sword attendant Sui Hua, and Su Yanbing with his spear behind him firmly blocked the advance of the 10,000-men army on the left flank of Beimang. Mao Shulang of the Southern Plains, Ji Lu An of the Dragon Palace, and Yu Xingrui of the Wudong Mountain were already surrounded by the 10,000-men infantry on the right flank and the two reinforcements. Among them were almost 1,000 spiderweb warriors and Beimang Jianghu masters. In northern Mang's middle formation, the red-robed Su Ying and Luoyang, who had withdrawn from the center of the army, joined hands. Together with Suixia Gu, whose sword energy crisscrossed, providing support from the rear, they finally managed to hold back the surging tide that surged south. During this period of time, even though Luoyang had made a trip to northern Mang's crossbow base and unleashed a great slaughter, when faced with more than 2,000 catapult carts that were located in a long arc, it still seemed like the will was willing, but the strength was lacking. Moreover, if she targeted these siege weapons, with just Su Ying and Sui Xiegu blocking the infantrymen in the middle, as well as the cavalry army that continuously charged through the two wide corridors, it was extremely likely for the two of them to completely sink into the mud. After Su Yanbing and Yu Xingrui had to go to the left and the right flank, Su Fingyan had to confront Tuoba Bodhisattva, and Dong Tai had to face the celestial being to ensure that the young king could fight Beimang's god of war without any worries. Otherwise, Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was already blessed by nature, and had the celestial being constantly fanning the flames above his head, once he successfully climbed to the peak of martial arts, even if Tuoba Bodhisattva only took 30 minutes to become the first person in 500 years, Su Fingyan, who always had to be distracted, would have no chance of surviving. Not to mention killing Tuoba Bodhisattva, Even returning to North Resisting City alive was a luxury. In this way, Luo Yang had to deal with the awkward situation of being a clever housewife who could not cook without rice. She had to be restrained. Otherwise, with her cultivation realm, under the premise that Shenyuan Qingfeng had already entangled Deng Mao, Murong Baoding, and Zhong Liang did not come to stop her, it was not impossible for her to enter Beimang's army as if she was invincible. Not only could she destroy half of the catapults, but she could also retreat successfully. Previously, Xue Songguan plucked the strings with his fingers, and the old Confucian scholar with white hair on his temples used his noble spirit to block round after round of catapults, and wave after wave of arrow rain besieging the city. Whether it was the thrown boulders or the locust-like arrows, the most fatal thing was not the aggressive and overwhelming kind, but the dense and rapid way in which they were thrown. At that time, Xue Songguan, who was sitting cross-legged, saw the drops of blood on the guqin on his legs, the broken strings, and the bloody flesh on the fingers of the blind female guqin master. All of these silently told the truth that she, who was not known for her strong physique, was almost at the end of her rope. Therefore, Chang Baishuang told Xue Songguan not to force himself and let him, an old man, carry the burden. In the old man's words, there was no reason to let a young woman like Miss Xue take on such a heavy responsibility. A young woman like her could only be considered a good thing in the world if she could take care of her husband and children. Not only that, when the old Confucian scholar noticed that his old friend Ji Luan and the other grandmasters on his right were in danger, he made a prompt decision and asked Xue Songguan to go and help. They must not let the large number of Beimang infantry reach the city walls too early. The young blind female guqin master was hesitant. Although she could not see the old man's haggard appearance with her own eyes, how could Xue Songguan, who was ranked in the top 3 in the finger shen skill, not sense the old man's dying breath and the old man's dying breath? She knew in her heart that if she left, the old man would certainly die. She could not bear to. Although the old man and the young woman had only met for a short time and fought side by side without asking for reasons, Xue Songguan already saw this old man from the distant southern Tang kingdom as her own elder. Perhaps he was as old-fashioned as this old man's son Zhao Dingxiu and had a scholarly spirit that she was unfamiliar with. But in the end, he was a kind and benevolent old man. Miss Xue, you must not delay the war. Cheng Baishuang took a deep breath and forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood that had already surged up her throat. When she saw the young woman stand up with her guqin, she tried her best to speak gently with a smile. Miss Xue, there was once a famous writer in Jiangnan who was exiled to our country. Before he died in a foreign land, he left behind many poems that were not widely circulated. Among them there were 2 lines that this old man must pass on to Xue Songguan. I eat 300 lychees a day, and I travel the most in my life. Miss Xue, if you have the chance in the future, you must go there and take a look. If you don't want to enjoy the scenery, lychees that are as expensive as gold in the north are only a few dozen copper coins a caddy in our country. At this point, Cheng Baishuang suddenly stomped her foot and her strength penetrated deep into the ground. She raised her arm and waved her sleeve, like a calligraphy master splashing ink on a piece of paper. Then she seemed to have thought of something interesting and laughed loudly. After a few breaths she slowly said, Miss Xue, if you don't have someone you like in the future, you might as well find a scholar to grow old with. Although it's hard to avoid sour words, at least there's no need to buy vinegar at home. Xue Songguan, whose back was already to the old man, did not turn around. She only nodded vigorously. She flashed away. Cheng Baishuang retracted her gaze and sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. At this moment, the old man with a head full of frost and snow could no longer hide his exhaustion. Although every time he waved his sleeve, it would bring about a heart-wrenching turbulence in Qi, the old man was always calm. He muttered to himself, but if I feel that there are ghosts and gods in the song, how can I know that I'll starve to death to fill the ravine? Therefore I can't do it. Don't think about your homeland in front of an old friend, and try a new tea with a new fire. But I can't do it. Cheng Baishuang felt the magnificent sword rain above her head. The old man who was holding his breath to prevent his dantian from drying up was too weak to turn his head and open his eyes. He could only vaguely feel that the sword rain fell in the Beimang formation on the side of Xue Songguan. The old man smiled with relief. The country's misfortune is the poet's fortune. First, I hope that there will be no more frontier poems and no more great poets in the future. Second, I hope that the scholars in the future will be happy and forget their worries. They don't know that old age is coming. They don't know that old age is coming. Cheng Baishuang raised her arm for the last time. She was wearing a long robe with wide sleeves, looking like a scholar. The child asked, Why is it too late to return? Why is it too late to return? When her arm fell down, the old man's lips moved slightly, but he could no longer raise his arm. The old man lowered his head silently in front of the hundreds of thousands of Beimang troops with his back facing the Beimang city, which was the northwest gate of the Central Plains. During Cheng Baishuang's lifetime, Beimang had never let a huge rock or a crossbow arrow fall into the Beimang city. Who said that a scholar was a useless scholar? Sui Shigu, who was the closest to this remnant of the old southern Tang, did not turn his head. He sighed softly. Originally, with the place where he stood as the center, there were more than 100 snow-white sword auras that were as thick as the mouth of a bull within 20 feet. Suddenly, the sword auras expanded to 10 feet, and there were 60 more sword auras. More than 80 shield-wielding infantrymen who were cautiously moving forward were killed instantly. Their ending was even more miserable than being torn apart by 5 horses. Ji Luan, the foreign minister of Dragon Palace who was fighting in the middle of Beimang's infantrymen on the right, split a heavily armored Beimang centurion in half with his sword. He suddenly turned his head and roared, "Old book bag!" At this moment, 7 or 8 spears stabbed toward him. The master bladesman, Mao Shulang, took a big step forward and blocked in front of Ji Luan. He swept his blade horizontally, and the vigorous upstanding chi swept out, cutting all the Beimang infantrymen in half. The great immortal of Wudong, Yu Xingrui, shouted, "How dare you!" The peachwood sword in his hand flashed and pierced through the necks of 3 spider-web death soldiers beside Mao Shulang. The power of the sword was so powerful that the flying sword of the immortals took their heads. On the left side of the battlefield, Yu Groom and Lu Huang, the 2 apprentice brothers of Martial Emperor City, one was called Cold Blade, and the other was called Sword Shudao. Both sides advanced side by side. Since Su Yanbing was at the back to help block the infantrymen, these 2 apprentices of Wang Xianji were completely at ease and advanced forward. Chapter 2008. With a half-step martial sage guarding the rear, there was no need to worry about blocking. They only needed to focus on killing. Yu Groom and Lu Huang seemed to be more powerful than Ji Luan and the other 2. Lu Huang's sword momentum was strong and his sword moves were simple. Like a woodcutter chopping firewood, no matter if it was a Beimang soldier or a warhorse, under one sword, there was no complete corpse. Yu Groom put away the cold blade that was about to break and put it back into the scabbard. He pulled out the ancient sword Fuji that had been vibrating in the scabbard for a long time. He still casually pointed and pointed. Yu Groom moved like a hare and a falcon fell like a falcon, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Although his killing momentum was not as terrifying as Lu Huang's, even Su Yanbing was surprised when he noticed the subtle change in this person's chi. As expected of Wang Xianji's first disciple, Yu Groom actually showed signs of breaking through in the battlefield. Naturally, he was only one step away from becoming a land sword immortal. Although even after stabilizing his realm, he was still not a real land immortal. As long as his realm reached that level, it would not be comparable to a mysterious celestial and celestial swordsman who accidentally comprehended 1 or 2 sword immortal sword moves. He would probably be the second person after Dong Tai. Bridegroom Yu's sword pressed against the space between the brows of a northern Mang soldier. He didn't look at the corpse that fell off the horse, instead jumping onto the horse's back. He looked forward and reminded Lu Huang in front of him with a sunken voice. Northern Mang has another 1,000 elite cavalry that is currently hurrying over. Lu Huang was about to speak, but Yu Groom had already rushed forward with a laugh. Let me fight him first. On the far right, just as Chai Qingshan and Wei Miao were changing their positions at the critical moment, a silhouette as swift as a startled swan smashed down from above. A fist as powerful as a thunderbolt hammered into the chest of Chai Qingshan, who was just about to retreat. Even though this swordmaster whose name Shuk Liang had already subconsciously placed his sword horizontally in front of him and used the tip of his sword to meet the enemy, hoping to make the uninvited guest retreat in the face of difficulties, he didn't expect that the fist still collided with the tip of his sword without any hesitation. The Dongyue sword pool sect master, who was currently taking a breather and had already fought for a long time, was caught off guard, actually being injured by his own long sword. Fortunately, Wei Miao quickly rushed forward, grabbing Chai Qingshan's shoulder with one hand and pulling him back, while blocking the second fist of that northern Mang martial grandmaster with the other. Taking advantage of the momentum, Chai Qingshan flew back over 30 meters. A bloody groove was cut on his chest so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood gushed out and soaked his clothes. As Wei Miao's left hand clenched that fist, because his right hand had to help Chai Qingshan dodge the sword, his second punch was slower than the Beimang experts by a hair's breadth. However, It was precisely this hair's breadth that allowed the shrewd and treacherous assassin to gain the upper hand. Wei Miao was punched in the forehead. Wei Miao stomped his feet and only took half a step back before stopping himself. He refused to take a single step back. From this, one could see the unyielding nature of the #1 expert of Nanzhao. Wei Miao exchanged blows with the newcomer. Both sides took 3 steps back. Wei Miao's fist landed on that person's chest, while his own forehead suffered another punch. With his head heavily injured, Wei Miao's ears were already oozing blood. In his blurred vision, the Beimang general clad in shining silver armor laughed savagely. Wei Miao is a fist, but there's no fist in the world? The one I'm going to kill is you. While the tall general was speaking, Xianxia hastily took a deep breath and was about to reverse the situation for Wei Miao. But at this moment, the old man heard the blind zither player behind him shout, "Watch out above your head!" A second Beimang assassin with a ghostly figure descended from the sky without a sound or a trace of qi. He was like a wandering ghost. The silver-armored general's opening was clearly a deliberate diversion. Perhaps this was the true killing move of the 2 Beimang grandmasters after they had worked together. Xianxia quickly took a step back. As Xue Songguan gave the warning, his palm brushed viciously across the zither strings. But a scene that caused the blind zither player to feel grief and indignation appeared. The assassin completely ignored the heavy wound in his chest, as if he could not feel the slightest bit of pain. The extremely slender, 4-foot-long sword in his hand, without sword aura or sword light, chopped straight down between Xianxia's eyebrows. Beimang's willow, Li Fengshou's haunting spirit. On the brink of life and death, Xianxia still used all his strength to deliver what might be the last strike of his life. It pierced straight for that person's heart. The master of the Dongyue sword pool only hoped that this strike would be able to pierce that person's heart. Xianxia, don't care if I die. It's good if I can kill one more person. Originally, he should have used this chance to have Li Fengshou kill Xianxia, and then have the silver-armored general use his fists to kill the unstable Wei Miao. That would have been the best situation for both sides to win. But at this moment, Xianxia suddenly realized that although the long sword had left a deep gash in his forehead, it only needed a little more strength to break open his head. If there was a little more strength, it would not be difficult to dismember his body. But that assassin with extremely strange swordsmanship chose to be merciful? At the same time, the silver-armored general of Beimang's Orange Province, Murong Baoding, seemed to have been immobilized by an immortal, wasting a rare opportunity to deliver a punch. Xianxia's eyes widened. Even the old man, who was a seasoned sword grandmaster, felt that the scene in front of him was too absurd. The Beimang assassin in front of him was suspended in the air, his arms drooping, and the willow long sword falling to the ground. A section of Willow Li Fengshou's head was grabbed by the neck by someone behind him and lifted in the air. Murong Baoding did not dare to move. He was unbelievably obedient, even though he could clearly see that person's back. It was a purple-gold robe. The king of Bailiang who broke through the sea of clouds and returned to the human world, Su Fengnian. The young king's 5 fingers were like hooks, completely destroying the qi inside the body of this section of willow. The soft and boneless Li Fengshou twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled gloomily. In an instant, Wei Miao wanted to punch, and Xianxia wanted to use his sword, but they were too slow. The 2 top martial arts grandmasters believed that even if they were in their peak state, they would not be able to stop the surprise attack of the 3rd assassin of Beimang. The young king's back suffered an unimaginable heavy blow. After a slight shift of his footsteps, his whole body bypassed Xianxia and crashed into the towering wall of the North City. Wei Miao and Xianxia retreated almost at the same time. Unexpectedly, that person did not have the intention to chase after them. He stood in the same place, looked at the base of the wall and sneered, "You really want to die?" Su Fengnian did not obediently hide in the sea of clouds and rely on the protection of Dong Tai to completely stabilize his qi. Instead, he dared to come back to the battlefield to save others. Murong Baoding glanced at the man standing next to him with mixed feelings. Even if he knew that they were in the same camp and their status was not too different, Murong Baoding still could not help but feel as if he was facing a great enemy. He did not dare to take it lightly. Murong Baoding whispered, "What about that section of willow?" The burly man surrounded by 18 golden dragons did not speak. Murong Baoding's eyes were gloomy, but he did not continue to ask. Under the city walls of North Barricade, Su Fengnian, who had his back to the battlefield, was still holding Li Fengshou's neck. Li Fengshou was pressed against the wall, and his face was a bloody mess. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his body had been smashed to pieces. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "You didn't die when I cut you in half last time, but you should be dead this time, right?" The section of willow of Bei Mang, whose real identity was hidden and prominent, opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to laugh happily, but he could not laugh. He said in a hoarse voice, "Me? I'd rather be dead. It's not a loss to have you, Su Fengnian. Accompany me in death." Su Fengnian said, "Oh." Li Fengshou slowly closed his eyes, as if he had been relieved of a great burden. He said intermittently, "Don't worry. I'm really going to die this time. But I'll tell you one last secret. I don't need Tuoba Bodhisattva to avenge me. I, Li Fengshou, can do it myself. Su Fengnian, do you believe me?" Su Fengnian twisted his neck and laughed. "Guess." Su Fengnian threw away the corpse, turned around, and looked up at the sky. He knew what Tuoba Bodhisattva was waiting for. The suppression of the heavenly Tao that Bei Mang had planned had two uses. First, it would wear down his Bailiang destiny. This was what the immortals in the heavens cared about the most. Next, it would destroy his body, and add flowers to the brocade of the Bei Mang military god. Because he had not expected Zhao Chongling to lead many exiled immortals to land in Bailiang and add so much destiny to Bailiang, and then Dong Tai arrived with Tai A and slashed through the air, the pillar of light targeted at him had to be retracted early. As to where half of the heavenly Tao was, Su Fengnian did not know and did not care, but it definitely had something to do with this dead branch of the willow. Li Fengshou was more or less the primer. Whoever killed this illegitimate son of Li Mibi would attract the next suppression. Su Fengnian was sure that even if he did not kill Li Fengshou, this madman would stretch out his neck for him to chop. Maybe Li Fengshou had a deeper identity, and was a banished immortal. In his previous life, he was the ruler of a country destroyed by Su Shao, or traced back to before the Great Qin. In short, it was an old debt that could not be settled by reason for several lifetimes. Su Fengnian had long seen through it. Too much debt was not a burden, but since there was no next life, he would resolve it completely in this life. Su Fengnian walked out of the shadows step by step. On and below the city walls, this Liang Wang tore off the python robe. His clothes were like snow. Just like when white robes left Liangzhou. This young man who no longer wanted to be some bullshit Liang vassal king smiled brightly for no reason. Then he raised his head and said in a clear voice, "Su Zhao's eldest son, Su Fengnian, seeks death here." Chapter 2009. Previously, the northern Mang war god, the young vassal king, the peach blossom sword deity, and the white-clothed Luo Yang had left the northern Mang army's hinterland one after another. Only Mount Huishanzi, who insisted on continuing to advance, was left to face Deng Mao and the layers upon layers of grassland cavalry alone. Deng Mao with the broken spear couldn't help but admire the courage of this Central Plains woman. She was not inferior to any man in the world. Deng Mao, who had always been a man of few words, couldn't help but ask, "Shenyuan Qingfeng, why do you have to do this?" Shenyuan Qingfeng had broken through the enemy's formation so far, and her killing intent was extremely heavy. Her attacks were worthy of the saying, "Strength like a bowstring, strike like a thunderclap." Along the way, no matter whether it was the heavily armored infantry or the elite cavalry, as long as they were touched by her, they would definitely die without a complete corpse. The reason why she could be called the twin jade annulus of Liang, together with the young feudal lord, was not only because of her extremely high realm, but also because her foundation, both her body and qi, was very solid. The qi in her body was both vigorous and long. Shenyuan Qingfeng put her hands behind her back. On the battlefield, the south wind blew, and this mistress of the great snow meadow, whose back was facing Beiming City, had her hair and skirt fluttering to the north. She was as beautiful as a goddess. Deng Mao had followed Luo Yang and Yelu Dongchuang to Mount Zhulu in the Central Plains years ago, and even intercepted the convoy that was escorting Gao Shulu south to Guangling Road. He had followed the two of them around Liang, so he was not unfamiliar with the Jianghu of the Central Plains. He was a nominal guest of Yelu Dongchuang's branch of the Yelu family, which was somewhat similar to Huang Fengfua of Mount Huishan and Ji Lu An of Dragon Palace. His status was relatively high, but it was not as simple as a vine attached to a tree. It was said that when Deng Mao was defeated in the grassland, Yelu Hongkai, who was respectfully called Old Lord by the nobles of Norland, helped him and honored him as a distinguished guest. Deng Mao was naturally grateful. If he said that he had no friendship with Luo Yang, he would be deceiving himself and others. In fact, the proud and arrogant Deng Mao respected Luo Yang very much, not only because of the affection between a man and a woman, but also because of the admiration of a kindred spirit. However, Deng Mao's ambition was to reach the peak of martial arts, so his shallow feelings for the hierarch of Mount Zhulu had always been buried deep in his heart, like a jar of old wine buried underground. He did not need to take it out to drink, nor did he want to part with it. As long as he occasionally remembered it, he seemed to be able to smell the wine lingering at the tip of his nose. At this moment, the two were confronting each other. In terms of cultivation level, Deng Mao was a grandmaster of Beimang from the same era as Zhong Liang and Murong Baoding. As a senior of Mount Huishan, Deng Mao was actually half a realm lower than Shenyuan Qingfeng. He was only an ordinary heavenly phenomenon cultivator, far from reaching the threshold of earth immortal. However, even someone as conceited as Shenyuan Qingfeng did not act rashly. She did not think that she could easily surpass this man and take the head of the crown prince of Beimang. From this, one could see her fear of Deng Mao. Of course, Shenyuan Qingfeng also had the intention of accumulating his qi to recover to his peak, so he didn't deliberately conceal it. Deng Mao's not stopping him might seem like he was underestimating his opponent, but it was actually a kind of trade-off. Shenyuan Qingfeng's qi was indeed steadily rising, but the momentum from before was slightly decreasing. Deng Mao actually did not want to see this legendary woman die prematurely. However, seeing Shenyuan Qingfeng's attitude, Deng Mao knew that it was useless to say more. Since he was able to be placed near the Tianyuan of this chessboard by Beimang's peace order, as the most important chess piece to keep the king of Beiliang in check of Su Fengnian, how could Deng Mao's trump card, which he did not have time to use against Su Fengnian, be judged by common sense? Shenyuan Qingfeng's black hair fluttered wantonly. Her heart was as calm as still water. If the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai was at the highest point of the battlefield, then she was undoubtedly at the northernmost point of the north-resisting city. Deng Mao finally laughed loudly and asked, "You really don't regret it?" Shenyuan Qingfeng's expression was indifferent. She did not say any heroic words. Shenyuan Jingqing's daughter never knew what regret was in this life. Deng Mao took a heavy step forward. Shenyuan Qingfeng, whose purple clothes were stained with blood, rushed forward almost at the same time. Both of them tacitly chose to fight in close quarters. Life and death would be decided within 10 feet. The Beimang banner fluttered in the wind, stirring up waves of ripples and flapping noises. Beimang's crown prince Yelu Hongkai, who was clad in golden armor, had a gloomy expression. The magnificent beam of light, which symbolized the majesty of the way of heaven, had descended from the sky and landed in the open space in front of the crown prince. Yelu Hongkai had not expected that under such terrifying suppression, the young king of Liang had not been reduced to powder and could still escape. This was tantamount to slapping the crown prince in the face. He did not forget to say, "See you later." Yelu Hongkai had been forced to endure and lie dormant for more than 10 years due to the circumstances, and had developed a considerable shrewdness. However, at the peak of his life, when he felt that the entire Central Plains was already in his bag, the new King Liang had shouldered the way of heaven with his own strength. This caused Yelu Hongkai, who had an army of 400,000, to feel a strong sense of resentment. Every blade was carved into his heart. People in the world were most afraid of comparison. Beauties, famous generals, power, and wealth were all like this. Before Yelu Hongkai had met Su Fengnian, he had heard so much about the news of the butchering eldest son in recent years that calluses had formed in his ears. As for Su Fengnian, who had successfully ousted Chen Jibao and eventually succeeded in inheriting the throne, Yelu Hongkai actually felt a kind of complex sympathy for each other deep in his heart. This was why he had the Beimang princess, who had assumed the pseudonym Fan Bainu, sneak into Liangzhou and take the initiative to convey his goodwill to the young king of Liangzhou. Chapter 2010. Yelu Hongkai glanced at a rider in the distance. She was gathered with 4 or 5 people from the chess and sword music school. They were probably discussing how to stop those grandmasters from the Central Plains. Yelu Hongkai looked at her without the slightest gentleness. Even though she had shared a bed with him for more than 10 years, she still maintained a respectful relationship with him. She suddenly turned her head and looked at him. Yelu Hongkai immediately squeezed out a warm smile. She nodded at him and then turned back to continue her discussion with the others. When she withdrew her gaze, Yelu Hongkai's expression quickly became ice cold. When a timid imperial guard Shui stealthily arrived at his side, The gentle expression that appeared on Yelu Hongcai's face this time came from the bottom of his heart. In this vast prairie, the only person this northern Mang Crown Prince could share some intimate words with was actually this person at his side. Different from the Fergana horse that Yelu Hongcai rode, the retainer's mount was a tall, snow-white steed that exuded a glossy luster similar to fine jade. The young rider wore a slightly large helmet that covered his eyebrows, revealing half of his extremely feminine and handsome face. Yelu Hongcai looked at the retainer, carefully maintaining a distance from him, his eyes revealing undisguised affection. He smiled softly and said, "Come closer, there's no harm." The young rider narrowed his naturally charming eyes and looked at the battlefield in the south. He slowly said, "Horses galloping from the north are full of arrogance, singing from the south is full of death. The first half is appropriate, but the second half is not." The Beimang Crown Prince, who was not familiar with poetry and disdained to pretend to be cultured, couldn't help but ask curiously, "What do you mean? Is there an allusion to it?" The personal retainer with the title of bodyguard Shui rolled his eyes boldly and said angrily, "Even if we conquer the Central Plains in the future, with your little knowledge, how are you going to deal with the refugees of Liang in the future?" Yelu Hongcai laughed loudly and suddenly lowered his voice. "Don't I have you?" The young cavalryman curled his lips and looked at the eye-catching bright purple dress in the distance. He clicked his tongue and said, "A woman should be content with her life." Yelu Hongcai followed his retinue's line of sight and saw Xianyuan Qingfeng fighting Deng Mao with the broken spear. He said disapprovingly, "So what if he's good at martial arts?" Including Su Fengnian, there are a total of 18 martial arts masters outside the northern city. They won't be able to escape death even if they fight against our grassland cavalry. The best ending for this alliance chief of the Great Snow Plateau was to die under Deng Mao's broken spear, or die in the charge of the cavalry. Otherwise, surviving on the battlefield would only be worse than death. With her status and appearance, once she becomes a prisoner and her cultivation is destroyed, I'm afraid that even some old tycoons in the western capital will buy her for thousands of taels of gold, not to mention the Duke of Norland. The young cavalryman's face darkened as he lamented, "If that day really comes, Xianyuan Qingfeng would already be dead the moment he lost his martial arts. It's like the generals and ministers in the imperial court. As long as they lose their official status, it's the same as having their backbone pulled out." Yelu Hongcai didn't believe that Xianyuan Qingfeng could be a threat to him at all. He said calmly, "The beauties of the world are like the weeds on our grassland. There are more every year. Although Xianyuan Qingfeng's beauty is indeed rare, we can still find many peerless beauties in the grassland and the Central Plains in the future if we search hard." To be honest, the women who made it into the Rouge Review in the past all had prominent identities without exception. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens for women of ordinary birth to make it into the rankings. So in the end, the men who hold power in the world like women's faces, but they like the clothes they wear even more. For example, the young cavalryman glanced sideways at the Beimang Crown Princess who had met with the two officials at some point and sneered. "For example, her?" Yelu Hongcai said half-jokingly, "Her? She'll probably only make it into the next Rouge Review after she becomes the Empress." After a moment of silence, Yelu Hongcai turned and said seriously, "You're different. You're different from her and them." The cavalryman didn't turn to look at Yelu Hongcai after hearing this. He only raised his head slightly and said arrogantly, "Of course. There was once a prophecy that was widely spread in Jianghu at the southeastern border of Liang. However, after the dust settled at the Bull Mound, it had long since disappeared. A female brings back a male. The female is capable of toppling cities and the male is capable of toppling countries. Both of them fly into Wutong Palace." The square formation of Beimang's middle infantry was cut in half at the waist by two white and red robes. Luo Yang and Su Ying responded to each other on the left and right. The number of infantrymen that slipped behind them each time was no more than 300. The one-armed forefather eater sword stood behind the two female grandmasters. Within a radius of 200 feet, streaks of sword chi flowed like rainbows. Those who trespassed were killed on the spot as if they were walking into a trap. Not only that, Sui Xiagu's white robe fluttered and his eyebrows fluttered. He stroked his long eyebrows and muttered, "Set up the formation." Of the remaining flying swords that were left behind by the young vassal lord, more than 2,000 undamaged long swords were pulled out of the ground one by one. The long swords soared into the air and connected with each other. They landed in front of Sui Xiagu and stabbed into the ground. More than 1,000 swords formed a row. There were a total of 2 rows. They lined up neatly in front of Forefather Eater Sword. The sword formation formed a step formation. Xianxia closed his eyes and smiled. He muttered to himself, "The cornerstone of the river rises suddenly. The rolling flood, the vast eternal spring." Xianxia suddenly took a deep breath. Another 2,000 broken flying swords landed behind the old man. However, these long swords didn't stab into the ground. Instead, they hovered in the air, forming a sword formation. Finally, Xianxia took another deep breath. Suddenly, the tall and sturdy old man's body emitted a dazzling white light. Xianxia, who had swallowed countless famous swords in the world, scattered the sword qi that he had accumulated for 100 years into the two great formations. Every flying sword was imbued with a strand of sharp sword qi. In a split second, it was as if they had gained spirituality. Regardless of whether it was the step formation or the crossbow formation, the 4,000 swords of the two great formations trembled and wailed at the same time. The old man muttered softly, "Li Chungang, you broke 2,600 swords at the Guangling River. I, Xianxia, am not willing to lose to you." The old man who had exchanged an arm with Li Chungang of the spring and autumn sword armor passed away with a smile. The two sword formations were formed in tandem. 100 years of spirit was exhausted in 3 breaths. Chapter 2011. Beimeng's god of war and the young king of vassal state, the two enemies who might decide the fate of countless people in Liangmang, intentionally or otherwise, moved the battlefield away from North Resisting City. The former was probably afraid of Su Fengnian's fate of Bailiang that had not been exhausted by the way of heaven. Once he had North Resisting City as his backing, he might be able to suppress Tuoba Bodhisattva's trump card. The latter was more worried that once the two entered North Resisting City and fought, it was very likely that the victory of the 18 Grandmasters would be completely nullified by Tuoba Bodhisattva's wanton destruction. When Su Fengnian floated away, he told Wei Miao and Chai Qingshan to be careful, who still needed to confront thousands of cavalry. The current leader of Dongyue Sword Pool signaled the young king of vassal state not to worry about the battle here. Su Fengnian clasped his fist to the two grandmasters of the Central Plains who had disregarded life and death as a sign of gratitude. Chai Qingshan laughed it off. His chest was filled with pride. The space between Chai Qingshan's eyebrows was split open, and his chest was cut by a Beimeng willow. However, compared to Chai Qingshan who looked miserable but did not suffer any injuries, Wei Miao of the southern Zhao was the one who was seriously injured, whether in terms of physique or qi. Wei Miao was worthy of being the #1 master of southwest Jianghu. Whether in terms of physique, martial arts attainment, or improvisation, he could be said to be the world's top martial artist. However, the sneak attack by Murong Baoding, nicknamed Half-Faced Buddha, and Li Fengshou, the spiderweb assassin, was too insidious and vicious. Wei Miao took 2 full punches from Murong Baoding, especially the punch on his head, which actually caused his eardrums to burst and blood clots to form in his brain. If it were not for Su Fengnian's attitude of wanting to kill Murong Baoding at the cost of losing the initiative while holding back Tuoba Bodhisattva, the restless Beimeng did not dare to make a move. This bought Wei Miao a moment of respite, and also allowed Chai Qingshan's momentum to recover slightly. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for the two grandmasters to turn the situation around with the 4,000 Winter Thunder cavalry from Orange Province and Murong Baoding, who was eyeing them covetously. In fact, if Murong Baoding had the courage to gamble with his own life and decisively chose to attack Wei Miao to win the initiative for Tuoba Bodhisattva, perhaps the young king would have fallen into a difficult situation under North Resisting City. It might even have been possible to end the Second Great War of Liangmang ahead of time. However, Tuoba Bodhisattva did not bother to take the initiative to ask for help from this Great War of Liangmang. Secondly, Murong Baoding, who was ambitious and wanted to be in the Central Plains, finally obtained a great victory that shook the world outside Liangzhou Pass. He defeated Lu Deyuan's left cavalry, and his great military achievement was enough to compare to the First Great War of Liangmang when the king of the Southern Academy, Dong Zhuo, broke through Huta City. How could Murong Baoding be willing to take the risk for others? Lastly, in the ambush on the Longyan Plains, the king of New Liang killed Hong Jingyan right under Tuoba Bodhisattva's nose. This made Murong Baoding have to think carefully. Murong Baoding was not in a hurry to make a move. He looked at the two martial masters of the Central Plains, Wei Miao and Chai Qingshan, and said in a clumsy Central Plains official's accent, "There is Lu Deyuan on the battlefield, and there is Wei Miao and Chai Qingshan in the Jianghu. God has treated me, Murong Baoding, badly for more than 40 years, and finally treated me well for once. There is a saying in the Central Plains that goes, mountains and rivers repeat, but there is no way out. Very wonderful. It really sets the scene. After Tuoba Bodhisattva and the young vassal left the place, Murong Baoding, who was wearing silver armor, suddenly had an imposing manner. In the Beimang Jianghu, this member of the royal family, who was originally only known for his rough skin and thick flesh, was ranked very low even if he was on the list of previous martial arts evaluations. This was because Murong Baoding was known to be good at defense and not good at offense. Compared to Zhong Liang, who had directly entered the finger mystery realm from a second-grade master, they could be said to be the two extremes of Beimang's martial arts. However, Murong Baoding had brazenly injured Wei Miao with 2 punches. It was obvious that he had been hiding his strength for so many years. Even when he joined forces with Zhong Liang to ambush Su Fengnian in Qingcang City in the early years, he still deliberately hid his cultivation from beginning to end. When it came to tolerance, Murong Baoding was indeed well versed in it. Wei Miao was silent and slowly inhaled and exhaled. Since this Beimang was willing to talk loudly, Wei Miao naturally would not take the initiative to seek a quick battle. Chai Ching-shan held the meter-long sword with a calm expression. The poem from Murong Baoding's mouth was very popular in the Central Plains. However, this half-baked northern Mang prince probably did not know where it came from. It was the poem Banishing Liang Zhou to Die of Old Age, written by the son of the poet family who won first place in the last years of the Great Feng dynasty. Mountains and rivers repeated. Willows dark and flowers bright. Just from the words alone, it had always been the most fascinating scenery of Jiangnan. The spring sun was bright and beautiful. The grass was long and the birds were flying. The scenery was pleasant. How could it not make people forget to return? On the other hand, the northwest of the Great Wall was barren, the yellow soil was barren, and the ravines were crisscrossed. The sky was high and the clouds were low. In this part of the world, the 2 dragons' strength rushed towards one's face and directly hit one's chest. The desolate and cold atmosphere seemed to make the foreigners take a few steps back before they were willing to give up. Chai Ching-shan walked to Wei Miao's side and smiled. There is Wei Miao in the fist, there is no fist in the world. You deserve it. Wei Miao grinned slightly but did not make a sound. Su Fengnian had once joked that he had seen countless experts and grandmasters in his life. Among them, the red-robed man-cat Han Xianxia, the #1 swordsman in the capital, Xianxia, and the purple-robed Shenyuan Qingfeng of Mount Hui were the most impressive. Li Chungang, Jian Zhehuang, and Wei Miao were the least like masters. Chai Ching-shan continued with a smile. Since the world cannot be without Wei Miao, there are countless young talents in the sword forest of the Central Plains. If 1 or 2 old guys die, there will always be a few rising stars to replace them. Just the Dongyue sword pool alone has my 2 disciples, Shan Yi and Song Tinglu. They are destined to rise in the future. Therefore, Wei Miao, I will fight this battle first. What Chai Ching-shan meant was, I will die first. Wei Miao, who urgently needed to recuperate, did not reject the kindness of this sword master. He said in a low voice, I, Wei Miao, will not boast in my life. I can only promise that I will not let Brother Chai leave alone. Chai Ching-shan hesitated and sighed. Brother Wei, don't die if you can. You are different from me. There are still people waiting for you in North Rejecting City. Unexpectedly, Wei Miao, who was short and had a white cloth tied around his calves, smiled and clenched his fists. He squinted his eyes and said softly, After she married me, we traveled Jianghu for so many years. Because my appearance is too ordinary and I do not like to be in the limelight, I will not fight if I can avoid trouble. She, who has a lively personality, is so beautiful as a flower. It seems that she has never felt that she married a good family, and always laughed at the man she married for not having enough heroic spirit. Therefore today as her man I, Wei Miao, will do one thing for her. Wei Miao did not speak anymore. Murong Baoding smiled proudly. Do you two have any last words? In the future, when I, Murong Baoding, enter the Central Plains, I will reminisce about the past with the officials of the Central Plains. It will also be something to talk about. Chai Ching-shan held his sword in front of him, shook his head and laughed loudly. A Beimang dog's head is not worth much. It is really an insult to my newly forged sword Green Water. Murong Baoding's face was gloomy. He clicked his tongue and said, It is said that there are 2 sword schools in the world. Since someone has taken care of the withered sword of the Wu family sword tomb, let me experience the new sword of the Dongyue sword pool. Chai Ching-shan tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his body swept forward. A bright green rainbow swept across Murong Baoding's chest. A deathbed struggle. You are only half as strong as you were in your heyday. So what if I let you, old dog surnamed Chai, attack me 100 times first? Murong Baoding's lips curled into a mocking smile. He did not dodge but raised his arms in front of his body. The sword edge brushed against Murong Baoding's silver armor and cut through iron like mud. However, after breaking through the armor, it fell on the sleeve of the Orange Province's disciplinary medallion. It was like fine iron hitting each other, producing an unusual sound of metal hitting stone. Murong Baoding furrowed his brows and retreated. He had made up his mind to exhaust Chai Qingshan's qi bit by bit. His body was known as the Great Vajra Realm, which was 1 in a million among pure martial artists. It was said that his indestructible body was not inferior to that of the Dragon Tree Monk and Li Dongxin, the master and disciple of the 2 Zen temples. More importantly, the armor he wore was one of the best treasures in Beimang's treasury. It was forged in the early Sweet Dew period and was once a secret treasure of the royal family of Dafeng. It was said that its material was similar to the red armor of one of the 4 grandmasters of the spring and autumn period. With this armor, Murong Baoding originally thought that he could withstand 2 or 3 strikes from the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai, who had the greatest killing power. However, he did not expect Chai Qingshan's sword to break through his armor. This made Murong Baoding retract his underestimation of the grandmasters of the Central Plains. In fact, Lu Fengshou, who was proficient in assassination, had made a good start but also a bad one. Li Fengshou almost killed Chai Qingshan with his willow leaf sword. It was not because Chai Qingshan was weak, but because his cooperation with Murong Baoding was flawless. Chai Qingshan's swordsmanship was especially high. It was the best in the southeast of the Central Plains. If there were grandmasters of fist techniques in the world, other than Wei Miao, only the woman from the martial emperor city, Linya, could hold her own. Then the sword forest of the Central Plains was just as Chai Qingshan had said. It was continuous and unbroken. What a magnificent sight it was! It was not that there were no swordsmen other than Dong Tai, and it was not that there were no sword moves other than Li Chuangong's 2 sleeves green snake. Since Murong Baoding was arrogant, Chai Qingshan did not spare him. He chopped down with his sword like a waterfall. The sword aura in front of Murong Baoding was overflowing like a waterfall. Chapter 2012. Murong Baoding took a deep breath. Finally, he no longer hoped to rely on his priceless armor and Vajra physique to resist. His fists were as quick as lightning. His fists landed on the waterfall formed by the abundant sword qi, causing loud bangs to ring out. His fists shattered the sword qi, creating a scene of drifting clouds and scattering snow. Chai Qingshan did not mind. He quickly stepped forward and thrust his sword forward. Although the 3-foot-long sword in his hand was aimed at Murong Baoding's forehead, at the same time, no less than 40 sword qi appeared around the green water sword between the two. The sword qi surged forward, but the sword intent was of the same origin. Chai Qingshan had comprehended this sword when he was 30 years old. He had seen a spring in the old Dongyue kingdom. It was the 3rd best spring in the world. The middle path was blocked by a protruding rock, causing the water to stagnate. Hundreds of thin streams of water flowed into the spring. Chai Qingshan had once told 2 of his proud disciples that he could use 80 swords in one breath to turn Vajra into dust. Unfortunately, this swordmaster could only produce 40 swords in one breath at this time. Even so, the power of the sword was extremely grand and shocking. Murong Baoding snorted angrily. He actually wanted to retreat. As his burly figure retreated, he stretched out his arm. His 5 fingers were like hooks as he controlled his qi to grab a rider and his horse. He blocked the curtain of sword rain formed by the majestic sword qi. Chai Qingshan's sword pierced the horse's head. With a light shake of his wrist, the pitiful horse and rider were instantly sent flying. Taking advantage of this opening, Murong Baoding was still one of Northern Mang's few martial arts masters after all. He heavily stepped out, stamped his foot, and took half a step back. The aura around his entire body instantly reached its peak. He was certain that Chai Qingshan would definitely continue to charge forward, so he punched out towards the air in front of him. Facing Murong Baoding's overbearing fist aura, Chai Qingshan and his sword did not stagnate. They continued to float forward. The old man tilted his body slightly and allowed the fist aura to explode his left shoulder. His sword was as fast as a rainbow as it accurately pierced Murong Baoding's chest. Injury for injury, death for death. Murong Baoding's qi sank into his dantian. At this moment, he realized that he had no power to fight back and chose to defend with all his might. The qi in his body circulated rapidly, and his face glowed with a dark yellow color. His feet were rooted to the ground, and he was as immovable as a mountain. The sword qi of the 3-feet-long sword pierced through the armor like a hot knife through butter. After the tip of the sword was pressed against Murong Baoding's chest, the long sword bent like a crescent moon. In the end, it was almost a full moon. Xianxia, whose shoulder had been shattered and whose body was covered in blood, laughed loudly. Scram! The tall and sturdy Murong Baoding was sent flying by the sword like a kite with its string cut. Murong Baoding's face turned pale after he landed heavily on the ground. He didn't lower his head to look at the old swordsman. He just stretched out his hand and wiped his face. His palm was scarlet red. Xianxia, who was surrounded by the Beimang cavalry, had no choice but to draw his sword and kill the horsemen who were swarming towards him. Thus, the line of sight between the two of them was blocked. Murong Baoding took the opportunity to slap the ground with his palm. He stood up again with some lingering fear in his heart. This old fellow was somewhat difficult to deal with. Murong Baoding, who didn't want to meet force with force, kept retreating and said angrily, "Smash him to death." With Xianxia at the center, the northern Mang cavalry began to rapidly charge forward, charging forward. The horsemen at the outermost edge finally had the chance to show off the grassland cavalry's riding and archery skills. The aristocratic generals, who were frightened to death, had already given the order to kill regardless of whether they were friend or foe. Xianxia, who had to stop the cavalry's charge and break through the rain of arrows, swung his sword like a dragon. When he was trapped in a hopeless situation, the old man still tried to break through the cavalry formation and chase after the governor of Orange Province who was avoiding the battle. However, his qi pulled at the wound on his chest, and the blood turned into a strange dark green color. He was only a hair away from rushing out of the encirclement that the Beimang cavalry had built with their lives. Murong Baoding, who had retreated again and again, had already retreated to the front of the Winter Thunder elite cavalry. His face was ferocious as he spat out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for the poison on his willow sword, he might have been chased to this place by Xianxia. It didn't mean that he would lose. Murong Baoding still had the confidence to slowly exhaust this old man to death. However, how could Xianxia's life be compared to his own? He paid more attention to Wei Miao. If that guy wanted to abandon Xianxia and retreat to North Resisting City, with Murong Baoding's injury, he was confident that he could stop him. If one looked towards the north from North Resisting City's city walls, or if one looked towards the south from the Winter Thunder elite cavalry on horseback, they would see that the great circle the elder was in had layers upon layers of northern Mang cavalry continuously charging towards the center of the circle. Xianxia stood alone with his sword. There were corpses all around him and piles of bones. Murong Baoding suddenly raised his head. There was a sudden explosion, and then a figure fell from the sky. Murong Baoding could only tilt his head and cross his arms to block above his head. Half of Murong Baoding's body was smashed into the ground by this punch. It turned out that Wei Miao had directly jumped over the heads of the Beimang cavalry and found Murong Baoding. There was no way to retreat. Murong Baoding instinctively protected his head with his arms. Sure enough, Wei Miao pressed down on his head with one hand and sent out a knee strike. Murong Baoding was knocked back and a deep ditch several zhang long was plowed out. Dust flew up. In the yellow sand, Wei Miao's punch was so fast that people could only see a blur. The silver-armored Murong Baoding retreated again and again. Wei Miao's punch rose up and landed hard. The force was like a broken bow, and it was like a thunderclap. He forcefully opened Murong Baoding's door and burst out again and again. Finally, Wei Miao's punch was like holding a baby. The name of the move did not sound fierce, but in fact, it was the fiercest. The older generation of Jianghu fistmasters had already concluded that after practicing this move for tens of thousands of times, the foundation could be seen, and the strength could reach the hair. Wei Miao was obsessed with fist practice. He never slacked off because of his outstanding talent. Since he learned this move when he was young, he practiced it diligently every day. When he entered the mountains, he destroyed huge trees. When he entered the water, he hammered the rivers. Perhaps he had already punched 1,000,000 times. His punch was like smashing a big bell, causing a loud bang. After Murong Baoding was flicked out by Xianxia's sword, he had the advantage of time, place, and people. Once again, He was sent flying by Wei Miao's punch. Dozens of Winter Thunder elite cavalrymen who could not dodge in time were killed on the spot. This southern Zhao martial Dao grandmaster who should have displayed extraordinary brilliance in the Central Plains Jianghu, on the battlefield outside northern Barricade City, under the gaze of several thousand northern Mang cavalry, beat Murong Baoding until he was in an extremely sorry state, his aura swaying. He had beaten Murong Baoding's armor until it was full of holes and almost completely destroyed. Murong Baoding, who was on the verge of collapsing, roared, "Again!" Wei Miao followed him like a shadow. He stretched out his left arm and circled it to Murong Baoding's ear. He placed his palm on Murong Baoding's temple and patted it casually. Murong Baoding, who was much taller than Wei Miao, was lifted off the ground. Wei Miao's right fist smashed into Murong Baoding's abdomen like a thunderclap. Murong Baoding's body, who was originally flying backward, was pulled back by Wei Miao's left hand and punched his abdomen again. It was a comical and tragic scene. Murong Baoding's body, which was hanging sideways in the air, did not fall to the ground. Wei Miao walked forward step by step and punched his abdomen repeatedly. Wei Miao's last punch, which was also the last punch of his life, landed heavily on Murong Baoding's abdomen. Murong Baoding finally fell to the ground. He was thrown 70 to 80 feet away, bleeding from his 7 orifices. The so-called invincible body, even with the protection of the armor, was still a big joke. Wei Miao stood proudly in the same place and gently turned his head to look back. He looked at the cavalry circle but could not see Chai Qingshan, who had fought side by side until now. He raised his gaze slightly and looked at North Jebei City. It was destined that he could not see that graceful figure. Wei Miao's vision was gradually blurred by the blood that flowed out of his eyes. After Murong Baoding fell to the ground, he tried to get up but it was futile. He kept vomiting blood. He knew that Wei Miao was only a few punches away from taking his life. If both sides fought fair and square, Murong Baoding would not be able to contend against Wei Miao. At this moment, Murong Baoding no longer had the slightest thought about dominating the Jianghu of the Central Plains. Murong Baoding got up 3 times in a row but gave up halfway. He could only lie on the ground dejectedly. His face was pale and colorless. He had completely lost the ability to fight. This Bei Mang, whose heart was higher than the sky, held the edict with a bitter expression. He cursed softly. F***ck the Jianghu of the Central Plains. Not far away, Wei Miao stood silently in the same place. Nanzhao Grandmaster Wei Miao, all the tendons and veins in his body were broken, but he did not fall down. Since the world fist has Wei Miao, how can I, Wei Miao, be afraid of death and withdraw my fists? There is no such reason. She was watching. Before Wei Miao died heroically in battle, the Beimang cavalry circle was strangely still. That old man had killed them until they were terrified. Moreover, the corpses of the cavalry and the war horses had formed a natural barrier, which was not conducive for the cavalry to gallop and kill. The old swordsman, who had been hit by several arrows, spat out a mouthful of black blood. He knelt on one knee, using the long sword in his hand to support his body from falling. Chai Qingshan did not want to die kneeling on the ground, but he also did not want to fall down and die. In the end, he sat cross-legged with the sword across his knees. Since the sword was named Green Water, the sword blade was naturally green, just like the spring scenery in Jiangnan of the Central Plains. The ripples of the sword light under the sunlight were just like the ripples of the Dongyue sword pool in the spring breeze. Chai Qingshan used his sleeve to gently wipe off the black blood on the sword blade. Before the old man died, he smiled with a trembling voice. My Dongyue sword pool has been established for 500 years. With a sword in hand, I looked at the Jianghu. The mountains are high, the water is deep, and the sword aura is long. I, Chai Qingshan, have never let the 3-foot sword be humiliated. After Cheng Baishuang and Sui Xiegu, the 2 grandmasters of the Central Plains, Chai Qingshan died in battle. Wei Miao followed him, silently meeting his death. Chapter 2013. The martial emperor city's Ugroom wielded the famed sword Fuji and charged directly at the 1,000 family elite cavalry. His sword fell. This sword was completely different from the previous one, which killed people with a light touch. It was brilliant, and the sword chi was so strong that it blotted out the sky. Wang Xianji, who was never willing to praise anyone, once joked with the green-robed girl that Ugroom was the only one who stood out among the tens of thousands of martial artists in Donghai. It was obvious that Wang Xianji had high expectations for Yu Groom. More than 40 family elite cavalry were directly smashed by the swift and fierce sword Qi. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and the scene was extremely bloody. One of the armored cavalrymen who should have died under the sword Qi suddenly retreated and stepped on the warhorse's head accurately every time. He leaped like a rabbit and swooped down like a falcon on flat ground. In an instant, he pulled a large distance away from the unstoppable Yu Groom and finally fell between two warhorses that continued to charge forward. He casually raised his arm and snatched a fine iron spear from the Zhong family disciple. With a smile on his face, he looked up at the young swordsman who was rapidly approaching him. The middle-aged man in the armor of an ordinary cavalryman thrust his spear out. The spear was like a giant dragon leaping out of the water, aiming at the Central Plains swordsman's heart. Spear immortal Wang Xiao, one of the 4 grandmasters of the spring and autumn period, had left the big arm manual that had been handed down for generations. It said, "When the spear pierces a line, it will go straight. On the line, ghosts and gods will retreat." Every time Yu Groom stepped on the warhorse's head, he would break the warhorse's front leg, raising a cloud of dust and completely disrupting the cavalry's formation. In the face of the middle-aged cavalryman's powerful spear, he suddenly lowered his body a little. He lowered his head and bent his waist, barely dodging the incomparably sharp tip of the spear. Then he thrust out his sword, which also went straight. The cavalryman lurking among the Zhong family's private cavalry was Zhong Liang, known as the second person of the Devil Path in Beimeng. In the face of Yu Groom's evasive sword, he was still calm and collected. He pulled out his spear and retreated without hesitation. Zhong Liang didn't choose to confront Wang Xianji's first disciple head-on. Instead, he adopted a defensive stance, blocking and circling. The circle was less than a chu wide, and his defense was extremely methodical. Thus, even when faced with Yu Groom's consecutive sword attacks, the sword aura alone strangled the riders charging from both sides of Zhong Liang. However, Zhong Liang still retreated calmly, showing the elegant demeanor of a great spear master. Although Yu Groom's swordsmanship was profound and vaguely had the charm of a landsword immortal, and could be said to be aggressive, once an opponent of Zhong Liang's level chose to retreat shamelessly, it would be difficult for Yu Groom to seize the opportunity and succeed. Moreover, Zhong Liang was originally recognized as a master of various schools in Beimeng, and finally achieved a killing power that did not lose to the celestial state with the Finger Mystery Realm. But in the end, Zhong Liang, who did not have the Vajra physique, did not continue to blindly pursue killing power to reach the celestial state. Instead, he opened up a new path in spear arts, only taking the defensive position and not the offensive, striving to keep the enemy away from the tip of the spear. It should be known that besides being a prominent family of generals in Beimeng, the Zhong family was also the only family of spear arts in the world. The Zhong family's disciples were brave and valiant. Regardless of gender or age, they were all skilled in spear arts, especially the big spear. Young children had to practice spear arts with a white wax pole in hand. After the initial success in spear arts, they had to reach the level of not letting water in. That was, the family's 10 riders would run in a circle at a distance of 30 paces, and the person holding the spear would have to deflect all the arrows that were shot at him. After that, in the heavy rain, brandishing the long spear so that his clothes were not wet in the slightest. Only then could he be considered to have reached the level of great success in spear arts. Therefore, the long spear iron cavalry under the command of Beimeng's general Zhong Shentong, whether it was Dongzhuo's private cavalry, Murong Baoding's Winter Thunder elite cavalry, or the inferior Ruren iron cavalry, they were all inferior to the long spear iron cavalry. It was a pity that the Zhong family had only cultivated less than 2,000 iron cavalry in 20 years. Limited by their numbers, they were unable to have an absolute advantage on the battlefield. After the Beimeng Empress saw the Zhong family's iron cavalry practice with her own eyes, she sighed. The Zhong family's children are really like the grassland's eagles flying across the plains with iron spears in their hands. The Zhong family's second master, Zhong Liang, who had always been famous for deviating from orthodoxy and rebelling against orthodoxy in the grassland, chose spear arts as his martial arts return to the roots, to make up for his shortcomings in martial arts. This was unexpected but also reasonable. Groom Yu looked deeply at Zhong Liang, who was retreating again and again, and suddenly put away his Fu Ji. Zhong Liang then stopped and laughed. "You finally remember to go back to help Lu Huang? Don't worry, first ask if the iron spear in my hand agrees or not." Zhong Liang held the spear in one hand, and his chi was firmly locked onto Groom Yu. For the first time, He really had the intention to fight. Then, he raised his arm and made a gesture. The two wings of the Zhong family's cavalry that were constantly rushing forward suddenly broke in half. The elite cavalry that stopped moving forward lined up behind Zhong Liang. At the same time, the Beimang cavalry that was originally at the rear turned over and fell off their horses. No less than 300 people rushed forward from the gap between the cavalry formation. There were the Spiderweb's elite men of sacrifice, Beimang's Jianghu masters, and even the Zhong family's consecrated guests who had been raised by the Zhong family for many years. Without exception, all of them, including Zhong Liang, stared at Groom Yu, who was holding the long sword, and Fu Ji. The 300 people quickly formed a huge encirclement and desperately surrounded Groom Yu, who had a cold blade at his waist and a long sword in his hand. Zhong Liang held his spear and stood in the same place. He saw more than 30 people taking the lead to surround and kill the sword genius from Liang's eastern sea. He smiled confidently. Groom Yu, bullying with numbers is something we have no choice but to do. Although my Zhong family's men are not afraid to fight to the death, this is only on the battlefield. After all, we are not in Jianghu. I hope you can forgive us. This battlefield was exactly the same as the one where Murong Baoding and Li Fengshe were overseeing. How similar! Unexpectedly, Groom Yu held the Fu Ji upside down, using only 2 fingers of his left hand as a sword. His lips moved slightly. The sword energy in Groom Yu's left sleeve was abundant and overflowing. The 30 experts who were prepared to die were killed on the spot by the sword chi that rose from the ground without any warning, regardless of whether they were running wildly or leaping high into the air. Not only that, with Groom Yu as the center, the sword energy suddenly rose from the ground, spectacular like a big spring gushing out. This strange phenomenon was really like thunder rising from the ground. 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, all of them were vast and mighty sword energy that rose into the sky. After the 30 Beimang experts that Groom Yu purposely targeted died, there were 60-odd people who couldn't dodge in time or just happened to bump into the sword energy, dying with their eyes wide open. Apart from most of the Beimang people who were lucky enough to dodge the sword energy, in truth, the number of experts who could take the sword energy head-on could be counted on 2 hands. Zhong Liang was naturally the most relaxed. He just raised his spear and landed heavily, smashing the sword energy that rose from the ground beside him. Zhong Liang wasn't in a rush at all. The one who should be anxious was Groom Yu. Lu Huang, who was at the end of his rope, faced the continuous charge of 3,000 cavalry. Apart from death, what else could he do? When the cavalry of the Zhong family entered the battlefield, Lu Huang would probably go and meet his master who made Jianghu bow to him for 60 years. Zhong Liang only needed to delay Groom Yu at the crucial moment. If he could capture Groom Yu alive, that would be the best. He didn't believe that his nephew, Zhong Tan, who was responsible for the prosperity of the family, had died at Miyun Mountain Pass. He was most likely imprisoned by Beiliang, most likely in Beiju City. Not only did Zhong Liang have high hopes for Zhong Tan, who had a similar temperament, but the entire Zhong family needed Zhong Tan alive. Otherwise, the Zhong family's 20 years of hard work and planning would all be for naught. Even if he and his brother Zhong Shintong achieved great military exploits in the future, without an heir, what benefit would it bring? Zhong Liang hoped that it would be used by Groom Yu or someone else in exchange for Zhong Tan's chance to return to the family. Zhong Liang, who was in a complicated mood, suddenly looked around for no reason, as if he was looking for something. He was very curious. As a top guru with outstanding attainments in Shen Finger, he could feel a huge and suffocating invisible momentum, but he couldn't catch any clues. He only knew that Tuoba Bodhisattva had dragged the young king into a real dangerous battlefield. Ordinary people couldn't touch it at all, and even Zhong Liang couldn't see it. After this battle, the casualties of Beiliang's siege infantry would be beyond imagination, and it might even affect the future southern expedition to the Central Plains. Because of those 18 people, the Southern Dynasty's infantry that had been accumulated for 20 years would be long gone before they could break through Beiju City. At that time, the grassland cavalry would have to dismount and fight, and the casualties would only increase. Liang Mang and Beiliang knew that whether Beiju City could be defended or not depended on the number of the Southern Dynasty's infantry. This was also the reason why the 18 people didn't retreat. It was also the reason why Beiliang quickly sent out so many elite cavalry, and the cobweb men of sacrifice and Jianghu masters didn't hesitate to go all out. Killing one more Southern Dynasty infantry that was familiar with siege warfare would increase the chances of Beiliang's Beiju City. Zhong Liang, who was tenacious and indomitable, was at a loss for the first time. Why did this battle have to be so bleak? Shouldn't the millions of grassland cavalry have targeted Bailiang from the beginning? In the hinterland of Bei Mang, the broken spear in Deng Mao's hand was less than 2 feet long. At this time, it became more and more like a broken spear, with only a foot-long spearhead left. However, one of Shen Yuan Qingfeng's sleeves was also shredded, and a ghastly wound appeared on her fair, jade-like arm. Blood flowed out incessantly. Deng Mao didn't let the purple-clothed man get within 50 steps of the crown prince of Bei Mang, but his palm was bloody and couldn't be said to have the upper hand. Chapter 2014. However, Bei Mang Shiha Province's preceptor Helian Wuwei, Aquarius Province's preceptor Wang Yong, and the crown princess had all come to Yelu Hongcai's side as if they were facing a great enemy. They wanted to make sure that the crown prince wouldn't be killed by that crazy woman in broad daylight. Regardless of what attitude the emperor held toward the life and death of his son, if the commander-in-chief died under the protection of the army, in the end, it was an unprecedented and shocking comical matter. 2 armies facing off against each other and having the head of a general taken away by the enemy of 10,000 men was a ridiculous ending that would only appear in the streets and alleys of romance novels. Although Helian Wuwei wasn't famous in the grasslands as a martial arts grandmaster and was only known for his strict management of the army, and Wang Yong had never killed an enemy in Jianghu or on the battlefield. However, judging from the fact that these 2 riders were flanking the crown prince of Bei Mang, their strength must be extraordinary. After all, the crown princess of the chess and sword music school was rumored to be second only to Hong Jingyan, Huang Baozhuang, the Copperman grandmaster, and several masters whose sword chi was close to Huang Qing. At this moment, she was still standing on the right side of Wang Yong. Even in the face of such a lineup, Shen Yuan Qingfeng still had no intention of retreating. Unreasonable. Wang Yong, the preceptor of Aquarius Province, shook his head lightly. This woman didn't know how to judge the situation. Not only did he steal the limelight for the young king, but he didn't expect this woman to really think he was a pushover. Yelu Hongcai made up his mind to use her to rope in a group of grassland bigwigs with unique hobbies. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Deng Mao, remember to keep her alive." Shen Yuan Qingfeng coldly glanced at the crown prince of Bei Mang who was sure to win, a mocking smile on his lips. Logically speaking, the crown prince was more precious than his royal highness. However, no matter if it was Liang or Bei Mang, they were all trash. Deng Mao said in a low voice, "Shen Yuan Qingfeng, I'll give you a chance to kill yourself." Broken Spear Deng Mao didn't deliberately lower his voice. Yelu Hongcai was immediately enraged after hearing this, but due to his forbearing and gloomy nature, he didn't say anything. However, in this crown prince's heart, Deng Mao and his benefactor, Yelu Dongchuang, must die. Shen Yuan Qingfeng laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. After he stopped laughing he asked, "Shen Yuan Qingfeng, do I need others' pity?" At this moment, although Shen Yuan Qingfeng's expression appeared to be calm, the splendor that blossomed from her beautiful eyes left a deep impression on others. Bigotry, madness, and ruthlessness. No matter when or time and place, these grandmasters of martial arts evaluation masters, or even Wang Yansli Chungang and Wang Xianji would never have such an extreme demeanor and SS. Or Li Wang and Wang Xianji, Wang and Wang who had. These in no matter where and they. No. To them too. This is Yang's lady was female woman was. White dress Luo Yang, martial emperor cities Linya, and Wu family sword tombs Jade Flower would never be so cold and extreme. Shen Yuan Qingfeng slowly raised her injured arm, allowing the blood to drip from between her fingers onto the yellow sand. Her eyes turned red. "Deng Mao, do you really think you're that bastard with the surname Su?" Strands of scarlet aura that reeked of blood appeared on her arm. It was so thick that it was almost tangible, and it formed a sharp contrast with her smooth and translucent snow-white arm. The aura that flowed out lingered around her arm like numerous small scarlet snakes that were sticking out their tips. If one were to talk about the most unreasonable heavenly phenomenon killing heavenly phenomenon in the world, it would be Catman Han Xiangxian. At this moment, the strange phenomenon of Shen Yuan Qingfeng's arm coiling around the red snake was exactly the same as the famous technique of the Liang chief eunuch in the past. Not only that, compared to Han Xiangxian, Shen Yuan Qingfeng was even more ruthless. She went one step further and didn't hesitate to use her blood to nourish this thing. This kind of crazy behavior that no one had ever done before was no different from raising a flood dragon in one's body. Using the acupoints in one's body as a cage, first turning the snake into a flood dragon, and then using the meridians as the river water, She achieved the ultimate goal of a great flood dragon transforming into a dragon. Compared to the other Beimang people who didn't know the inside story and didn't know the severity of the situation, Deng Mao, who had experienced the Jianghu of the Central Plains, could clearly see the inside story. He couldn't help but sigh. What a lunatic! Deng Mao lowered his head and looked at the broken spear in his hand. He sighed with a strange expression, a little regretful and a little helpless. When he raised his head again, his eyes were resolute as he said in a deep voice, "You didn't have enough momentum to kill all the way here. You still dare to stubbornly persist in going all out and seek death. Then don't blame me for not caring that you'll become the plaything of the grassland nobles in the future." Shenyuan Qingfeng closed his eyes, his aura unusually restrained to the extreme. It was like a snowball that was constantly being clenched and compacted during a snowstorm. Deng Mao also returned to his original state, his vigorous aura disappearing without a trace. Obviously, the two of them were going to choose to fight to the death in one move. Behind Deng Mao, the corners of Wang Yong's mouth curled up. Seeing that Shenyuan Qingfeng was actually so conceited as to think that he could kill Deng Mao in one move, this Aquarius Prefecture's disciplinary magistrate was completely relieved. This Liang Jianghu female alliance chief really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What a pity for that profound fortune. Could it be that she forgot what Luo Yang reminded the king of Bailiang? Wang Yong and Deng Mao couldn't be considered close friends, but they had once exchanged pointers. Of course, Wang Yong was definitely not Deng Mao's opponent. However, Wang Yong had always been secretly communicating with that branch of the Yelu clan, so he understood Deng Mao very well. This unconventional grandmaster of Beimang, in terms of battle prowess, was perhaps inferior to Hong Jingyan, inferior to white dress Luo Yang. His defense might even be inferior to Murong Baoding's, and his lethality was inferior to demon Zhong Liang's. It was as if he had a cultivation of celestial phenomenon, but he didn't have any outstanding points. It was really hard for ordinary people to imagine why when Hong Jingyan entered the martial ranking for the first time, there was a strange comment of, ashamed to be behind Murong Baoding, ashamed to be ahead of Deng Mao. However, Wang Yong was well aware that Deng Mao had nurtured his qi with that broken spear for 20 years. When he abandoned the spear, he was able to kill an earth immortal with a cultivation of celestial phenomenon. And Shenyuan Qingfeng was only a fine line away from becoming an earth immortal. Deng Mao killing her was just right. As expected. On the battlefield, after the magnificent scene of wind, clouds and thunder, the two of them stopped confronting each other. Deng Mao's broken spear had pierced Mount Huishanzi's abdomen. Although it didn't come out of her body, it was clearly a fatal wound. Deng Mao allowed Shenyuan Qingfeng's fingers to press on his forehead. Her fingertips had also pierced deeply into Deng Mao's scalp. Deng Mao's hands hung by his side. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He smiled with difficulty, as if asking the two words, "What's the matter?" Shenyuan Qingfeng forcefully swallowed the blood in her throat and asked, "What's the matter?" Deng Mao was already powerless to speak, but Mount Huishanzi could still speak. It was obvious who was superior. However, on this battlefield, there was only a single figure in purple clothes. She was only 80 steps away from the Beimang banner. Victory and defeat had been decided, but it wasn't necessarily a matter of life and death. Helian Wuwei didn't make any moves. However, two riders beside the Beimang crown prince had already charged forward. One of them was Wang Yong, the abbot of Aquarius State, who held an iron spear. The other was the Beimang crown prince consort, who had drawn a long sword and was known as Han Gu. Both of them wanted to quickly kill Shenyuan Qingfeng to prevent future trouble. It was obvious that neither of them took Yelu Hongcai's decree seriously. In fact, after seeing this scene, the Beimang crown prince no longer had any thoughts of sparing Mount Huishanzi's life. This Central Plains woman was too terrifying. Shenyuan Qingfeng withdrew her fingers, and Deng Mao fell to the ground at her feet. Just like the countless men of the Central Plains, they all fell to her feet. She closed her eyes and listened to the rapid drum-like sound of horse hooves. The wind blew, and her sleeves fluttered. She was still as graceful as an immortal. At that moment, Shenyuan Qingfeng recalled a certain someone holding up an oil paper umbrella in the heavy rain at the Great Ox Hill. He recalled how they looked at the snowmen piled up in the courtyard together at the Damayai post station in the capital. A certain someone spoke with an inexplicable sadness about their dreams. She slowly fell backwards. She was a bit tired. Something strange happened. In a certain inconspicuous battlefield in the heart of the Northern Mang army, a petite and exquisite figure had actually emerged from the ground mysteriously. She arched her back and sprinted as fast as lightning, practically passing through the bellies of the Northern Mang warhorses. In a short few blinks of an eye, she arrived at Shen Yuan Qingfeng's side of the battlefield, and then disappeared in a flash. Sensing a strong sense of danger, the Bei Mang crown princess abruptly stopped her horse. She widened her eyes. She was already behind the Aquarius Prefecture's provincial governor, so she was in disbelief. In her line of sight, Wang Yong was still charging forward with his spear in hand. He was unstoppable. However, a young girl had unknowingly squatted on the back of his horse. This prefecture's provincial governor, who had great authority, had his chest pierced by a karate chop. After the young female assassin pulled out her karate chop, she glanced back at the Bei Mang crown princess, who was shivering all over. She seemed to chuckle before she disappeared again. In the next moment, she happened to carry Shen Yuan Qingfeng, who had fallen to the ground. After a brief moment of shock, the crown princess no longer cared about breaking the rules of etiquette. She angrily shouted at the surrounding cavalry with a ferocious expression, "Stop the assassin!" No one knew why this young girl appeared on the battlefield. Even the young vassal king of Bailiang did not know. Su Fengnian only knew that she had promised him that she would not go to the battlefield outside Beimang City. She also promised him that if the battle did not go well, she would take the young cat out of the city and go to the western Shu where the sea of bamboo billowed. No one knew how she was able to hide underground for so long, and how she was able to hide not far away from the Beimang army without making any mistakes. Previously, in Beimang City, everyone only knew that there was an extremely interesting and strange young girl who liked to hang outside the young prince's study or sit on the eaves in a daze. The new Prince Liang also never restrained her. Even when they were discussing matters in the meeting hall, the young girl would also sit on the roof beam, seemingly bored. On the roof. Therefore, she knew the general arrangement of the Beimang army. She silently memorized it in her heart before silently disappearing into Beimang City, her whereabouts unknown. Her name was Jia. Su Fengnian liked to call her Miss Hehe. She had killed Wang Mingyin and Lu Haosher. Chapter 2015. She had even stopped Wang Xianji all the way to Bailiang's border. Again and again, she was unwilling to back down. Today, she had killed another Beimang official. Shen Yuan Qingfeng, who felt the warmth of that delicate back, whispered, "Don't worry about me." The girl, who was running all the way to the north barricade, pulled a long face and said softly, "Don't die. If you die, he will be very lonely. He said that you are the most like him among all the men and women in the world." Shen Yuan Qingfeng, who was still bleeding from his abdomen, couldn't help but laugh. He tried to open his eyes and looked at the sky, murmuring, "Is that so?" In a situation where Northern Mang's top-notch experts were all hurrying to the battlefield, especially in a situation where she wasn't being deliberately targeted and was being chased down and besieged, with this young lady's nimble figure that moved like a crafty rabbit, even if she had to pass through half of Northern Mang's army, as long as she didn't continue fighting, it was still extremely possible for her to safely return to Northern Mang. In the city. But when she had to carry Shen Yuan Qingfeng out of the battlefield and dodge countless arrows along the way, especially the girl on her back, she was in danger. Therefore, even if Luo Yang and Su Ying were in the middle of the army to support them, the girl still staggered and almost fell. Then, she continued running. It turned out that an arrow had directly pierced her calf. Blood soaked it. The girl didn't feel it at all. In the end, she carefully placed Shen Yuan Qingfeng at the foot of the north barricade wall. Then, she returned to the Beimang army and carried Suixia Valley and Chang Baishuang back. Under the escort of the blind female zither player Xue Songguan, she carried back Wei Miao and Chai Qingshan. She carried back 4 corpses. In the chaos, she carried back the 2 corpses that Mao Shulang had risked his life to protect. Ji Lu An of Nanjiang and Yu Xingrui of Wudong Mountain. These 2 grandmasters died back to back. When the girl left, Mao Shulang, who was covered in blood and had lost an arm, laughed and said, "Little girl, you don't have to care about this old man's corpse anymore." The last corpse was the swordsman of Martial Emperor City, Lu Huang. Not a single person was left alive within 100 feet of the bridegroom. The first disciple of the Martial Emperor City sat cross-legged on the tragic battlefield and helped his junior brother who was lying in a pool of blood retrieve the famous sword, Shu Dao. Lu Huang, who was hit in the chest by Bei Mang, hugged the long sword. Before he died, he laughed and said, I don't kill as many people as you do. I still can't make you call me senior brother. Yu Groom, who had been shot by Zhong Liang and his arm had been slashed several times by Bei Meng's men of sacrifice, forced a smile, lowered his head and shouted, "Senior brother." When Lu Huang died, he seemed to have heard the title and nodded gently. When the limping young girl came to his side, Groom Yu raised his head with tears in his eyes and said softly, "Sorry to trouble you." The girl shook her head. After the groom left the ancient sword of Shu Dao hanging on his waist, she carried the corpse back to the North Jebei city. To the right of her and the groom, Su Yanbing was forcefully dragging Wu Luding and sword attendant Cui Hua out of the battlefield and throwing them towards the city walls of North Jebei city. Then, Su Yanbing finally turned around and walked towards the iron spear inserted into the ground. With his back to the girl, Groom Yu pulled out the Shu Dao sword that had just been sheathed. At this time, he was holding the sword with both hands. He looked into the distance. Zhong Liang, whose hand had been cut off, was desperately rescued by his family's men of sacrifice. He was escaping towards the center of Bei Meng's army. Groom Yu, with two swords, slowly moved forward. In the center of Bei Meng's front line, Luo Yang, whose white clothes had long been dyed scarlet by blood, finally stood there alone after persuading Su Ying to return to North Jebei city. One-armed Mao Shulang, who had been leading the charge, also died after killing 700 people in a spurt of energy. He died without an intact corpse. He died without a burial place. Under the city walls, the corpses that Jia carried away from the battlefield were placed into hanging baskets and returned to North Jebei city. Outside North Jebei city, there were 18 grandmasters. Cheng Baishuang, Sui Xiegu, Wei Miao, Chai Qingshan, Yu Xingrui, Ji Luan, Lu Huang, Mao Shulang. All 8 of them were dead. The 10,000 infantrymen of Bei Meng's 3 divisions had long been wiped out. The 10,000 cavalry on the 2 wings had suffered heavy casualties. More than 2,000 of the cobweb men of sacrifice and various Jianghu experts had died in battle. The 1,000-man elite cavalry that had intercepted and killed the grandmasters of the Central Plains added up together with the elite infantrymen of the grassland. The total number of casualties had reached 10,000. More than 2,000 catapults and the large crossbow formation had become mere decorations. Shenyuan Qingfeng sat on the ground with her back against the city wall. She had already pulled out the broken spearhead and pressed her hand against the wound with a cold expression. Wu Luding, whose internal organs had been injured, covered his mouth with all his might. Blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers. He couldn't help but cry. In order to save him, swordswoman Cui Hua had been slashed in the face by a saber. However, when she looked at him now, her expression was still as gentle as ever. Xue Songguan, whose face was as pale as snow, hugged his guqin. His fingers were a mess of flesh and blood, and the strings of his guqin were all broken. There was no trace of qi left in his body. Su Ying, who was wearing a red robe, had a deep cut on his back. He crouched down and gently helped He bandage her wound. The stubborn girl raised her arm, bit her lip, and wiped her tears with all her might. She couldn't see him, because she knew that the battle between the two that no one could see was an even more tragic one. Outside North Jebei city, Groom Yu continued forward. Su Yanbing and Luo Yang continued to block the advance of the 2 large infantry formations of Bei Meng. In an instant, the clouds in the sky above North Jebei city, or more accurately, the entire northwestern border disappeared at the same time. Chapter 2016. As long as everyone raised their heads, they could see a vast and boundless ripple above their heads, surging and spreading in all directions. The Northern Liang Border Army inside North Barricade City and the Northern Mang Great Army outside North Barricade City were like fish swimming at the bottom of a lake, all of them raising their heads to look at the layer of ripples on the mirror-like surface of the lake. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. Then, it was as if 2 huge rocks had smashed into the surface of the lake, breaking through the surface and falling straight to the bottom of the lake. 2 figures landed on the ground at the same time. The earth shook. That brilliant golden color landed in the Bei Meng army. The white figure landed in front of the city gate of Beiliang City. The 2 figures that had just descended from the sky collided almost at the same time. One person went from north to south. One person went from south to north. The illusory battle of providence was in the Fengzhong world in the sky. The Bei Meng army god had the upper hand. The young king's providence had been cut off by the remaining heavenly Tao contained in Li Fengshou. But in the end, Su Fengnian still brazenly broke through that world and returned to the human world. Then, The next battle would be an unrestrained battle in the human world. When the two streaks of light collided in the middle of the northern Mang army's abdomen, the momentum was so great that several hundred cavalry in the vicinity were instantly sent flying. Before the men and horses even landed on the ground, they had already died. The burly golden figure slid back a few thousand feet. The white rainbow crashed into the city wall of Bailiang City. His elbows were pressed against the wall, and he did not allow his back to hit the city wall. Both sides did not take a breath. Instead, they collided violently in the previous straight line at a speed faster than when they retreated. The location of the collision this time was a bit closer to the south, which was why there were several hundred northern Mang cavalry soldiers who were caught in the crossfire, their men and horses sent flying. The Bei Mang army completely stopped advancing south. They did not dare to. Even though close to half of the 18 grandmasters outside northern Mang City had died, and the remaining half had completely lost the ability to fight, when the northern Mang barbarians personally witnessed this horrifying scene that shook their hearts, all of them were stunned. The two rainbows collided again and again at a speed faster than before. By the time the Bei Mang army that was unfortunately in that straight line, which penetrated through the north-resisting city to the rear of the 400,000-strong army, had finally had time to frantically flee to both sides, more than 20 collisions had already occurred. On this straight line, even if you were a celestial phenomenon expert, as long as you blocked the path of both sides, you would die instantly. It was unknown just how many northern Mang infantry and cavalry, how many centurions and kiliarchs, how many southern court generals and influential figures died mysteriously just like that. Later on, there was a martial arts grandmaster who sighed from the bottom of his heart. The battle outside Zbicheng is probably only comparable to the battle between Lu Zhu and Lu Zhu. Since there was only one ancestor Lu in this world, a battle between the two of them had not happened in 1,000 years. The next collision was even more shocking. Even the ordinary soldiers could see the chi ripples that surged out with their naked eyes. This time, the golden figure almost directly withdrew from the battlefield. The Bei Mang army god paused for a moment, then stepped forward step by step. His roar and footsteps were as loud as thunder. Su Fengnian. I'll break all your meridians and destroy all your acupoints. Tuoba Bodhisattva was obviously enraged. He rushed forward and collided with Su Fengnian, who had moved at the same time. This time, it was Su Fengnian's turn. His entire body was embedded in the north-resisting city's walls. Everyone could finally see Tuoba Bodhisattva's burly figure clearly. 18 golden flood dragons as thick as bowls circled around his body rapidly. He sneered loudly, "Let's see how many pounds of blood you have left to boil and convert into qi." Su Fengnian, who was dressed in white, landed at the foot of the city. There was not a speck of dust on his body, and there was indeed no trace of blood. On the drum platform at the top of the north-resisting city's walls, the drumming never stopped. Jianghu, who was beating the drum non-stop, had tears all over her face. She did not dare to look at Su Fengnian. She suddenly shouted, "Bailiang's millions of poor families are wrapped in iron clothes and withered bones. Come, 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 let's see who's the butcher of the Yang realm. Come, 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 let's see who's beating the beauty drum." With his back to the north-resisting city and the remaining grandmasters of the Central Plains, the young man who had already torn off the vassal king's robe stood barefoot outside the city. After hearing the voice from the top of the city wall, he said with a hoarse voice, "Don't worry, I won't lose." Su Fengnian raised his head and took a deep breath. He shouted angrily, "Dong Tai!" Laughter came from the distant sky. "I'm already outside the divine gate. You can fight to your heart's content." Dong Tai, the peach blossom sword god, had ascended to the sky step by step. He held his sword and arrived outside the divine gate alone. Dong Tai stopped in midair. He held his sword horizontally and asked with a smile, "Let me ask the immortals in the heavens, who dares to come to this mortal world?" After hearing this, Su Fengnian exhaled softly. It was as if he wanted to release all the pent-up anger of the 300,000 Bailiang cavalrymen and 20 years. He smiled and said to himself, "Then I'm really going to be invincible in the mortal world for once." He was dressed in white and had an extremely happy expression on his face. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "For the time being, I don't care about how many wisps of smoke there are in the Central Plains. I don't care about the outcome of the war between the two countries. I don't care about the Liang imperial court scolding. I don't care about the million cavalrymen of Bei Mang. I don't care about how many famous stone tablets there are in Mount Qingliang. I, Su Fengnian, will only be Su Fengnian for once. Su Fengnian laughed loudly and said, Heaven, earth, and mortal world. Wait for me, Su Fengnian, to stretch my body. Sure enough, the young man did a big stretch. A snow-white giant python that seemed both tangible and intangible suddenly appeared behind the young man. It was as huge as a mountain range, occupying the North Jebei city. Its python head poked out of the towering North Jebei city and let out an earth-shattering roar toward the grassland in the north. Chapter 2017. The great python entrenched itself in the human world. On the battlefield of Bei Mang, Tuoba Bodhisattva shouted angrily, Su Fengnian, how dare you steal the fate of heaven and earth and use it for yourself? On Mount Qingliang in Liangzhou, Tantai Pingjing stood outside Tide Listening Pavilion and saw a young lady with a pale face walking out of Tide Listening Pavilion. Tantai Pingjing had seen everything in the human world. It seemed that only a few people, including Bai Hu, Face, Chen Yu, and Jianghu, could be compared to this young lady. However, this young lady with a bit of childishness was naturally far from those women with obscure backgrounds and rough experiences. Standing in front of Tantai Pingjing, she was timid and weak, like a little flower that quietly grew and died in a secluded corner. No one saw or appreciated her, but once one met her, regardless of gender, one would feel pity for her. Tantai Pingjing looked around. In her eyes, Mount Qingliang was empty. The people and things were still there. However, the fate that the Su family had accumulated in the northwest of Liang for 20 years was gone. In the world everyone had fate. It was just a matter of quantity. Only the person with the most fate could gather into fate. The current emperor of Liang, Zhao Zhuan, was naturally one of the outstanding figures. The old Grand Secretary, Zhang Julu, also had fate. Now, Chen Wang also had it. The Great Pillar State, Gu Jiantang, had always had it. Back then, the illegitimate son of the late emperor, Zhao Kai, also had it. Among the women in the world, the Empress of Dechu, Jianghu, who was beating the drums on the city wall of Beimang City, also had it. Shenyuan Qingfeng of Liang River Lake had it. Bodhisattva of Mount Lantua had it. The young lady in front of Tantai Pingjing had no fate at all. This was definitely a huge anomaly in the eyes of Qi cultivators. Or it could be said that this woman once possessed a great amount of luck. Perhaps she should have been the Empress of Beimang, or even the next Empress of the Grassland. But for some reason, her luck was integrated into the luck of the Su family in the end, and then it was taken away by someone in Beiqing City. The Qi Refinement Grandmaster who was originally rushing south to the South Sea sect was just passing by Liangzhou City. After seeing the strange phenomenon here, he could not help but rush over. Staring at the little girl who was full of confusion, Tantai Pingjing thought for a while and understood. She asked softly, Are you called Huyen Guanyin? The young girl nodded. Big sister, who are you? Tantai Pingjing smiled and then asked with a frown, Did Su Fengnian beg you to do this? She hurriedly shook her head and said, Young master only knows that I've returned to the Grassland tribe. He doesn't know that I've been staying in Tide Listening Pavilion all this time. It was Grandpa Su who secretly told me those things before he passed away. I'm willing to do anything for you. Tantai Pingjing looked at the determined expression on that beautiful face and sighed secretly. She raised her head and said softly, Are you willing to do this? Beiliang's North Rejecting City, West Chu's Divine Phoenix City, Liang's Imperial Astronomer, Western Region's Mount Lantua, and a portion of the Northern Grasslands Providence contained in this silly girl. Eternal Emblem Auspicious Talisman. He had been in the pugilistic world 3 times, the Central Plains twice, and Beimang once. He had been to the Imperial Court 3 times, Great Peace City twice, and Guangling Path once. Everywhere he had been, he had gained something. The providence he had obtained in the end was more than enough to be the emperor of the Central Plains, let alone the king of a territory. Why are you still unwilling to judge the situation, take a step back, and wait for an opportunity to take action? Tantai Pingjing stretched out her hand and rubbed the little girl's head. You're as silly as I am. But compared to me back then, you're more courageous. Very good. The stupidest thing a girl can do is to be angry with the person she loves. Huyen Guanyin. Live well in the future. You'll definitely be happy. Huyen Guanyin smiled in a daze and nodded. Thank you, big sister. Tantai Pingjing smiled knowingly. Big sister? Me. I'm an old granny. The girl was at a loss. The tall female Qi cultivator had disappeared. Huyen Guanyin, who had finally seen the light of day from Tide Listening Pavilion, sat down on the edge of Tide Listening Pavilion's platform. She raised her small fist and waved it as if she was encouraging someone. Young master, you must win this fight. The grass grows next year, and the geese go and come back. Su Fengnian took a small step, just an inch or so. Such a small step was simply negligible. But at this moment, the Beimang military god who had clashed with the young king dozens of times actually began to move more than 10 steps in an instant. There was actually an unstoppable edge in the world. On the battlefield, there was probably only the great snow dragon cavalry. On the court, there was only Li Yang Zhang Julu. Now, it was this young man who had abandoned all burdens. Even if he was facing more than 300,000 Beimang soldiers and an immortal Beimang military god who was already a celestial being, dressed in white. His sleeves swayed in the wind as he swept forward. The snow-white python followed Su Fengnian's white clothes and rushed out of North Jebei City. Tuoba Bodhisattva began to retreat. At the same time, he constantly flashed and disappeared in various places on the battlefield. Although the huge white python rolled on the battlefield, it did not cause any impact to the Beimang army. It leaped high like a white rainbow. The next moment, its huge head, which was as big as a building, suddenly smashed down fiercely. Tuoba Bodhisattva, whose body had stagnated for some reason, fell to the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Su Fengnian stepped on the forehead of the man who had fallen to the ground. He leaned forward and looked down at the stabilizing force of Beimang's military and politics. He laughed and said, Tuoba Bodhisattva, since you want to control both the martial world and the court, I'll let you have it. In the end, I can't ask for it. The 18 golden flood dragons entwined around Tuoba Bodhisattva's burly body crazily crashed into the high and mighty white python. Every time the python lowered its head to bite, it could crush or chew a golden flood dragon that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl. The dazzling golden lights collapsed extremely quickly. Most of them dissipated between heaven and earth as if they were ownerless objects. Only a few dozen spots of light that ordinary people could not detect merged into the space between the eyebrows of some people on the battlefield outside the city and in North Jebei City. The light flickered unsteadily. Some fell silent, while some still bounced out of the space between the eyebrows and gradually disappeared. How could 18 slender bamboo poles support the force of a mountain peak? After more than 10 times, Tuoba Bodhisattva, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly roared. He sucked the remaining 7 flood dragons into his 7 orifices like a big dragon drinking water. However, there was still a 20-foot-long flood dragon that was held in the palm of Su Fengnian. It was like a snake that was held by its 7 inches. It struggled desperately and its head and tail crazily slapped Su Fengnian's body. Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was stepped on the forehead, took the opportunity to slide back 300 feet and escaped from Su Fengnian's control. The ladder twisted hard and the flood dragon was broken into 2 parts. The dazzling golden light scattered in all directions. Then the white python that was entrenched beside the young king opened its mouth and gently swallowed the golden light into its stomach as if it had eaten a full meal. Tuoba Bodhisattva, who had golden blood flowing all over his body, stood in the distance. He was panting. His eyes were gloomy as he carefully watched the young king's movements. Su Fengnian did not take advantage of the victory to chase after him. He just stood there and said sarcastically, "Half of your luck has already been used by others. Tuoba Bodhisattva, do you feel sad?" Tuoba Bodhisattva sneered, "How long can you maintain this peak state? 15 minutes? Or 30 minutes? But you will definitely collapse earlier than me." Su Fengnian casually shook his cuffs and said with a smile, "Take a guess." Tuoba Bodhisattva took a deep breath and spread out his hands. Through his skin, his veins and bones showed a rich golden color that was clearly visible. He gradually recovered his state of mind. He raised his head and said in a deep voice, "You will regret it." Su Fengnian looked back at Jianghu City and looked back to the south. Those martial arts masters who died in the battle outside Jianghu City, and those generals who died in the battle outside Beiliang Pass are respectable. But those ordinary soldiers who bravely stepped forward in every battle outside Beiliang Pass are the real backbone of Beiliang. In the forest of steels on the back mountain of Mount Qingliang, I'm not trying to win the hearts of the people for the Su clan. I just hope that the common people of northern Liang who can't hear the drums or see the smoke signals will know just who died for them on the battlefield outside the pass. In my life I have a clear conscience. Why would I regret it? Back then at Mount Wudong, he stood side by side with the first-generation sage Zhang of the Confucian school. The old man sighed. I once led my students and disciples to travel all over the country. I lived in Xianxia Academy until now. I like to boast that in the past 800 years, I have read the most books and traveled the furthest. But now you, Su Fengnian, have traveled the furthest. Before that, Su Fengnian really didn't think about how far he had traveled in Beiliang, Liang, and Beimang. If there was a tombstone on Mount Qingliang in the future with the name Su Fengnian engraved on it, he wouldn't be lonely. Left, right, front, and back, they are the heroes of Beiliang. Su Fengnian turned his head and smiled at Tuoba Bodhisattva. Don't worry. I will definitely beat you up until your parents can't recognize you. Tuoba Bodhisattva's figure flew backward and laughed. Come and fight. Su Fengnian's hands hung down naturally. In each of his palms, there was a purple heavenly thunder surrounded by electric light. Looking at Tuoba Bodhisattva's retreat, he curled his lips. Why? Not only do you want to stall for time, but you also want to use Dongzhuo's troops to kill me at Huayang Pass? To be honest, you are worse than Wang Xianji. After Su Fengnian disappeared in a flash, he only left a sentence that lingered on the battlefield, 808,000 miles. The rumbling of thunder continuously resounded in the vast area outside of the northern Mang army's northern borders, continuing without end. At this moment, the north gate of Beiliang city opened wide. Beiliang cavalry rushed out and crashed into Beimang's infantry formation. The east and west gates opened as well. 5,000 men of sacrifice rushed out from each gate. About an hour later, a burly figure fell into the heart of Beimang's army like a meteorite. He was thrown here from afar. In the big pit, Tuoba Bodhisattva was badly mutilated. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Above the mortal world, outside the gate of heaven, there was a total of 81 immortals, and after walking out of the heavenly gate as immortals, they were all reduced to banished immortals without exception. The Peach Blossom Sword Deity. Chapter 2018. How was his swordsmanship? His swordsmanship was heavenly. Previously, he had been forced back 30,000 feet by the 12 immortals, including 4 sword immortals in the sky. However, in the end, only the Peach Blossom Sword God returned with his sword. Dong Tai held the Taya sword in one hand and raised his other hand to knock on the door. He smiled and asked, "The guest has arrived. What should we do?" Finally, there was no movement from within the glorious gate of heaven. At this time, Groom Yu had already returned to Beimang city with the head of Zhongliang from Beimang. Su Yanbing asked for a horse from the Beiliang frontier army and left the city with his spear. Sword attendant Suehua left behind the young Wu family sword crown with heavy internal injuries. She wore armor and carried the ancient sword Su of Gojoseon on her back. She opened the path for the right-wing cavalry of Beimang city. Red-robed Su Ying and Lady Hehe rode on the same horse and hid in the left-wing cavalry. The grand battle of North Jebei city's defense had finally begun. Ending Chapter 1. There is no Central Plains. The third year of Xiangfu, the end of autumn. The king's tent army that participated in the annual autumn hunt did not go south to Liangzhou Pass. Instead, they went north and returned to the capital of Biting. During the autumn hunt, His Majesty did not show up except for one night during a meeting in Painted Ash. Taiping Ling and Yelu Chu Kai accompanied him all the way. In the night, there were many palaces. In a small room that was far from being luxurious, the candlelight swayed gently. Not only did it not illuminate the room as bright as day, it added a bit of gloominess. This was probably the so-called, "the forest is too quiet." An old woman with a serene expression was lying quietly on her sickbed. She seemed to be reminiscing about the past and her youthful days. Beside the bed, Taiping Ling, who was the teacher of Beimang, sat on a small stool. He lowered his head and stared at the old woman with protruding cheeks. Her white hair was like frost. Li Mibi, who had single-handedly created the Beimang spider web, behaved even more strangely. He just sat on the threshold of the house. At this moment, the Shadow Prime Minister, who had made countless Beimang nobles' hair stand on end, was truly like an old man past his prime, lonely and bitter. "Your Majesty, do you feel uncomfortable?" The Magistrate of Peace spoke calmly, without the slightest hint of nervousness or fear, nor the slightest hint of sorrow. Instead, there was a rare gentleness that was out of place at this time. The old woman didn't answer his question. Instead, she asked softly, "Are you wondering why I don't want to accept the gift from the celestial being and why I don't want to live for another 4 to 5 years?" Taiping Ling nodded, then quickly shook his head and said gently, "It doesn't matter." The old lady laughed it off and asked, "Do you think that foolish son of mine, with his heart higher than the sky and his life thinner than paper, will be able to take down the north-resisting city with his 400,000 soldiers?" Tai Pingling answered cautiously, "As long as Tuoba Bodhisattva defeats Su Fengnian, the situation is set. Not to mention a dozen or so martial grandmasters of the Central Plains. Even 10 more would be useless. Even if Tuoba Bodhisattva loses, we may not lose. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry too much about the war." The old lady gently placed her hands on her abdomen, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. "Worry? I'm not worried about the war outside Liangzhou Pass at all. After handing over the military power to Yelu Hongkai, I put it down. This child has been a wronged crown prince for more than 30 years. Let him be high-spirited for once. The relationship between mother and son, as well as the relationship between monarch and subject, can be considered as not owing each other anything. As for whether the flames of war will burn into Liangzhou Pass or spread to the southern dynasty, I'm a dying person. What do I have to worry about? What do I have to worry about? In my life, I think I'm the best at the word ease. The guilt I feel towards others doesn't last long. I can also let go of the regret I feel towards myself. In this life, the first half of my life was like walking on thin ice, but at least the second half of my life was comfortable. It's quite good. Moreover, as a woman who wears the dragon robe and sits on the dragon throne, I'm the first person in all of history. Whether I'm remembered for hundreds of generations or infamy for tens of thousands of years, my name is destined to not be forgotten in the history of each dynasty. What great regrets do I have in this life? Probably none. It was rare for the old lady to be so long-winded, and it was even rarer for her to be so calm. The old man made a sound of acknowledgement. This chess and sword music school's Taiping commandant had angrily left the grasslands back then and went to the central plains of Liang to live in seclusion for 20 years. She had changed her identity more than 10 times, traveling north and south of the Great River. She had seen all kinds of things in the world and studied the mountains and rivers to her heart's content. There were tens of millions of scholars in the world. Perhaps only the great demon Xianxia, who had caused chaos in the spring and autumn period, was more read 10,000 books and traveled 10,000 li than this Beimang imperial tutor whose real name had long been forgotten. The old lady took a deep breath and asked, "If Zhao Bing and Chen Zhibao work together, will they be able to fight their way north to the outskirts of Taiyan City?" The old man nodded and said, "Definitely. If nothing unexpected happens, the 2 rebellious kings will purposely hold back their troops and wait for the battle between us and the Beiliang frontier army to be over. Otherwise, if they take the capital of Liang too early, they will be worried that we will retreat back to the grasslands. They are even more worried that we will simply abandon the territory of the southern dynasty and decisively retreat to Norland. Then, it will be the awkward situation when the Zhao clan of Liang unified the Central Plains. With the temperament of Yan King Zhao Bing, he will not let his efforts go to waste. At that time, Su Fengnian will really be the next Beiliang, and Beiliang will still be the powerful Beiliang. It is not worth it. The only variable in the Central Plains is Gu Zhentong's Liang frontier army. He has 300,000 elite soldiers openly and secretly. If he grasps the right opportunity, he may become the Su Shao after the Battle of the Western Wall. Furthermore, Gu Zhentang will not let go of this opportunity. After all, Liang no longer has the wise old Emperor Zhao Li. The world today is no longer the world of the past. At that time, Su Shao ruled by drawing rivers and was unpopular. However, once Gu Zhentang successfully takes over Taiyan City, he will comply with the will of the heavens. It will be very different. The old man saw that the old woman's spirit was still good, so he tried his best to be concise and to the point. The Central Plains is in troubled times. Among the generals, Liang's Lu Shang and Su Gong are few and far between. They are outside of the storm and still have the opportunity to choose a tree to live in. Tang Taizuang and the others who are in Tai and City will most likely end up in a more miserable state. As for the civil officials in the imperial court, the short-lived Emperor Zhao Sun won't say much. Zhao Bing and Zhao Zhu, father and son, no matter who usurped the throne, would be willing to treat those scholars well. Only Chen Wang, the regular attendant of the left scattered cavalry, has an unfathomable future. The key is whether the new emperor is truly magnanimous or not. The old woman mocked herself. I gave up the chance to live for 4 or 5 more years just to not see that magnificent scene. Am I wrong? The imperial decree of peace said softly, "If your majesty." The old woman seemed to know what the imperial preceptor wanted to say. She smiled broadly and said, "Forget it. There is no medicine for regret in the world. I don't care for it." The imperial decree of peace smiled. "Your majesty is a true hero." The old woman suddenly said something off-topic. "Li Mibi, that woman can live, but she must not see the light of day again." Li Mibi, who was sitting on the threshold, was startled. He then said in a voice just loud enough for the emperor to hear, "I understand." The old woman seemed to have remembered something. "That Wang Du of the southern court who likes to plant plum blossoms, is he really a chess piece?" Li Mibi raised his voice slightly. "Although there is no conclusive evidence, I can still conclude that Wang Du is a hidden chess piece of Bailiang." The old woman sighed. "Tide Listening Pavilion's Li Yishan is truly formidable." The imperial decree of peace revealed an expression of heartfelt admiration. He nodded. "Indeed." Li Mibi asked, "How should we deal with that Dongjubo king, Jing Chong?" The imperial decree of peace replied, "His 10,000 private cavalry must have already joined up with the Yuzhou light cavalry of Yulwan's saber division. Presently, the southern court's military strength is weak. It's like a house with holes on all sides. Unless we send assassins in secret, we can't do anything to him. But this time, we'll borrow a knife to kill someone. With this Dongju bow, it'll only make the knife a bit faster. It's not a big deal." Li Mibi said indifferently, "If your majesty really wants him dead, I can personally take action." The old woman smiled. "Forget it. The southern court is such a big place. Even if I offer it up with both hands, Bailiang's small cavalry would have to be able to swallow it up. Just let them make trouble." The old woman was clearly somewhat tired when it came to such a major military matter that involved the direction of Liang Mang's war. She also had some unconcealable vexation. She slowly closed her eyes. It was as if she wanted to live a life where the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. She didn't want to be unable to break away from those schemes when she reached the end of the path in the world of the living. The old woman forced herself to take a breath. Her tone suddenly became firm. Her wizened face no longer had the casual expression from before. "I only have 3 things to tell you. Dong Zhuo must take Huaiyang Pass. Yelu Hongkai must die before me. The Murong clan must leave behind their bloodline, regardless of gender." When she said the last sentence, the old woman laughed out loud for no reason. She was extremely happy. Superfluous. Then there are only 2 things left. The old woman turned her head for the first time tonight. She looked at the imperial decree of peace, who worked diligently and wholeheartedly for the country's court. She smiled and asked, "You can be considered a scholar. Then tell me, is it that man proposes but God disposes, or God disposes but man disposes?" The imperial decree of peace said calmly, "It varies from time to time, from place to place, and from person to person. Man proposes but God disposes. In the end, there's no fixed number." The old woman withdrew her gaze. She didn't comment. She muttered to herself, "A muddled account." There was a long silence. The candlelight in the room was still dim. The old woman murmured in a small voice, "It's getting cold. You should all leave. I want to have a good rest." The autumn air was refreshing. If he didn't die now, when would he? The imperial decree of peace stood up gently and then bowed. The old man refused to straighten his back for a long time. He turned and walked out of the room. Li Mibi stood on the steps of the small courtyard as if he was waiting for the imperial decree of peace. After the imperial decree of peace closed the door, the 2 old men stood side by side. Li Mibi sighed softly. There are still too many things that haven't been explained clearly. The imperial decree of peace didn't comment. Li Mibi suddenly sneered. "If you leave too much blank, your authority as the imperial preceptor will grow." In the end, His Majesty didn't even leave a name list for the imperial preceptor. This is indeed what you want. Chapter 2019. As for the Beimang Empress's funeral, it was destined to be kept a secret. When the old woman refused to add oil to the celestial, she knew that she did not have much time left. Thus, she had informed the Taiping magistrate and Li Mibi that if she could not survive the Battle of North Jebei, she would use the excuse of being exposed to the autumn cold to let the Taiping magistrate handle all government affairs. She had already changed the people in charge of the big and small seals to the Taiping magistrate's trusted aides. When the Taiping magistrate said that she was a true hero, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Yelu Hongkai, an old official who had followed the orders of 3 dynasties, was bound to die. If it were not for Li Mibi, who could barely hold back the first master of the chess and sword music school, no one in the grassland could challenge her. It was very likely that the next ruler of the grassland would be in her hands. After all, the empress did not mention who she wanted to inherit the throne. In her last words, she was still very cold to her son, Yelu Hongkai. My descendants are not like me. This sentence had been widely spread in the grassland. Fortunately, the word shao was not replaced with filial piety. Otherwise, Yelu Hongkai would not be able to eat or sleep. After all, the mediocre descendants were not like the heroic ancestors. Each generation was worse than the last. This could be explained by the will of the heavens. To a certain extent, the reason why Yelu Hongkai could live until today, and even control 400,000 soldiers, was because of the weak crown prince is not like the iron-blooded empress. Otherwise, how could the cub survive when the 2 tigers fought? Li Mibi's words did not cause the Taiping magistrate's face to change at all. This old man who had once said that he would use black and white to buy peace was now thinking about the weight of some chess pieces. Crown Prince Yelu Hongkai was naturally not as mediocre and useless as people thought. However, the private meeting with Wang Du had caused the crown prince to completely lose the empress's favor. The empress had always thought highly of the youngest general in the grassland, Dong Zhuo. However, he was ambitious and difficult to control. Even the best person in the world could do the worst thing in the world if he became the empress. The common people in the world could be divided into 2 types of people: the empress and everyone else. Would Yelu Dongkai be unable to recover after losing the protection of his grandfather, Yelu Hongkai? Could the Murong family's treasured cauldron become the life-saving talisman for the entire Murong family? Could Tuoba Bodhisattva, the loyal guardian of the grassland, have also thought of wearing the yellow robe? After all, to Tuoba Bodhisattva, the presence or absence of His Majesty made a world of difference. Taiping Ling finally came to his senses and turned his head with a smile. You, Su Huainan, and I seem to have all lost. Li Mibi, who had never expected the Taiping order to say this, stared blankly for a moment. Then he put his hands behind his back and sneered. Everyone has their own way of living. Su Huainan's thoughts are the deepest, so his life is the most tiring. You're not any better. People who know how to play chess tend to have a strong desire for victory. I'm the only one who thinks the least and has the easiest life. Taiping Ling chuckled softly. You didn't think the least, but admitted defeat the earliest. The expressionless spy neither admitted nor denied it. The peace order sighed. I'll have to trouble you from now on. Li Mibi said unhappily. It's my duty. What trouble? Taiping Ling patted Li Mibi's shoulder and joked. That's right. You're the kind of person who likes to hide and scheme against others. You should be enjoying it. Beimang's shadow prime minister, who was used to being alone, was obviously not used to the other person's actions. He frowned, but some of the depression in his heart dissipated. The night was dark. Outside the house, the 2 elders with the greatest authority in the grassland walked down the steps one after another, and parted ways at the door of the small courtyard. After Taiping Ling had walked far away, he suddenly turned his head back. Tears streamed down his face as he muttered, Miss Murong, Miss Murong. On the sickbed in the house, the old woman gently grabbed an old mink coat on the side and covered herself with it. She slowly fell asleep. Her withered fingers gently brushed the mink coat. Just like that little girl whose face in peach blossom blushed, she was in a foreign country. The first time she saw that young man from Liaodong, she felt as if she was bathed in a spring breeze. The 3rd year of Xianghu winter. The central plains were not stable. The situation in Guangling, Jiangnan, and north instantly took a turn for the worse. This was because the king of Shu, Chen Jibao, and the crown prince of Yanqi, Zhao Zhu, went to the tent of Wu Zhongshuan's army without any retinue. They persuaded the south-conquering general, who held the title of Minister of War, to change sides again. The rebel army went up north. Lu Xianxia, whose army was stationed in the south of the capital, fell into a perilous situation in the blink of an eye. When the Huangzi officials of the Great Peace Palace heard this shocking news, everyone panicked like ants in a hot pot. Tantanon, who had already resigned due to illness, had no choice but to participate in the court meetings again. Only then did the people calm down. In the middle of winter, The weather was cold and people's hearts were cold. A carriage slowly drove out of the Huan Manor and came to a dilapidated manor just a street away. The signboard had been taken down long ago, and it was an ownerless place. The old man carried 2 jugs of wine and walked down the carriage. He walked up the steps and reached out to tear off the seal on the door. There were a few Jianghu spies hiding in the shadows. Although they were of high rank, they tactfully ignored him. The old man hugged the 2 jugs of wine to his chest and pushed open the door with great difficulty with one hand. The old man familiarly walked around the corridors and came directly to the study. Some books had already been moved away. Some were still left. The ones that were moved away were just collecting dust. It was just a change of location. There was still only 1 chair in the study. Thinking back to the past in the court, other than Zhao Li and Zhao Dun, the 2 kings of Liang, probably only he, Huan Wen, could casually sit here and take over the place with a clear conscience. Huan Wen walked around the empty study table and placed the 2 jugs of wine on the table. He used his sleeve to wipe away the thick dust before slowly sitting down. If it was in the past, that purple-bearded and blue-eyed man would be standing by the window. Tantanon looked at the window and said softly, "Blue-eyed man, look. You threw away your responsibilities and left. You didn't get the peace and prosperity in your heart. You only got this messy situation. Don't you feel guilty? It's lucky you died early. Otherwise, you would regret it to death." The old man snorted coldly. "It's lucky you weren't here. Otherwise, I really wanted to slap you on the head. I really wanted to slap you, not to scare you." The old man sank into silence. It was unknown whether Guangling Jidushi Lu Baijia was dead or alive. Administrator Wang Xiongui had been exiled for some reason. Whether it was his life or his reputation, he had escaped. In the end, he was about to return to the capital under the escort of Lu Xianxia. In the matter of welcoming Wang Xiongui back to the capital, the Grand Peace City Court still had the leisure to argue. Originally, Wang Xiongui was the successor of Zhang Lu, the former Minister of Revenue, and the current administrator of the First Wei. It was natural that Sima Puhua, the Minister of Rights, would come out of the city to welcome him. However, the fall of Guangling Dao had caused half of the country to be ruined. Wang Xiongui was in dire straits. Even if he returned to Grand Peace City alive, his future days would be bleak. It was easy to imagine. The position of the Ministry of Rights Yamen in the Liang Imperial Court grew higher and higher. Right now, it was only second to the Ministry of Appointments, which was second only to the heavenly officialine Mao Chun. Sima Puhua was worried that his reputation in the capital would be damaged. He was even more afraid that Wang Xiongui would implicate him and vent his anger on the young emperor. Naturally, he was not willing to personally take over the hot potato that was Wang Xiongui. The second-in-command of the Ministry of Rights, Jean Lanting, had publicly scolded Wang Xiongui many times at scholarly poetry gatherings. He would not come out of the city to welcome him. Thus, it was the pitiful Right Assistant Minister Jiang Yongla's turn. In reality, the Liaodong scholar group that had recently risen in the court was determined to beat the administrator, who had always been close to the Jiangnan scholars. They wantonly proclaimed in Grand Peace City that Wang Xiongui could not bear the heavy responsibility. If Qi Yanglong hadn't made the final decision and stopped the increasingly fierce crusade, Wang Xiongui probably wouldn't have been greeted by the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, but by the officials of the Ministry of Justice with shackles. Huan Wen was used to the ebb and flow of the officialdom, so he didn't feel much about it. He just felt a little discouraged. In times of peace and prosperity, the civil officials' words were too extreme, just like the comments they made about the butcher Su Xiao during Yong Hui's reign. It was harmless, and lame Su, who was far away in the northwest, didn't bother to make a fuss about it. But now was not the same as back then. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Huan Wen couldn't help but think of that young man, the youngest son of the blue-eyed man, Zhang Bianguan. He was said to be the son of the most distinguished official in the capital but had no rank. He was said to be a good-for-nothing who didn't even dare to bully men and seize women. He was neither high nor low. The young man didn't rely on either side, so he didn't like to talk to anyone. Of the children of the blue-eyed man, only Zhang Bianguan was the one he liked the most. He wasn't afraid to see him and dared to make any jokes. Huan Wen heard that after Zhang Bianguan left the Jianghu, he married a woman from a small family. He lived an ordinary life in the streets. What he liked to do the most was to wander around and watch those pigeons fly in the sky of Great Peace City. Day after day, year after year. Unfortunately, in the end, this young man who stood aloof from worldly affairs had died. The old man opened a jug of wine, raised his head and drank. He suddenly felt slightly sorrowful. The old man held the jug of wine and walked to the window. He pushed open the window and looked at the gray sky. It's late and it's snowing. Can I drink a cup? How could one cup be enough? A jug was just enough. The old man drank a mouthful of wine, wiped the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, You can't drink this kind of fine wine. You'll be starved to death. This Tantanon, who had been in a high position for 3 dynasties, sighed and said in a small voice, I almost forgot, you are someone who doesn't like to drink. The old man said angrily like a child, There is someone in the world who doesn't like to drink. Preposterous. Tantanon leaned against the window and looked at the desk. He took small sips of wine and quickly drank more than half of it. His eyes were slightly hazy. A little tipsy but not completely drunk. This was the end of life. The old man seemed to see a scholar with a purple beard and blue eyes sitting upright behind the desk, looking at him with a smile. Chapter 2020. Tantanon remembered the time when he and that guy were young, studying the books of the sages together. He slowly raised the wine pot and laughed softly. Don't think of the errors of Confucianism, reading does not disappoint. That person seemed to reply. In the morning I am a farmer, in the evening I ascend to the hall of emperor. Tantanon then continued to recite. The court is full of Zhu Zigui, all scholars. In the end, the two recited together, the emperor values heroes. Tantanon laughed loudly, not daring to look in that direction, afraid that he would not see that figure again in the next moment. The old man drank the last mouthful of strong wine in the pot, placed the pot on the windowsill, and staggered out of the study. Only my generation betrays the books of the sages. Since ancient times, the books of the sages have not betrayed me. On the desk, there was a pot of wine that no one drank. Since ancient times, the sages have been lonely. Only the drinker leaves his name. Unexpectedly, after Wang Xiongui returned to the capital, the emperor was not angry. Instead, he comforted this Guangling Confucian at the court meeting. However, after learning that the fate of Tongshi's sword Saint Lu Baijie was unknown, and that he did not join the rebel vassal king Zhao Bing, the young emperor seemed to be moved. After hearing this news, not only did the emperor, Zhao Zhuan, let out a sigh of relief. In reality, all of the court officials from the Jiangnan circuit felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Of the 4 great clans of Jiangnan, after Lu Daolin and Lu Baijie had successively become ministers of Liang, the Lu family could be said to have surpassed them and become the leader of the Jiangnan officials. Once Lu Baijie, as the leader of the southern party on the surface, betrayed the Zhao family of Liang, it was certain to be a disaster in the officialdom of Liang. Perhaps the 3 great clans of Jiangnan, who were of the same breadth and branch as the Lu family, more or less hoped that Lu Baijie would rather commit suicide than live an ignoble life of riches and honor. Taking a step back, as long as there was no news of Lu Baijie, it was definitely a blessing in disguise. In fact, after the incident of the spring snow building, the performance of the generals was too disappointing. Jizhou General Yuan Tingshan betrayed them. The old general of the spring snow building, Song Li, who had become a new nobleman of the Liyang imperial court by quelling the remnants of West Chu, a general with real power, had rebelled. Qi Shentz, a disciple of one of Guangling Dao's great clans, was a first-rate talent of Shangyin Academy. He had just made a name for himself when he turned traitor. Moreover, it was rumored that the 3 of them led a cavalry as the vanguard and were about to force their way into Lu Shengxiang's army south of the capital. It was not that there was no encouraging news. The newly appointed Jidushi Su Gong of the Lianghuai Dao had deployed troops to the south, in preparation to form a north-south defensive line. He had already firmly secured several major passes and military towns, so that for the time being, there was no need to worry about Jingji's western gate. The 2 Jizhou deputy generals, Han Feng and Yang Huchen, each personally led their elite riders to gallop down south, coordinating with the newly appointed Jinggan Jidushi Ma Zhongxian in the north and south, so that the central plains north of Guangling River would not be in turmoil. The original Jidushi Kai Nan's adopted son, Kai Bai, under the strong recommendation of Administrator Han Lin, was promoted to Hezhou General. He quickly led troops to Jizhou to assist Su Gong, without any intention of shirking his responsibilities. They were both local generals who held military power. On one side, there were traitors who wanted to help the dragon. On the other side, the wind knew the strong grass, and the board knew the loyal officials. After Wang Xiongui, who was temporarily still the Guangling Jidushi administrator, safely returned to his mansion, he did not accept his wife's suggestion to immediately wash away his bad luck. Instead, he summoned 2 of his housekeepers and separately invited 2 people who had not interacted with him for many years. One was the assistant minister of the secretariat, second only to the current grand secretary, Qi Yonglong, Zhao Yuling. The other was Yin Mao Chun, who was appointed as the Minister of Personnel from the Hanlin Academy. Wang Xionggui's 2 trusted housekeepers were greatly surprised. It had to be known that not only had their master made it clear that he did not have any contact with those 2 officials, in reality, although the Crown Minister of Eternal Hui, Yin Mao Chun, and Zhao Yuling were relatives by marriage, their relationship had always been shallow. After the marriage alliance they had even less private contact. Therefore, after the 2 of them left the deserted mansion, they both felt that they had made a wasted trip. However, the 2 of them did not expect that one person would come to visit right after they left, and his identity was prominent. Yuan Gua. They both came from the spring of Eternal Hui. They were both officials who had a bright future in Jianghu. Furthermore, Yuan Gua's talent in his early years was even greater than the top 3 in the imperial examinations, Zhao Yuling and Yin Mao Chun. He had always been the junior that Tantanon favored the most. However, because Yuan Gua's personality was too lax, his knowledge too high, and his talent too great, he was quickly surpassed by Zhao Yuling and Yin Mao Chun in the officialdom. In the end, even Wang Xiongui and Han Lin left him far behind. He finally made a comeback after the Eternal Hui auspicious talisman and became the minister of 2 ministries. Immediately after, because he did not agree with the emperor, he quickly left Graydon City and was demoted to the 2 Liao roads to be the deputy provincial governor. He did not accomplish much. Regardless of whether it was Gu Jiantang or the prince of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui, neither of them paid much attention to Yuan Gua. Even the 2 Liao scholars did not like this Mr. Nice Guy, who became less and less opinionated as he got older. Thus, Yuan Gua's arrival in the capital did not cause any waves. However, the juniors who had been tricked into drinking by Yuan Gua, this unscrupulous elder since they were young, had a good gathering in Yuan Gua's manor. Wang Xionggui's youngest son, Wang Yuanran, the most famous young master in the capital, had been abducted by Yuan Gua when he first drank with prostitutes. For such trivial matters, the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Han Lin, who had always been gentle, courteous and thrifty, had completely broken off relations with Yuan Gua, this old and disrespectful fellow. However, after so many years, whether it was Wang Yuanran, this group of idle hedonistic sons, or Yin Maochuan's eldest legitimate son, Yin Chongging, these ambitious young people, they all got along well with Yuan Gua, who did not have the airs of an elder. When Zhao Yuling and Yin Mao Chun, these 2 important figures of the central government, came to Wang Xionggui's study one after the other, the 5 most outstanding young people of Jianghu, other than Han Lin, who was far away in the northwest, were all gathered. After the 4 of them sat down, they were all speechless for a moment. As the host, Wang Xiongui raised his teacup and said with a light laugh, "I will use tea in place of wine. In the future, I will have to trouble you to take care of ZC." ZC was Wang Yuanran's courtesy name, a gift from Tantanon's Huan Wen. However, the 4 of them all knew that there was another secret matter involved. In the beginning, Wang Xiongui had hoped that their teacher, Zhang Julu, would bestow him a courtesy name. However, Grand Secretary Zhang had never been interested in this type of icing on the cake, never opening his mouth to anyone. On the other hand, the knowledgeable Tantanon had always never refused anyone. Regardless of whether it was his colleagues in the officialdom or his scholarly friends, he would always accede to their requests. The reason why Tantanon's officialdom didn't collapse was probably because of this kind of bit-by-bit accumulation. In reality, back then, Wang Xiongui had only casually mentioned it. How could he have the extravagant hope that the Grand Secretary would make an exception for him? After all, back then, the young Wang Yuanran's reputation among the children of aristocratic families was something he, as his father, was well aware of. Perhaps not even the Grand Secretary would be willing to treat Wang Yuanran properly. Every year, during the first month of the new year, when Wang Yuanran and his older brothers followed Wang Xiongui to visit the Grand Secretary's residence, each time, they would be like mice entering a cat's nest, definitely not daring to say a single extra word. No wonder Wang Yuanran's courage was so small. Just think about it, when the Grand Secretary's sons saw Zhang Julu, it was as if they were facing a great enemy, not even daring to breathe loudly. How could Wang Yuanran dare act rashly? Only for some reason, Wang Yuanran's courtesy name ZC really did come from Zhang Julu's writing. It was just that he found an opportunity to pass it on to Huan Wen, not willing to make it public. Wang Xiongui was overjoyed at this turn of events. It really wasn't an exaggeration to say that he cried tears of joy. However, the Minister of Revenue, who was well versed in the rules of officialdom, didn't dare make it public at all. Even when it came to his wife and son, he still didn't reveal the truth. Yuan Gua was the first to speak. What problem is there? ZC has turned over a new leaf and is no longer muddle-headed like before. This is a good thing. As an elder, of course, I have no reason to refuse. Then, Yuan Gua turned his head with a smile toward Zhao Yuling and purposely asked, Sir Zhao, is that right? Zhao Yuling glared at this fellow, but when faced with Wang Xionggui's almost pitiful gaze, he nodded and smiled. No problem. Only Yin Maochun didn't speak. During the Spring of Eternal Hui, Yin Maochun was extremely outstanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been raised as a prime minister by Li Yang's previous dynasty's imperial teacher, Yuan Benshi. He was even more valued than the other person, Song Dongming. Yin Maochun, who had been in charge of the Hanlin Academy for more than a decade, was also the most famous official in the world who deserved the reputation of having students all over the world. In a sense, Yin Maochun had more potential than Zhao Yuling, who was, for the time being, slightly higher in rank and more powerful than himself. Wang Xiongui saw that Yin Maochun didn't speak, so he didn't force it. He didn't dare to force it. Unexpectedly, after Yin Maochun put down his teacup, he said sparingly, Very well. Wang Xiongui suddenly said, My teacher once said that scholars are duty-bound to rule the country. Scholars save the country are within their power, but scholars must not cause chaos. Yuan Gua made a sound of agreement. If I remember correctly, he did say that. Wang Xiongui was silent for a moment. At that time, the rebellion in West Chu was quelled. The three of you didn't see the chaos in the Jiang Temple in Guangling Path with your own eyes. You probably don't know that scholars are only willing to show the various states of the human world at the critical moment of life and death. Wang Xiongui laughed self-deprecatingly. After my dynasty quelled the spring and autumn period and unified the Central Plains, I revised the history books of the previous dynasty and always saw some jokes. Some said that the water was too cold and the well was too small. Some said that my house had 4 walls, no beams, no white silk. I didn't want to believe it before, but this time, I had to believe it after seeing it with my own eyes and hearing it with my own ears. Wang Xiongui stood up and went to the window seat where the heavy snow was swirling. During the celebration banquet of the spring snow building, Chen Zhibao, Zhao Bing, and Nalin Yusi came together aggressively. There were thousands of rebel soldiers downstairs. Only Mr. Tang Shi stood up and questioned Zhao Bing on the spot. And I, Wang Xiongui, am a second-rank official like Liu Baijie. Although I was angry, I didn't dare to say anything. Wang Xiongui turned his head and asked with a smile, I've been thinking if my teacher was present at that time, what would he say and do? Yin Maochun was lost in thought. Zhao Yuling smiled but didn't say anything. Chapter 2021. Yuan Gua stroked his beard and said, I think that Mr. who has never fought anyone in his life, will give Zhao Bing a good beating. Yin Maochun laughed for the first time without any fear. Zhao Yuling, who was also a grandmaster in the officialdom, also laughed. Wang Xiongui straightened his robes, turned to look out the window and bowed solemnly. Yuan Gua sighed and slowly stood up. He also straightened his robes and bowed. Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun looked at each other and smiled. They stood up at the same time and bowed as well. This was the matter of scholars. No matter what other scholars in the world think or do, I, Scholar Zhang Lu, cultivate my body. The Qi family. Rule the country. Pacify the world. At the border of the imperial city of Great Peace City, the door to a small courtyard was half closed. A blind young man and a maid who depended on each other were cooking wine in the snowy night. The maid called Xinghua said worriedly, Young master, it seems that the outside world is becoming more and more chaotic. When I went to buy food, I heard that the 3 rebel kings fought their way here and almost ran into Assistant Minister Lu's army. The price of rice in the capital has risen a lot. If we don't stock up, it will be troublesome. The young man, who was dressed in white and smiled proudly at the nobles, said gently, Don't worry, we won't starve. However, as long as one has food at home, one's heart won't panic. She wanted to speak but stopped. In the end, she couldn't help but ask in a small voice, Young master, can we defend? If the two border armies of Gu Dazhou come down south to help, will we be able to quell the rebellion? But even I know that the king of Shu, Chen Jibao, is very good at using troops. He is helping the king of Yan and the others. What should we do? Lu Su, who was in charge of Liang, said softly. The white-robed war saint chose to take in Wu Zhongshuan's army not just because he wants to end the battle quickly. It also means that the scenery in the distance is not in Great Peace City, but Gu Zhentong's border towns. Xinghua was confused. What is he thinking? Lu Suan joked. Only God knows. She carefully handed a cup of hot wine to Lu Su. Over the past few years, the two of them had a tacit understanding. Although she was blind, she naturally took the cup. When Lu Su lowered his head to drink, she sighed. Sigh, it's only been 20 years of peace and there's going to be turmoil and chaos again. The corners of Lu Su's mouth curled up. The two of us can be considered lucky to have just lived for 20 years. In the early years of Yonghui and this year's third year of Xiangfu, the people of the Central Plains, the old people from the past, and the children now will all have to live in fear. She smiled. You're right, young master. Lu Su turned his head and looked at the half-open door. He pursed his lips and looked calm. She looked at the side of young master's face, her eyes dazed. She didn't have any extravagant hopes. She only hoped that she could stay by his side until she saw her young master's hair slowly turn white, and her young master would never see her unbearably old appearance with white hair. Lu Su slowly turned his head and broke the silence. I've already dismissed Spy Zhao today. You can say anything. Xinghua hesitated. Young master, do you occasionally feel lonely? The blind young man smiled and shook his head. I'm a virgin, happy and content. Xinghua stuck out her tongue. Young master, you're so calm and indifferent. You're really amazing. He mocked himself. The frog in the well talks about the sea. The worm in the summer talks about the ice. That's amazing. She didn't really understand, so she didn't say anything. Lu Su suddenly said, I remember that there's spring water in my hometown. It's known as the 9th best spring in the world by the Dafeng dynasty's tea sage. If you pour the spring water into a cup, the water will not overflow. It can even float copper coins. Xinghua widened her limpid eyes. Is it really that magical? Lu Su laughed. Floating copper coins are definitely fake, but it's true that it's like drinking wine in a cup. If there's a chance, we can use the spring water there to boil wine. Xinghua nodded her head vigorously. Lu Su raised his head slightly and whispered, This spring is the most pleasant. The 18 spring seasons. She asked curiously, Young master, who wrote this poem? It's quite good. Lu Su stretched out his finger and pointed at himself with a gentle smile. Xinghua immediately said in a serious tone, It's really a good poem. Lu Su pointed at her. You're not very good at flattery. Xinghua blushed. Lu Su gently opened his palm to the woman beside him. She felt as if she was struck by lightning. She was timid and gentle. Finally, she gathered her courage and stretched out her cold and slender hand and placed it in his palm. Lu Su held her hand tightly and said, Xinghua, I'm blind. In the future, help me look at those great rivers and mountains. If you see them, I will see them too. She choked and said, Young master, don't despise me for being stupid. Lu Su shook his head and said softly, I don't dare. Outside the house, the heavy snow fell on the world. Inside the house, the people were as warm as spring. The 4th year of Xiangfu, early spring. The last heavy snow at the end of last year had yet to melt. Jiaodong King Zhao Sui led his elite troops to the south. At the same time, Hezhou General Kai Bai's elite cavalry and Yang Huchen's and Han Feng's cavalry successfully merged. Jinggan Jidushi Ma Zhongxian announced that he had gathered 100,000 elite troops and was about to head east. These good news added a festive atmosphere to this year's first court meeting. After the court meeting, Sun Yin found Fan Zhongho in the crowd. He said that he had recently picked up an incomplete chess piece. It was true that he had achieved great success. His chess skills had skyrocketed. He would definitely be able to teach this 10th-level chess saint a lesson. Fan Zhongho was originally walking side by side with Song Kelly, who was also in the Hanlin Academy. The two of them had a good relationship. The young phoenix of the Song family, whose family had declined, had always been silent. Only Fan Zhongho and he often talked at night. After hearing Sun Yin's provocation, Fan Zhongho smiled and agreed. They agreed to meet tonight at Sun Yin's house. Sun Yin repeatedly reminded this great national player to not forget to bring the liuji mutton from the horse stop. Fan Zhongho had to promise that even if he did not show up, he would not miss the mutton. Only then did Sun Yin give up. The top scholar of the last imperial examination, Li Jifu, ran all the way. When he reached Sun Yin's side, he was slightly out of breath. After being glared at by Sun Yin, Li Jifu smiled shyly. Li Jifu's appearance was average and his temperament was dull. He had always been ridiculed as one of the bottom 3 candidates in the Liyang imperial examinations. He was neither a distinguished scholar nor a military strategist. Not to mention the distinguished and outstanding leader of the Yonghui's court officials, Yin Mao Chun, he was far inferior to the second-place Gao Ting Shu Tanhua Wu Congxian of the same imperial examinations. His family background, his career prospects, and his prospects in the capital were all like this. Li Jifu had done nothing for 3 whole years and was not famous. Now, they were about to welcome the next court examination. Even though there were no results, Qin Guanhai from last autumn's autumn assembly had surpassed Li Jifu in both style and bearing. Qin Guanhai of a noble family was already famous in Great Peace City. With the help of Jin Lanting, Gao Tingshu and the others, Li Jifu naturally became a supporting character. Occasionally, he would be mocked and ridiculed. The only thing that attracted attention about Li Jifu, this honest person, was that he was willing to be a follower of the Bailiang's mad scholar, Sun Yin. For no reason, he would go find Sun Yin, who had just been transferred to the Ministry of Rights. Every time he left court, he would follow behind Sun Yin as if he would not be at ease if he did not do so. The civil and military officials of the court were used to this. On the other hand, Sun Yin was a person who did not stop. After the debate at the Imperial College, he quickly lost his position. Within a year, he had been transferred from the Ministry of War to the Ministry of Rights. Not long after, he was scolding a minister, second assistant minister, and third Longzhong. The only remaining Longzhong, who had luckily escaped, was chased and questioned by the leaders of other ministries every time he went to court. Questions such as, "Longzhong Ma, who blocked the door and scolded you yesterday? Will you be able to escape today? Official Ma, you have to hold on, I bet that you will be fine this month. Whether or not you can get your salary next month depends on you." Soon, Assistant Minister Ma inexplicably became a well-known figure in the court. It was enough to show the arrogance of the minor official of the Ministry of Rights, Sun Yin. At dusk, in the small house rented by Sun Yin Quangren, the 2 people playing chess were not Fan Zhongho and Sun Yin Quangren, who boasted of his godlike chess skills. Instead, it was an ordinary scholar from outside the country who was playing chess with the world-famous Xianghu chess sage. Moreover, after more than 60 moves, the former was still not at a disadvantage. Those who knew about Fan Zhongho's powerful chess skills knew that this was not an easy feat in the contemporary Go world. Fan Zhongho, who was publicly recognized as the Fan Zi, had already surpassed the West Chu's Guesher, Li Mi. It was very likely that he would be able to catch up with Huang Sanjia and Chao Chongqing. Therefore there was a humorous saying that, "Su Weisheng is not in the capital. Fan Zhongho is within 1 arm's reach." The national players of Liang Go waiting for the imperial edict were thoroughly convinced of their loss. Among them, Yuan Mei, the famous Go master of the Peach Spring Go manual, admitted that Fan Zhongho's invincibility was a misunderstanding. It was only because no one in the capital was truly able to drag the game into the middle game. In addition to Sun Yin and the 2 players, Li Jifu and Song Kelly were also in the room. Sun Yin was squatting on a small stool, holding a large plate of peanuts in his hands. A gentleman would watch the game without saying anything. Sun Yin, who was not good at Go, would watch the game and talk nonsense. Fortunately, the young scholar did not listen to his advice at all. Song Kelly did not watch the game. He was flipping through an ancient book that Sun Yin had picked up from somewhere. Li Jifu, who had no chair to sit on, squatted directly next to Sun Yin. Occasionally, he would pick up a peanut from the plate and chew it slowly. If he picked it up too quickly, Sun Yin would slap it away. Li Jifu could only look resentful. After more than 80 moves, that young scholar threw in his chess piece and admitted defeat. Even though this person's strength was already extremely shocking, the only flaw was that no matter if it was the pick or the placement of the chess piece, his posture was too unpresentable. It had nothing to do with that confidence and ease. Fan Zhongho raised his head and looked at his peer who was staring down at the game. He asked gently, "Brother Lu, may I ask how long you have been learning Go?" Chapter 2022. The young man surnamed Lu raised his head and smiled. "Less than 3 years. I only learned it after I came to the capital for the imperial examinations. I haven't played much. After my good friends left the capital last year, no one was willing to play chess with me." Fan Jianghu smiled bitterly. "Brother Lu is like a god on the chessboard. Amazing." Sun Yin laughed heartily. He felt even happier than when he had defeated Fan Zhang. This scholar with the surname Lu, who was going to take the imperial examination, was only able to obtain this residence after much effort. Even so, if it were not for Sun Yin's identity as Northern Liang, this fellow would most likely not have come to stay here. The young man's surname was Lu and his name was Huai. He was also from Beiliang and was the only scholar to participate in the autumn exam last year. However, his ranking was very low and he could barely participate in the court exam. If it were based on the results of the exam, he would definitely be a Jianxia. However, Lu Huai could not be considered unknown because there was a middle-aged scholar surnamed Zhang who had helped Lu Huai copy scriptures at the entrance of the Imperial College. After Lu Huai settled down here, he lived in seclusion and devoted himself to studying. When Sun Yin was studying in his hometown of Beiliang, he was already known for his outstanding writing skills. At that time, even Yao Baifeng, who was the left chancellor of the Imperial College, this kind of leading literary figure, was willing to make a name for himself. Later on, Tantanon Huan, who sat firmly on the top seat of the secretariat, had also personally verified this matter. He had no choice but to teach Sun Yin to be low-key while pinching his nose and saying angrily, "This child won the imperial examinations, it was easy for him to win." Lu Huai was preparing for the spring's court examinations, so he naturally benefited greatly. In addition, even though Lu Huai's personality was strict, he wasn't arrogant. He spared no effort in seeking advice. There were several times when he burned the midnight oil to read something that he couldn't understand, so he would remember it one by one. Then he would wait until early in the morning, when Sun Yin, who had to attend the morning court, woke up and opened the door, and then he would ask questions one by one. However, even though Sun Yin would answer all of his questions, the rather grumpy Sun Yin would still scold Lu Huai a few times. "You're more diligent than Li Jifu, but your aptitude is a bit lacking. You can't even compare to that idiot Li Jifu," and so on. If he wasn't so grumpy when he woke up, he would also pat Lu Huai's shoulder and say a few words of encouragement. "It's fine, your writing is on par with Li Jifu's, so it's not too embarrassing. After all, you guys aren't me, Sun Yin. Lu Huai and Li Jifu, the likes of which only appear once every 10 years. But I, Sun Yin, only once in 100 years. Brother Lu Huai, the ability of a scholar doesn't depend on the court examinations. Yin Mao Chun was the Zhuangyuan, right? But what rank did his esteemed teacher, our Grand Secretary Zhang, get in the court examinations? Look at Li Jifu. Didn't he also become the top scholar? How can he be compared to someone like me who didn't even participate in the court examinations?" Li Jifu, who often stayed here, would always smile and not say anything. Although Li Jifu's career wasn't smooth, his essays for the imperial examinations were truly flawless. 3 years ago, a certain senior top scholar admitted defeat in public and said, "How lucky am I to not participate in the court examinations in the same year as Li Jifu? How unlucky am I to be the second in the imperial examinations?" Luckily, Li Jifu didn't refute him. At first, Lu Huai thought that the gentle brother Li only had the same name as the top scholar in the first year of Xianghu. When he found out the truth, he had no choice but to persuade Sun Yin not to laugh at brother Li in front of him. However, Sun Yin waved his sleeves and said, "There are countless people who have been scolded and humiliated by me, Sun Yin. However, there are only a few people who I, Sun Yin, reluctantly acknowledge. Li Jifu is happy. Why would he be angry?" Lu Huai, who got along well with Li Jifu after meeting him, was so angry that he almost moved out of the house. However, Li Jifu stopped him. After a heart-to-heart talk, Lu Huai returned to the house. After half a day, Sun Yin finally managed to suppress his impulse. However, it was obvious that he was holding back a lot. In the end, Li Jifu forced Sun Yin to swallow back the words he was about to say. He scratched his head and smiled. "Brother Sun, I'll say it if I want to. If you're uncomfortable, I'm even more uncomfortable." Sun Yin pointed at Li Jifu and looked at the helpless Lu Huai. He said proudly, "Did you hear that? After interacting with Sun Yin for a long time, Lu Huai, who had learned a lot of unconventional catchphrases, couldn't help but mutter, "There's no justice in this world. There's no law in this world." Therefore, the three of them got along harmoniously. Lu Huai also knew that Li Jifu was truly talented. Most importantly, he had an even rarer neutral and peaceful temperament. He had no arrogance and was proud to the bone. He was definitely not the kind of person who appeared to be loyal but was actually treacherous. Today, Lu Huai only knew that Sun Yin had a chess friend who came to his house to play chess. When the two guests arrived, Sun Yin didn't introduce himself. He only said that if he won, he would bring him and Li Jifu to the restaurant at the end of the street. They would eat a lot of fish and meat. With Sun Yin's salary in hand, he would be able to compete with Kong Fong brothers. If it wasn't enough, he could even put it on credit. How could the name Sun Yin not be worth tens of thousands of taels of gold? Therefore, Lu Huai only knew that one of them was surnamed Song and the other was surnamed Fan. At this time, when he heard the young man with the surname Fan praise him as divine and amazing, Lu Huai's expression became a bit strange. He was just a layman who had unintentionally learned how to play chess. Wasn't it inappropriate for him to praise him like this? Noticing Lu Huai's gaze, Fan Jianghu felt helpless. He wasn't Sun Yin and didn't have the face to announce his name. Sun Yin was even more delighted. He grabbed the last handful of peanuts on the plate and gave half of them to Li Jifu. After getting up, he shook his robe and said with a smirk, "Lu Huai, do you know who this guy is? Fan Zi, of the chess world, the 10th Dan chess saint, the #1 national player of our dynasty, second to Chao Guanzi, the famous Huang Men of the Hanlin Academy, Fan Duanxian." Fan Duanxian? Pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. Such a big nickname being shouted out by Sun Yin. Even Song Kelly, who was reading a book in the distance, couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Fan Jianghu put his hand to his forehead. Lu Huai wasn't stupid and quickly understood. He got up and bowed. "Lu Huai thanks Mr. Fan for the guidance." Fan Jianghu quickly got up and bowed back. "It's just a friendly match. I don't dare to give you any advice." Sun Yin rolled his eyes and turned to Li Jifu saying, "See, sour scholar." Two. Before Li Jifu could speak, Sun Yin sighed and said, "Including you three." But before Sun Yin could continue, Song Kelly said, "Brother Sun, you don't have to praise me. Including me for." Sun Yin said bluntly, "Song Kelly, it's not that I want to criticize you, but since you're close to Yan Qiji, you can be considered as a friend of a gentleman. Why do you care about those gossips? Sigh, in the end, it's young Mistress Fan who has taken advantage of you too." Song Kelly, who was holding the book, took a deep breath and didn't say anything. Sun Yin was still unwilling to let the matter rest. He nagged, "Song Kelly, you must know that the more you know, the lighter you become. What a beautiful couple. Don't waste the Moon Elder's red string because of you." Lu Huai and Li Jifu looked at each other. Was there really something going on here? Fan Jianghu, who knew what was going on, tried hard not to laugh. Song Kelly raised the rare engraved ancient book in his hand. 300 taels of silver. Don't let it get burned. It's not even worth 30 taels. Sun Yin quickly gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Attacking the enemy's base directly, you use your troops like a god. I'm impressed." Song Kelly snorted and continued to read. Lu Huai asked tentatively, "Mr. Fan, can we play another round?" Fan Jianghu nodded with a smile. "Just call me by my name." The two sat back down and continued to play. Sun Yin, who was bored to death, lost interest in watching the game and could only stare blankly. Li Jifu didn't have much interest in playing chess and his chess skills were average. However, he still enjoyed watching the game between two masters. As for his chess skills, he was naturally much better than Sun Yin. Sun Yin muttered to himself, "It's a pity that Chen Xiaobao and Yan Qiji aren't here. Otherwise, all the guys I like would be in the same nest." Lu Huai was very focused on playing chess. In fact, Lu Huai was always so focused whether he was reading or doing things. Fan Jianghu, who had played chess countless times, was also the same. It could be said that when he placed a piece, even thunder wouldn't move it. Song Kelly thought for a while. Only Li Jifu smiled. He was very happy. It was very strange. Although he had known Sun Yin for a long time, there had never been any heartfelt words between the two of them. Sun Yin always liked to be lost in thought, and his mind would often wander. Li Jifu also rarely took the initiative to talk when he was beside Sun Yin. He usually just quietly read and thought about the big and small things in the officialdom and the high and low people in the yamen. Sun Yin said to himself, "Actually, Fan Jianghu is very competitive and can let go of things easily. He's really suitable to be an official. He's not suitable to play chess. First, he should wander around places like the Imperial Academy and Imperial College. He's not afraid of being slow, but he's afraid of being fast." Young Chicken Song. Oh, that's not right, Young Chicken Song. What about Young Chicken Song? She is courageous and diligent. She will be an assistant minister for 3 years, a minister for 5 years, and a grand secretary for 10 years. Oh, that's not right. I, Sun Yin, will be the grand secretary for 10 years. Song Kelly, you should just be a minister obediently. As for Lu Huai, don't be stuck in a pile of books. Being a teacher won't be a big deal. At most, you'll be given an average posthumous title. What Wenjia, Weni, Wenda? How is that a posthumous title? It's just cursing people. As for Li Jifu, you'll have to make do with cultivating in the government. Remember to burn incense and pray to Buddha when you're free. If you're lucky, you'll be able to get a third-rank assistant minister or a provincial governor. If you're unlucky, Sai, you'll have to borrow money from me. I don't think you'll be able to marry a decent wife. Li Jifu nodded solemnly. Well, it seemed that this top scholar took it seriously. Song Kelly shook his head again. Before the night ban in the capital, Fan Jianghu said goodbye to Song Kelly. Lu Huai got up and walked him out. Li Jifu left the house later. Lu Huai helped him carry the lantern to the corner of the alley before handing it to him. Chapter 2023. Lu Huai clearly saw this scholar holding a lantern in one hand and blocking his view with the other as his shoulders trembled slightly. Before leaving, Sun Yin picked up the book that Song Kelly had placed on the table and threw it to Li Jifu, who was about to leave. He said angrily, "I'll lend you the book. Friendship is friendship, but you have to return it. The shortest is 3 years, the latest is 5 years. I'll count the days with my fingers. If you don't return it, I'll carry a bucket of dung to your door and pour it. It's up to you to believe it or not. Don't be so wishy-washy. Get out of here." In the night, Li Jifu walked further and further away. Then he walked faster and faster as he strode forward. In reality, for some reason, this scholar had been borrowing money from his colleagues recently. However, he gritted his teeth and did not ask for Sun Yin's help. It was said that his family had sent a letter to the capital and urgently needed a large sum of money to get through this difficult time. However, most of Li Jifu's family naively thought that Li Jifu, who had brought honor to his ancestors, was fated to have a meteoric rise in Jing. They did not know that it was not easy to climb up the ranks of Great Peace City's officialdom. If Li Jifu had not been the number 1 in the first rank and had only been a slightly higher-ranking Jinsher, perhaps his days would be much better than now. At the very least, he would have more money and more friends. Taking a step back, even if it was a second-class Grand Scholar who was sent out to other places, or a fellow Grand Scholar who was lucky enough to fill the vacancy immediately, the good ones would be the officials who ruled over a region. As for the bad ones, it would be difficult for them to remain uncorrupted. However, Li Jifu was the top scholar and had no family background. Moreover, there were no seniors in the bureaucracy to help him. How could Li Jifu become a dragon in a storm? He should have been suppressed by the seniors in the capital. Therefore, Sun Yin's unintentional words of suffering hit the nail on the head. However, no matter how difficult it was, Li Jifu was still the top scholar. As long as there were not too many twists and turns in his future career, it would be smoother and smoother. Not to mention an extremely high official, with the generosity of the previous emperors of the Liang dynasty, there had never been a top scholar who died halfway. At the very least, he had managed to become a 4th-rank official. In that case, after 3 to 5 years, Li Jifu would definitely be able to fork out the money for a printed book. If Li Jifu secretly sold the book, even if he sold it cheaply, he would still be able to get 200 taels of silver. For Li Jifu's family, this was a huge hurdle. As long as they had this amount of silver, they would definitely be able to cross it. Mad Scholar Sun Yin. Since he was able to become the best scholar in Liang, how could he be someone who only knew how to read? Was he really ignorant of the ways of the world? It was impossible. Lu Huai returned to the house with mixed feelings. Looking at Sun Yin, who was flipping through a book with one leg crossed over the other, Lu Huai said softly, Even though I know it's unnecessary, I still want to thank you on behalf of Brother Li. Sun Yin didn't even turn his head as he said indifferently, "You're thanking me on his behalf? Heh. Be careful that the blockhead surnamed Li doesn't care about your feelings in the future." Lu Huai said calmly, "Brother Li and I are friends of gentlemen. Although the taste is not as good as wine, wine can quench one's cravings and water can quench one's thirst. I don't wish to have any dealings with Brother Li." Since that's the case. Sun Yin interrupted Lu Huai's words. "Wrong, very wrong. Do you know why in history, it seems that in the fierce political struggles of the past dynasties, the true gentlemen always lose miserably, while the hypocrites can win again and again?" Lu Huai was about to speak when he was interrupted by Sun Yin again. This mad scholar stared at the oil lamp and said tirelessly, "You don't know. Even if you think you know now, it's still wrong. Gentlemen like to call themselves friends and not party. The true gentlemen foolishly take it as a standard and really do so. You have to know that on the way to the top, the biggest taboo is to appear to be full of friends, but in reality, be alone and without help. When in trouble, especially when the emperor is annoyed, the assistance of the gentleman beside you will often backfire. Why? Because they don't know who the biggest donkey in the world is. It's actually the hypocrites who are willing to throw away their face and the true villains who have the guts to bet all their belongings on the gambling table to win big with a small amount that can help turn danger into safety. Speaking of which, don't think that the hypocrites and the true villains are empty scholars. Let me tell you, whether a scholar's moral conduct is noble and unsullied or not, it has a certain relationship with how many books they have read and how much fame they have obtained, but it definitely has nothing to do with it. Let me ask you, Song Kelly's father and grandfather, the two masters of the Song family, who enjoyed fame overseas during Jianghu's reign, this old man Song, how is his handwriting? He's a first-class master. Who knows, maybe several hundred years later, there will still be countless scholars painstakingly copying and practicing. Is little Master Song's writing good? Of course it can't be better. There's nothing he can't master in poetry, song, and prose alone. I'm guessing that 1,000 years later, when there's a ranking of the top 10 masters of prose, Song Kelly's father will still have a place. But if this father and son pair can't maintain their integrity in their later years and ultimately lose their reputation, it's only because the old Grand Secretary Zhang Julu is dissatisfied with their position as the overlord of the literary world. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Do you, Lu Huai, really believe it? I, Sun Yin, don't believe it, or to be more accurate, I only believe half of it. This matter needs to be discussed in depth, broken down into pieces. You'll have to listen to me until daybreak, because it involves too many secrets of the imperial court. The trend of the imperial examination in Liang, the rise and fall of the literary vein in the world, the direction of public opinion in Jiangnan, the serious problems of the two departments of civil service and etiquette, and so on and so forth. I reckon you'll have a headache just listening to it. Lu Huai stood in place, dumbstruck. Sun Yin was still crossing his legs, swaying back and forth. He chuckled and said, "As long as you enter the imperial court, there won't be many people who truly share the same ideals, right? But you have to remember one thing. Whether you're an official in the capital or a local government, the number of chairs in the officialdom is fixed. Once you sit down, there will definitely be a few people missing. The feud in the officialdom is far greater than in the Jianghu." This famous saying was said by a certain great writer. Yes, it was me, Sun Yin. When your position is high enough, there will be fewer and fewer chairs. It's even more so. Scholars with great ambitions, if they don't lose their original aspirations in the ups and downs of the officialdom, will only become more and more painful. This is because if you want to let go of your hands and feet to fulfill your ambitions, you need to have a large group of colleagues and subordinates to work with you. You have to take care of all aspects of interests. To give a simple example, if an opponent in the officialdom splashes dirty water on you, even if the emperor doesn't care, what if half of the capital follows suit and speaks ill of you? Or perhaps half of the scholarly circles blindly follow suit. What's even more frightening is that when the time comes, even the common people will follow suit and scold you. What will you do? Scold back? You're a gentleman who's well-read and virtuous books, and you're already an official of the imperial court. If you scold someone in front of them, you'll lose all decorum. Furthermore, you'll also ruin the emperor's impression of you. What do you need to do? Do you want to form a clique or not? Do you want to build a Zhang hut? Do you want to be the leader of the Green Party? Lu Huai, ask yourself honestly. I can't give you an answer. I just want to tell you that if you want the state affairs to be smooth and the politics to be clear, You will inevitably encounter all kinds of drawbacks that will eventually block the path of the court. And the drawbacks come from the corrupt government. It may also be that the good government is corrupted by the evil. Or it may even be that the officials who don't do anything are indifferent. People who talk empty talk are the most carefree. People who do things are the most scolded. The world is bustling with activity. Nothing more than profit and gain. Finally, I'll tell you a sad truth. The reason why Jianghu sought his own death was because he saw that the sons of the aristocratic families who control the imperial court are used to wealth. No matter how much they value money, if they have the same temperament and character, the former will definitely not be as good as the son of the aristocratic family who rose to the top. I'm not saying that everyone is like this, but it's definitely not a small number. Let's ask the latter, after suddenly becoming rich, even if he can keep his hands clean, will there be people in his family who will ask for too much? Will they use their power to bully others in the local area? Will they become a tyrant who runs amok in the local area? Of all virtues, filial piety is the most important. After becoming an official, how many people dare not recognize their unbenevolent and righteous parents? Brothers are friendly and respectful. The elder brother has helped you all the way to become a talent. If he says he wants to marry a wife and take in a concubine, and wants thousands of acres of fertile land, will you agree? If the husband and wife treat each other with respect, if the wife's family member commits crimes and is exposed, do you dare to let his head roll on the ground? Are you willing to see the wife who shares the same bed as you wash her face with tears every day? You've been studying with the same hometown for many years. If you're rich and he's not famous, he's begging for a small official position. If he's really talented, but his fate is not good, how will you deal with it? If you're rich and prosperous together, and your children marry into a family, but in the future he's corrupt and harms the country, and comes to you to give him a way out, his close friends and dozens of family members, including the scholar you gave his courtesy name to, and the young child who recognized you as his god-grandfather, but all of them are hanging by a thread. What will you do? Sun Yin finally stopped talking. Probably because his mouth was dry from talking. He began to rummage through the chests and cabinets to find wine to drink. Lu Huai was dumbfounded and sweated profusely. Sun Yin finally found a pot of green ant wine. He raised his head and drank to his heart's content. Then he glanced at Lu Huai and said with a smile, "I'm not afraid of the rich being unbenevolent. If those guys die, so be it. If the tall building collapses, so be it. I, Sun Yin, may even take the initiative to find trouble with them. But the words poor and evil, poor people have low aspirations. Are you afraid? I, Sun Yin, am afraid. He, Jianghu, is even more afraid." Lu Huai did not move or say a word. Sun Yin walked up to him and waved his arm in front of Lu Huai's eyes. "What's wrong? Scared silly?" Lu Huai's eyes were red and there were faint tears. Sun Yin passed the wine pot to the Beiliang scholar and joked, "Don't be afraid. Drink to calm your nerves." Lu Huai shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'd better not drink. I've never drunk wine before." Sun Yin rolled his eyes and withdrew his hand. He went to sit on the threshold and said with a cheeky smile, "All right, then I'll enjoy the good fortune alone." Lu Huai sat quietly beside him. In early spring, when the cold and snow melted, it was the coldest to the bones. Sun Yin said to himself, "Let's take 10,000 steps back and say that a person who has no relatives or friends, who has no ties, and who finally has a high position one day, is he willing to do small good things, and is he afraid of doing small evil things? In any case, I, Sun Yin, am not willing to do these two things, but I'm also not afraid of doing them." Lu Huai sighed. Chapter 2024. Sun Yin had always been a fast drinker. He swayed the expensive half-flask of green ant wine and sighed. My head hurts. My ambition is too high, I see too clearly, I think too clearly. So I, Sun Yin, am even lonelier than you idiots. In the future, I won't waste my green ant wine with a fellow Beiliang like you." Lu Huai said softly, "I've thought it through. I still want to be an official." Sun Yin immediately scolded jokingly, "Son of a bitch, you're even more stubborn than Li Jifeng. When did I not let you be an official? If you don't become an official, how will you help me, Sun Yin, in the future?" Lu Huai said sullenly, "But I only want to be an official for myself and do things for Beiliang." This time, it was Sun Yin's turn to be stunned. After a long silence, Sun Yin stood up, put down the flask of wine and walked towards his room. He seemed to be talking to himself. It seems that you've really thought it through. Then I didn't drink the wine for nothing. I didn't speak for nothing. Lu Huai hesitated and then picked up the wine flask. He sniffed and turned his head to ask. I drank it. With his back to Lu Huai, Sun Yin reached out a hand and bent his little finger. There are about 3 mouthfuls of wine left. Just treat it as you owe me 3 taels of silver. Seeing that we're fellow Bailiang, I'll only take 6 taels of silver from you. Lu Huai asked, how did you calculate this? Sun Yin walked into the room and suddenly closed the door. He said loudly, I, Sun Yin, am number 1 in the world in terms of craftsmanship. My ability to kill acquaintances is number 2 in the world. Lu Huai turned around and took a small sip of the green ant wine. He shuddered. From then on, Great Peace City had another drunkard. However, many years later, the young drunkard did not become an old drunkard. Instead, he became a wine immortal. The 4th year of auspicious charm, the spring flowers bloomed. Bailiang's Huaiyang Pass was located at the border of Dragon Waste State to the north. A little girl with a sable forehead and a Xianbei jade buckle on her waist was leading a crimson colt that looked like a ball of flame, slowly walking on the vast grassland. She looked like she was carved from jade, and could probably be called a top beauty in the world. Behind her were 3 old-fashioned guards. One was at the Finger Xian realm, one was at the Vajra realm, and one was at the 2nd Grade Master realm. On this tranquil grassland that was destined not to have any war, just the lineup of these 3 people was enough to make people speechless. It should be noted that right now, Liang Mang was in the middle of a war, and all the experts and grandmasters had already moved out in full force. The local snake that crossed the river, the 1,000-year-old tortoise under the pond, had all followed the 400,000-strong army to the north resisting city. For a child who looked like he was in his teens to have 3 retainers, it could be seen that his status was illustrious. In fact, it was not only the 3 top experts. Behind the 4 of them, there were also 600 to 700 armored elite cavalry, and dozens of assassins who were lurking in the dark. Finally, there were a total of 60 horse retainers patrolling around in an orderly manner. They were the Crow retainers. Before the Battle of Dragon Eye Plain, they were the only scouts in the world who could compete with the white horse crossbowmen in Liangzhou. They were the elites that Dong Zhuo spent a lot of effort to train. These 60 horse retainers were the last seeds of the Dong family, but at this time, they were all used to ensure the safety of a little girl. But in the Dong family army, no one dared to question them. Because everyone knew that in the eyes of General Dong Zhuo, this little niece of his was more precious than all the princesses of the northern and southern dynasties combined. The little girl did not like to talk, but she did not have an arrogant temperament. Moreover, she was born to make people feel close to her. Even the 3 expert retainers who escorted her aimlessly all liked this naive and unaffected girl from the bottom of their hearts. That finger-profound realm martial arts master suddenly turned his head and looked to the north. At the farthest place he could see, several Crow retainers were confronting a grassland cavalry of unknown origin. Soon, half of the Dong family's private cavalry galloped over and quickly surrounded the 4 people. The remaining 300 or so cavalry headed north. That dusty and haggard cavalry seemed to be exhausted from running for their lives. Their formation was stretched intermittently. In the vision of the 6 Crow retainers, there were at least 700 cavalry. Moreover, according to the information sent back by 2 of the retainers, there were at least 1,000 cavalry in this cavalry army. The cavalry leader in the chili arch attire raised his horsewhip high and shouted angrily, "Quickly get out of the way! I am chasing after a fugitive. This is the military order of the Jade Toad Province's Commandant and General Huyen. Those who block me will die." The 6 Crow retainers turned a deaf ear and were completely indifferent. They did not move forward or retreat. The Baimang Chili Arch, who was full of anger, narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. If it were not for the fact that he saw more than 300 cavalry rushing over, he would have led his troops and charged over. It was only 6 cavalry. No matter how powerful you were, you would still die. The young Dong family cavalry stopped his horse and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" The Baimang Chili Arch turned his head and spat fiercely. "I am the commander of the Jade Toad Province's commandant, Yelu Xianping. Why aren't you getting out of the way? If you delay the important matter, not to mention a kid like you who hasn't even grown hair, even your master will die." The Dong family cavalry said expressionlessly, "I am the Chili Arch of the cavalry army under General Dong, Yelu Shuezhen. No matter who you are, just charge forward." The Kiliarka's arrogance instantly disappeared. It was as if he had become shorter. His lips moved slightly, but he could not say a word. In the entire 13 provinces of the grassland, there were countless generals of all sizes. However, there were only 13 commandants in 20 years. Until Fatty Dong, who was once the king of the southern courtyard, became the 14th. He was also a Chiliarch with the same surname, Yelu. The Chiliarch who came from the north gnashed his teeth in hatred. He glanced at the 6 crow retainers and then looked at the 300 cavalry. He was sure that it was really Dongzhuo's private cavalry. Wasn't General Dong fighting to the death with the Bailiang commandant Chu Lushan at the Huayang Pass? How could there be cavalry leisurely strolling around the border of the Dragon Waste province? In the end, they even bumped into me. His face was bitter as he helplessly said, General Yelu, to tell you the truth, I am currently under orders to kill a Jianghu expert who escaped from Dunhuang. Not only me, but there are also 3 other cavalry armies heading south. Not to mention our casualties, even the spiderweb spies have lost dozens of people along the way. The Dong family cavalry frowned. After thinking for a while he said, My young master is behind us. If you go south, you can go around 1 li away. That Chiliarch said with a sullen face, General Yelu, on this trip to the south, we really wish we could flip up every inch of the land to take a look, afraid that we would miss that expert. Now that that person is heavily injured, he definitely can't run far. At most, he is 10 li away from us. My cavalry army has people who are good at hunting. If you are worried that we will disturb your noble, then I will only bring 100 cavalry to follow you. How about it? General Yelu, you are a magnanimous person. Don't make things difficult for me, okay? Just take it as I, Yelu Xianping, am begging you. The Dong family cavalry was hesitant. The Chiliarch put away his flattering expression and said in a low voice, I, Yelu Xianping, have lost 223 brothers. They can't die in vain. The Dong family's cavalry general raised his head and looked over. Behind this person, there was a large cavalry force. There were 7 or 8 small cavalry groups, each with a dozen or so cavalry groups. Most of them were led by a knight who wasn't wearing iron armor. Like a large net, they galloped towards the south in an orderly manner. He finally nodded and said slowly, I can make the decision and allow you to bring a small amount of cavalry to follow me south. 100 cavalry. If there is one more, I will kill one. Although the Jade-Toed provincial cavalry general felt a little regretful, he was more than happy. This person was also a decisive person. He raised his arm and waved his hand. Only 90 or so cavalry followed him south. The rest of the cavalry were 1 li away on the 2 sides, continuing forward. Unknowingly, the encirclement of the 300 horsemen around the little girl had expanded by 50 paces. 3 of her personal retainers were standing side by side behind the girl. Seeing this scene, the Dong family cavalry general, Yelu Shezhen, narrowed his eyes and didn't make a sound. In the group of 100 people chasing the cavalry army, the 3 riders who seemed to be randomly galloping would occasionally dismount and carefully observe the grassland. They would even pull up a blade of grass and sniff it. They would follow the edge of the circular formation and gradually head south. Finally, they mounted their horses. After the 3 people's gazes met, one of them shook his head at the cavalry general. Yelu Xuanping's expression was complicated. It was unknown whether he was disappointed or relieved. After carefully sizing up the little girl several times from the corner of his eyes, he cupped his fists and said gratefully to the Dong family cavalry general not far away, No matter what, this general thanks General Yelu. The 2 cavalry generals had the same surname and the same official position. However, the one who called himself this general knew that he couldn't do anything with the other party. Yelu Shezhen said calmly, You have worked hard. The cavalry army that was like an autumn hunt on the grassland continued south to pursue prey. After the cavalry army disappeared from sight, Yelu Shezhen rode his horse to the little girl's side. He had long since reached out and pressed down on the hilt of his blade, staring at the grassland not far to the south. At the same time, the 3 martial masters all turned around. The finger-profound realm retainer completely blocked the little girl's figure. The other 2 were separated by a dozen or so steps. It was Tao Manwu. The little girl poked her head out and softly shouted, You can come out. There was no movement at all. She raised her voice and kindly reminded, It's useless even if you continue to hide. Finally, The grassland loosened slightly and then exploded with a bang. An abnormally tall and sturdy figure quickly and violently charged towards Tao Manwu. Two thick chains pulled out a rainbow light, respectively stabbing towards the chests of the two retainers on the left and right of the little girl. The little girl hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill!" If it had been a moment later, that assassin's neck would have been broken by the finger-profound realm retainer. This retainer had already arrived in front of the assassin. The 5 fingers of his left hand grasped the man's neck. His right hand clenched into a fist, only an inch away from the assassin's heart. Chapter 2025. The two retainers to Tao Manwu's left and right each gripped a chain that came out of the assassin's shoulders. At the end of this chain were 2 enormous short knives. The little girl wanted to go forward, but for the first time, Xianxia showed an anxious expression. He jumped off his horse and crouched in front of her. His eyes were firm, but his voice was gentle. "Little princess, don't come near." Tao Manwu grunted, then shouted to the old man. "White-haired grandpa, my name is Tao Manwu. I won't hurt you, and you're about to die." The white-haired old man's eyes shone. "Little girl, what did you say you were called?" "Say it again." Tao Manwu shouted loudly, "My name is Tao Manwu." Then she said something that no one, including Xianxia, could understand. "I know that person." The old man laughed hoarsely, without the slightest bit of sorrow of someone about to die, only an indescribable pleasure. "Good, good, good. What a good heaven never bars one's way." "Heavens, just take it that I, surnamed Chu, owe you once." Tao Manwu tugged at Xianxia's sleeve and said seriously, "Big brother Xianxian, can I say a few words to white-haired grandpa?" "Don't worry. I know he won't hurt me. I won't lie to you." Xianxia was the only one who knew about the little girl's talent. He intimately rubbed her little head. "But me and the 3 elders will all stay by your side, okay?" The innocent little girl nodded her head vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. It was very lovable. She quickly walked forward. Xianxia and the 2 retainers followed closely behind. When Tao Manwu was 5 or 6 steps away from the tall and sturdy old man and the finger-profound realm retainer, she suddenly sat down cross-legged on the ground. Then she raised her head and said, "What's the matter, old grandpa? If I can help, I'll definitely help you." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He used his eyes to signal the Grandmaster to loosen his fingers. The latter wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he still loosened his grip and pulled back his fist. He moved 3 steps to give the little master enough vision. Even though he knew that this assassin was like a lamp that had run out of oil and dried up energy, the finger-profound realm expert still didn't dare to lower his guard. The old man with disheveled hair also followed the little girl and sat cross-legged. He glanced at the finger-profound realm expert with slanted eyes, and said with a cold snort, "If it were any other time, I'd kill you with one hand." In fact, the old man had already given up on the idea of escaping. The reason why he used the last of his energy to hide here was to leave himself a relatively dignified death. The world was so big, but he just had to meet this little girl called Tao Manwu. Perhaps this could only be explained by the will of heaven. The old man lowered his head and panted heavily. His broad chest heaved up and down violently. After his breathing calmed down slightly, he looked at the little girl and slowly said, "Little girl, I've heard that person mention you before. But what I'm curious about is how you recognize me." Tao Manwu didn't hide anything and said in a clear voice, "Previously, I only knew that I should go this way, but actually, I didn't know what I would encounter. I only know that you won't hurt me. And I can see things that others can't." The little girl thought for a moment and quickly stretched out her hands, drawing circles in the air in a seemingly random manner. It was very messy. The old man clicked his tongue in amazement and said, "This kind of talent is really unheard of. Before I parted ways with him, I heard him mention you unintentionally. I know that there's a little girl called Tao Manwu in Beimang." Tao Manwu blinked her eyes that were full of spirit. They were overflowing with light and color. In the depths of her eyes, there was some happiness and some sadness. The old man coughed and put his hands on his knees. He said in a low voice, "I originally had a big idea in mind. Forget it, let's not talk about these things anymore. In short, before I left Beiliang, I wanted to go to the Central Plains Jianghu. But I received a secret letter from another old man, saying that there's a mystery in Dunhuang City. He hoped that I could do one last thing, But unfortunately, I only did half of it. Tao Manwu, remember, let that person know as soon as possible, the sooner the better. Let him know that he doesn't only have a woman in the north, but more importantly, that woman gave birth to a child for him. Tao Manwu opened her mouth slightly. She was clearly at a loss. The old man smiled bitterly and said, I don't care whether you'll help or not. To be honest, it's reasonable if you don't help. Anyway, I can die with peace of mind. After saying this, the old man put his hand into his sleeve with difficulty. This action scared Yelu Xiezhen and the three retainers as if they were facing a great enemy. However, the old man only took out a thin yellowed book and gently threw it to the little girl. He said self-deprecatingly, he gave me a knife manual. Later, he added some moves himself. I can roughly understand it, but unfortunately, I can't learn it. Little girl, I'll give it to you. Tao Manwu took the knife manual with both hands and held it in her arms. Her eyes were moist. She knew that the old man was really going to leave. The old man pointed his thumb at himself and said with a smile, Little girl, remember, I'm a white-haired old man called Chu Kuangnu. I'm the first peerless master that person has seen in his life. The old man pulled the corners of his mouth and closed his eyes. He said to himself, that chicken leg soaked in lake water, damn it, it's actually delicious. Tao Manwu wiped his tears and promised loudly to the dead old man, I promise you. I'll definitely tell him. After Tantanon, Huan Wen, and the Confucian scholar Yao Baifeng, Lu Huai served as the Imperial College's left chancellor at the age of 40. For the next 30 years, an entire 30 years, he didn't transfer to another office. In the end, he died as the Imperial College's left chancellor. During this time, the youngest left chancellor in the history of Liang refused the invitations of the new emperor of Liang time and time again. He didn't want to be the Minister of Rights or the chancellor of the Hanlin Academy. The last time the old man taught at the Imperial College, he unreasonably gave a lecture to a hall full of Beiliang scholars. The old man held a jug of green ant wine in his hand. Before he started the lecture for the scholars in formal attire who were sitting upright and still, he raised his arm and gently shook the jug. He said with a smile, Do you know how much this jug of wine sold for in the 4th year of Xianghu? You definitely won't be able to guess. Today, even if this jug of wine is the best green ant wine, it's only 60 copper coins. I remember on the first spring night of the 4th year of Auspicious Charm, the first time I drank wine, it was our Northern Liang Path's green ant wine. It was so expensive. Someone only left me with a small pot of wine for 3 mouthfuls, yet he charged me a total of 6 silver taels. At that time, I really didn't think it tasted good. I only felt that my throat was burning. If it wasn't for the fact that I was penniless at the time and that I drank the wine on credit, I would have spat out that mouthful of green ant wine. And this person even shamelessly boasted that he sold a jug of 3 taels of silver to me for 6 taels of silver, on account of us being from Beiliang. Don't you think this guy is black-hearted? The young scholars who were studying at the Imperial College immediately roared with laughter. The old man smiled and said, He's indeed black-hearted, isn't he? You're actually not unfamiliar with this guy. He was once the right chancellor of our Imperial College for a short period of time. Fortunately, he quickly packed up his things and left. His surname is Sun and his name is Yin. You guessed right. He is that old 5th son of our great peace city, Lord Sun Yin, who has been the Minister of War in the 6 departments of the Minister Province. The scholars of Beiliang first subconsciously kept quiet out of fear. However, they quickly roared with laughter. If it was other officials, not to mention a second-rank minister of the central government, even an assistant minister wouldn't dare to laugh so openly. However, old Minister Sun was different. In his words, You juniors, as long as you don't bully me and beat me up on the spot, then it's fine. It's fine even if you scold me in secret. Ever since I, Sun Yin, became a high official, I've never scolded anyone with a lower rank than me. Why? If I don't like them, I'll just tell them to leave. What's the point of scolding them? Only those with a higher rank and a louder voice than me, can I only scold them to satisfy my cravings. Sun Yin's temper wasn't good. On the contrary, it was extremely bad. However, this guy either hated and feared him to the extreme or admired him to the point of prostrating himself on all fours. There were very few neutral people. It had to be known that even the emperor once said with a smile, Every time old man Sun scolds people in court, no matter if I feel that it's reasonable or not, I'm not in a hurry to make a conclusion. Every time, I'll first listen to it. When I've completely thought it over, I'll decide whether to scold him back or give him a few pots of good wine. Sun Yin, who had moved through the 5 yamens of the Minister of Administration province and become a minister, seemed very similar to the important official of the previous dynasty, Tantanon, but also very different. Probably the only person in the world who could scold people better than Sun Yin was the Bailiang Daoist administrator, who had only entered the capital 3 times in his life. He was the administrator who had held the position of administrator for the longest time in the world, Chen Shiliang. He was the only one. The administrator for half his life, the left chancellor for 30 years. Today, the Liang imperial court used this term to describe a certain person in the officialdom who hadn't moved for a long time. The former referred to Chen Shiliang, the latter to Lu Huai. The old man waited until everyone calmed down and said in a low voice, "The scholars of your generation in Bailiang probably can't imagine the scene of the past. My memory is still fresh. The year I left for the imperial examination was the last year of Yonghui. When I entered the capital, it was the first year of Xianghu. At that time, I was in Tai and City and met a group of scholars from other places. They were wearing bright clothes and holding fans. You seem to be about the same now. At that time, after 2 people knew I was from Bailiang, they asked and answered questions in a strange way. One asked, Xianxia lifts the classics and light poems. Logically speaking, the poor scholars of Bailiang had a great advantage. Why did they still have no harvest at the end of the year? How strange. One answered loudly, because those Bailiang barbarians don't even know how to write poems, let alone the classics and essays. The old man looked at the young faces. Most of them had angry expressions, but there were also calm and sarcastic expressions. Naturally, there were also some who were completely indifferent. The old man had seen a lot of ups and downs, so he didn't find it strange. Chapter 2026. The old man only said indifferently, "At that time, I didn't blurt out, 'Fuck your mother, how strange.' Not because I didn't dare, but because I was afraid of solidifying the impression that we Bailiang scholars are vulgar in the eyes of outsiders. Now, you probably don't have such a chance. If it were you who ridiculed scholars from other places, such as the scholars from Nanjiang Path who have been hated by everyone for many years." The old man didn't speak frankly about the fate of the scholars from Nanjiang Path. The old man had long understood that justice was only in the heart and never in the mouth of others. Lu Huai only returned to the main topic and said slowly, "I, Lu Huai, consider myself number 1 in drinking, number 2 in teaching, number 3 in chess, number 4 in writing, number 5 in shamelessness, number 6 in quarreling, and last in being an official." The world laughs and scolds the Imperial College's old man Lu for having ulterior motives, for wanting to be the overlord of the literary world, for holding the authority of the nation's literature in his hands, and for the imperial court to be filled with yellow and purple. How could he not be my disciple? The entire hall of Bailiang scholars was silent. The old man laughed loudly and said, "Nonsense." The old man's expression suddenly became resolute and extremely dignified. He didn't lose to those higher-ranked and more authoritative big shots from the central government. He spoke in a deep voice. These were all words that the old man had accumulated for most of his life. "When I entered the capital at the age of 20, I had a wish. That is, if I can enter the imperial court one day, I will definitely not let my, Lu Huai's, predicament of studying in the capital, repeat the same mistakes of the northern Liang scholars. Lu Huai would not let the Bailiang scholars spend more money when they buy books and brushes. Lu Huai would not let the Bailiang scholars be looked down upon by others because of their local accent when they speak with others. Lu Huai would not let the Bailiang scholars in the imperial court speak up for the nation and plead for the people." The imperial college's left chancellor's face turned red. He paused for a long time and laughed coldly. Today, the world fears the Cold Party and scolds the Cold Party for being domineering. They especially hate the Cold Party for having the hardest bones. In the Liang imperial court, the saying of the Cool Party could only be understood and not spoken of. No one dared to directly bring it up. No one would have thought that Lu Huai, who was regarded as one of the core leaders of the Cool Party, would personally bring it up today. In my heart, I, Lu Huai, have a Cold Party. Among the older generation, those who are about the same age as me have already passed away, while others are still alive. For example, the old Grand Secretary Chen Wang, the old Minister Sun Yin, and the old Hanlin Yan Qiji are all of them. Outside the capital, Ko Jianghuai, Xie Shibian, Chen Shiliang, Chao Wei, Yul Wandao, Li Hanlin, Lu Chengqing, Huang Fuqian, Song Yan, Chong Sui, Hong Xinjia, Chao Xiaojiao, Wang Ji, Hong Shuwen, Hong Yu and so on. The old man laughed heartily and answered his own question. So many great figures who will be recorded in history in the future are all members of our cold party. Are you afraid? Even I'm scared of it. The old man raised his eyebrows and said with disdain, What? Are you saying that I seem to have forgotten about that person? That old assistant minister and old scholar who hid in Gangnam-do a long time ago? Because he's not a good person at all. Of course, I've been scolding him for many years. However, there's one thing that you might not know. In his later years, this old thing also tried to consider himself as a Bailiang citizen. Unfortunately, Jean Lanting only wanted to acknowledge his ancestors. But we, the old ancestors, were not willing to acknowledge this grandson at all. The old chancellor claimed to be the sixth in quarreling before he became an official. He had only heard these curses without using any obscenities. This so-called sixth was full of weight. The old man suddenly raised his voice and said, Liang Ministry of War, 3 times minister and 7 assistant minister, Ko Jianghu, Chao Wei, Yul Wan Dao. The other 7 third-rank assistant ministers were all from the Bailiang frontier army back then. 40 years, beautiful generals, half of them from Bailiang. How magnificent! Bailiang. How magnificent! Don't forget, the clothes you wear today, the jade and jewels on your waists, and the eloquence you have today, were exchanged for 4 years in the beginning of Xianghu. The Bailiang cavalry sacrificed 320,000 men in battle. It was the former Bailiang Palace, which is now the administrator's mansion, that used the 320,000 stone tablets with names from Mount Qingliang in exchange for today's status. Don't worry about what scholars think, I don't care, and I don't care. However, you scholars who were born in Bailiang, as long as I, Lu Huai, am alive, I hope that you will remember this day. Finally, I'll say one last thing. Remember that person. His surname is Su. The old man, who was extremely outspoken, didn't drink a mouthful of green ant wine until the end of the day. He also didn't say the last sentence. This sentence was too taboo and too heavy. There would be no other Central Plains. The end of spring in the 4th year of Xiangfu. The rain was as smooth as butter. In the Grand Secretary's mansion, there was a small pavilion by the lake. Exquisite items hung from the eaves. 2 people of the same age stood side by side. One was the young uncle of the emperor, Yan Qiji, and the other was Kong Zhenrong, who worked in the Ministry of War. They were friends in the past, and today they were still best friends. Kong Zhenrong said solemnly, The Ministry of War just received news that the Baimang army suffered heavy losses outside of Jbibi city. However, the grain and troops reinforcements from Longyao State have not stopped. Jbibi city is in a bad state, and Huayang Pass is even worse. Liangmang's battle will drag on for at least 2 to 3 months. Yan Qiji leaned on the window and smiled. We can't even take care of ourselves. You're probably the only one who cares about this news. Kong Zhenrong crossed his arms over his chest, grinning as he said, This Li Hanlin fellow is truly extraordinary. The more he fights, the more valiant he becomes. After becoming the only remaining White Horse commandant outside northern Liang Pass, especially after the Battle of Old Woman Mountain last year, he, Yulwan Dao, Chao Wei, and Wang Jingchong's 3 divisions of cavalry, along with Ko Jianghu and Xie Shi's 2 Liuzhou generals, beat the Southern Dynasty's soldiers inside northern Mang's Gusai prefecture until they cried for their fathers and mothers. I heard that they came and went like ghosts, completely tying down northern Mang's last 2 main field forces. In this way, the entire northern Mang Southern Dynasty, other than the front line to the north of Dragon Waste State, has been beaten into a sieve that leaks air from all sides. Yan Qiji subconsciously rubbed the stubble on his chin. It seemed to be getting pricklier. Thinking back, among the 4 of them, Kong Wuxia was the most mature. He was the first to have a beard. Li Hanlin often laughed at Yan Qiji for being a pretty boy. It was a pity that he was a bit ugly. He was worlds apart from Li Hanlin, so even if he sold his butt, he wouldn't be able to get much money. Yan Qiji asked, What do you think will happen if we stay in Bailiang? Kong Zhenrong had obviously thought about this question. Without hesitation he said, It's hard to say. You'll either be a military officer under Song Dongming at Mount Qingliang, or you'll be a military advisor with the identity of Bai Yi at Jbibi city. But I'm different. At the very least, I can be a White Horse lieutenant like Li Hanlin. Yan Qiji laughed and scolded, What a moral character. It's only because those two aren't here that you can be so arrogant. When they were here in the early years, when didn't you, Kong Wuqi, obediently act like a taciturn gourd? Kong Zhenrong rolled his eyes. Back in Bailiang, Kong Zhenrong not only had the nickname of Wuqi, but he also had a famous nickname in the brothels, Philanthropist Kong. This was because every time the four of them went out to drink wine, only this big blockhead was a maverick. He would never call for any beautiful courtesan or courtesan. He would go straight to the point and say to the brothel keeper, "Call out the girl who hasn't received any guests for the longest time to accompany us." The great philanthropist Kong not only asked for women who were more beautiful and cunning, but also rewarded them handsomely. He also called them over to sit next to him. Although he didn't take liberties with them, and it was likely that he really couldn't bring himself to do so, he didn't neglect them either. Kong Zhenrong was a living bodhisattva who saved people from suffering. His reputation had spread throughout the northern Liang Path's flowering fields, and he wasn't much inferior to His Highness the Crown Prince, who liked to spend money recklessly. Kong Zhenrong's father panicked at that time. He was afraid that his only son would marry a girl who could ward off evil spirits. When that time came, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of Bailiang's officialdom? Therefore, the fathers of the four pests of Bailiang had different attitudes. The old Prince Liang, Su Xiao, was generous and didn't care at all. The old scholar Yan Jieshi was worried about his son's reputation. The miser Li Gongda was worried about the money. Kong Zhenrong's father was the most miserable. He was afraid that his future daughter-in-law would be a girl who couldn't walk at night. Otherwise it would be scary. Yan Qiji sighed. Li Hanlin's sister seems to have never married. Kong Zhenrong curled his lips and said, Li Fuzhen's eyes grew on her forehead since she was young. She didn't treat anyone well. Anyway, I don't like her the most. I remember that she liked to call me a boor and even called brother Nian a pervert. Li Hanlin is her brother. So Li Fuzhen didn't scold him much. You are the most educated among us, so you didn't get scolded much. As for your sister, well, she is better than Li Fuzhen. Yan Qiji was helpless. Su Fengnian, Li Hanlin, Yan Qiji, Kong Zhenrong, Li Fuzhen, Yan Donggu. 6 people in the past. 3 people in Bailiang. 3 people in Great En. 3 people in their hometown. 3 people in other places. The spring rain rippled on the surface of the lake. Chapter 2027. Kong Zhenrong thought of something and said slowly, I heard that the poor scholar from Yanji County of Yuzhou was supposed to be the champion of the spring imperial examinations. However, he was targeted by a big shot and suppressed by a weak reason. Not to mention the spring imperial examinations, he almost lost the qualification of the palace examinations. Some people say that Jean Lanting, one of the imperial tutors, was one of the imperial tutors. Others say that the imperial tutor, Principal Pu Hua, deliberately promoted Qin Guanhai, who had won the imperial tutor title but had only gotten the lowest rank in the imperial tutor exam. Now even my father is defending him. He said that if Lu Huai hadn't made things difficult for others in the imperial tutor exam, he would have gotten first place in the imperial tutor exam. Besides, Lu Huai was the top scorer in the imperial tutor exam of the Northern Liang Path. That would be an unprecedented 3 times in a row in the imperial tutor exam of the imperial tutor exam. My father's temper is so bad that he can't even get a fart out of it. These days, he has been nagging about it countless times. The wine in the residence is almost not enough to drink. In Liyang, the autumn imperial examination was the local provincial examination, while the spring imperial examination was the national examination in the capital. Thus, there was a saying in the officialdom, when the autumn imperial examination is the spring imperial examination, the carp leaps over the dragon gate. Lu Huai, a poor scholar from Bailiang, actually became famous before the spring imperial examination. At that time, this person was copying inscriptions outside the imperial college. He was able to get the contemporary saint of the Zhang family of the sacred duke's mansion to help him copy. At that time, thousands of imperial college students heard the news and flocked over. In the end, Lu Huai was the last one to know the noble identity of the middle-aged Confucian scholar, which caused a sensation in the capital. However, at that time, Lu Huai, who was embarrassingly short of money, was forced to stay in a small Taoist temple. He rejected the offers of countless high-ranking officials and nobles to buy the scriptures, and also rejected the offers of some people to change his address. It was said that quite a few aristocratic families in the capital wanted to take him as their son-in-law, but they were all rejected by Lu Huai. At that time, There were many voices in the capital that said that this person was nothing more than fishing for compliments and waiting for the right price to sell. Everything was just about the two words, raising the prestige. As Lu Huai came in third, the articles of the imperial and imperial examinations gradually spread throughout the court. Only then did these strange words quietly disappear. As Lu Huai entered the court, the people in Great Peace City learned of the inside story. There were actually 5 Beiliang scholars participating in the autumn imperial examination, but the other 4 had given up their qualifications and returned to their hometowns. They only gave all their remaining money to Lu Huai, who stayed to stay. Kong Zhenrong's father, Kong Dashan, had been recruited by the imperial court of Liang and had chosen to leave the northern Liang sect. The main reason was that his elder brother, who had been a businessman for many years, and his 2 daughters had accidentally married into one of Jiangnan's Taoist clans. The 2 Jiangnan families were well liked in the Great Peace City officialdom. Adding on the fact that he did not see eye to eye with the commander of the cavalry at the time, Huaihua Great General Zheng Honggu, he came to Great Peace City. He only got a mid-level official position in the Ministry of War, a 4th-rank official. He had just been promoted at the end of last year. In a few years, his son would probably catch up. After Kong Dashan brought his family to the capital, he must have been ostracized. However, while Kong Dashan was a true Beiliang general, his personality was very open-minded. Otherwise, based on his son Kong Zhenrong's relationship with His Royal Highness, he would not have fallen to the point of leaving Beiliang. Kong Dashan himself was a rough man, but he was one of the few generals in Beiliang who openly admired scholars. In his early years, he did not like Li Hanlin. He was even indifferent to His Royal Highness, Su Fengnian. Only Yan Qiji, who was a scholar and did not smile, would become friendly when he saw him at home. Thus, Kong Dashan was furious at the situation of the Beiliang scholar Lu Huai in Great Peace City. Yan Qiji, who had been lying lazily on the railing, stood up and said in a low voice, "There is indeed some inside story in the spring examinations." However, as the teacher, Sima Puhua had the intention to help Qin Guanhai, a junior from the same hometown. He did not try to suppress Lu Huai. As Lu Huai's teacher, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Jean Lanting, did not belittle Lu Huai's essay. Instead, he praised it greatly. The examination paper was full of praise. Kong Zhenrong could not wrap his head around it and was confused. The Minister of Rights and the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights were respectively the President and the Vice President. Was there someone who could oppose them? Kong Zhenrong suddenly realized and his face was filled with disbelief. Yan Qiji nodded. It was Chen Xiaobao who had refused the position of teacher. He shook his head at Lu Huai's essay and said a few words of praise but more criticism. Kong Zhenrong shook his head and said, "I don't believe it. I have never truly interacted with Chen Xiaobao's personality, but I definitely trust him. Chen Xiaobao is not this kind of person and would not do such a thing. There is no need." Just from Kong Zhenrong's words, it was clear that Chen Xiaobao's reputation in the court was at the top of Jing. Yan Qiji grimaced and said, "At the start, I did not believe it either. However, this was what His Majesty the Emperor said, and Chen Xiaobao was present at the time." Kong Zhenrong was dumbfounded and slapped his forehead. No wonder Bro Nian said that scholars can't understand. Yan Qiji's gaze was deep as he continued. In short, His Majesty personally appointed Lu Huai as the Tanhua scholar and did not give him the Zhuangyuan scholar. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Kong Zhenrong sighed. Don't think too much about things that you can't figure out. Bro Nian taught me this, and I feel that it's reasonable. Bro Nian also said that if we meet a grandfather that we can't defeat, we should be the grandson first. There will be a day when the grandfather teaches the grandson a lesson. Yan Qiji smiled. Kong Zhenrong grinned from ear to ear for a long time. Yan Qiji remained silent for a long time. When Kong Zhenrong finally stopped laughing, he leaned on the railing again and said, "You and Li Hanlin both think that I'm the most educated, and that Bro Nian is more reasonable than me because he's smart. Actually, that's not right. I only understood later that Bro Nian knew about our family leaving Beiliang secretly. That's why he said those drunk words to me when we met for the last time. He said that the book said that all good things must come to an end. Don't be afraid. The book also said that it's a small world. There will always be a chance to set up another banquet." Kong Zhenrong was speechless. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He wanted to drink, but there was no wine to drink. Xianxia turned his head and looked at Kong Wuqi, his face full of tears. I know that the four of us, plus my sister and Li Fuzhen, the six of us, will never have the chance to be together again. Kong Zhenrong nodded. Xianxia sobbed like a child who made a mistake. Bro Nian lied to me. Kong Zhenrong still didn't say anything. He just raised his arm slowly and rubbed the young man's head gently. It was just like how Su Fengnian treated Xianxia. Many years later, not only did the auspicious era name become a thing of the past, but even the New Year name was changed twice. The new emperor of Liang had just ascended the throne. It was still the same waterfront pavilion, still the same light rain in the spring evening. The old man who had just turned down the new emperor's invitation to stay, and stepped down as the left servant of the province, came here alone after playing with his grandchildren. He was a powerful official in his official career, and he would be a famous official in the history books in the future. For some reason, he was crying silently. The white-haired old man didn't look very sad, but he couldn't stop crying. The old man who was known as the second Tantanon in the court didn't wipe his tears. He was like a child who accidentally lost a cute object. First, he cried loudly. After a few days, he wasn't so sad anymore, but when he remembered it, he would still sniffle. Withered intestines were watered in 3 bowls, and the cool breeze grew in 2 armpits. The spring breeze brushed his hair, and the old man remembered the youth. Many years ago, in Lingzhou in the south of the Great Wall, the last king of Beiliang, who no one mentioned now, was still the absurd and carefree His Royal Highness. In those years, one could often see 4 young men walking out of the brothel drunk in the middle of the night. Li Hanlin, who hadn't joined the army to kill the enemy, and Li Hanlin, who hadn't become the White Horse Lieutenant, who hadn't become the great general of the West, must have had lipstick marks all over his face. However, this guy was the most cunning. He couldn't hold his liquor, and his drinking behavior was even worse. Every time he secretly let the courtesans help him with the water, he seemed to be drinking heroically, but he also secretly threw the wine out of the cup. His disguise was flawless. Therefore, every time he went home, he could still laugh with the courtesans and madams. He would never delay and take advantage of them afterwards as he collected some interest. And Kong Wuqi, who had become a great philanthropist, could hold his liquor, but his drinking behavior was good. Moreover, the 2 or 3 girls who were especially grateful because they hadn't had a business for a long time wouldn't agree to not drink with this burly, kind-hearted young man. Therefore, he was far less sober than that bastardly every time. However, good had its reward, and evil had its retribution. Kong Wuqi was drunk, and Li Hanlin was sober. Of course, the latter had to carry him. In His Royal Highness' words, "It was me carrying Kong Wuqi who weighed 200 catties? Are you, Li Hanlin, His Royal Highness, or am I the one?" As for the young scholar who was still nicknamed Chicken Eating Strict, he was no longer afraid of being scolded by his father when he returned home. Every time he walked into a brothel, he would secretly encourage himself. Tonight, he must touch the chest of a certain young lady. Otherwise, he might as well pluck up his courage and kiss her lips. In short, he couldn't let those 3 brothers laugh at him for having evil intentions but not the guts to do it. But every time he left the tender land of beautiful women, the young scholar would be drunk and unconscious. He would tell himself that it didn't matter. He would try again next time, and be a real man for once. The slender young man, Li Hanlin, carried the burly young man, Kong Wuqi, and walked unsteadily. And the young man, His Royal Highness, carried the light young man, Xianxia, so of course it was easier. In the beginning, Li Hanlin was not without doubts. Why didn't he just let the retainer carry Kong Wuqi back to the carriage after eating chicken? Chapter 2028. His Royal Highness said that we are brothers. The 4 youths at that time felt that there was nothing more reasonable than this in the world. At that moment the old man choked. "Brother Nian, you are lying." That person promised the Liang dynasty, or promised the world, that he would never enter Great Peace City again in this life. But at that moment, a warm hand gently rested on the old man's head. No matter how many years have passed, there was a familiar teasing laughter. "Oh, Yen eating chicken crying. Is it your father who forbids you to play with me, or is your sister speaking ill of me again? What's the big deal, Brother Nian? I will take you to drink wine. Old rules, Li Hanlin pays. Kong Wuqi leads the horse. Let's go." The old man did not raise his head, afraid that it was a dream. The hand on Xianxia's head gently raised and then patted down. That person laughed angrily, Yen eating chicken, have you become stupid from studying? The three of us are waiting for you. Yen Qiji slowly turned around, trying his best to widen his eyes, his lips trembling. The Grand Scholar of the Martial Meritorious Palace, who was the head of the 12 pavilions of the Liang dynasty, who was known as every time there is a big event, Scholar Yen is the calmest, tears flowed down his wrinkled face. He wiped his face, crying and laughing, saying softly, Brother Yen, I miss you very much. The guy opposite him, who only had white hair on his temples, revealed a bright smile that was still as young as before. He raised his sleeve and wiped Yen Qiji's tears, saying, I know. Not far away, there were two people who seemed to be whispering, but their voices were not soft. Look, martial fanatic Kong. I've already said that eating chicken Yen fancied our brother Yen. Back then, he just couldn't take that step. It is true, I didn't think so before, but now I believe it. Kong Wu Chi, Yen eating chicken is already so old, isn't it too late? Sigh, Yen eating chicken is fine, but he is too shy. If it was me, I would have told brother Yen directly 60 or 70 years ago. Scram. At that time, you surnamed Kong had already crawled out of your mother's womb? Yen Qiji, who was slightly deaf but definitely not deaf, was instantly infuriated. Li Hanlin, Kong Zhenrong. Scram to the side. Li Hanlin pretended to raise his head to look at the moon, while Kong Zhenrong pretended to look left and right. No matter what, Yen Qiji still held the hand of the person in front of him tightly, unwilling to let go. Su Fingyan looked at Yen Qiji, then turned to look at Li Hanlin and Kong Zhenrong, who were grinning, and said softly, Everything is still here, nothing has changed. That's great. #### in the snowy Jianghu. Someone has a beginning and an end. One of the passages was from the previous chapter of Bead Curtain chapter. Little sweet potato, I found you. The 4th year of Xiangfu. Yanji Prefecture in Yuzhou was very famous. It was so famous that even the entire Central Plains had heard of it. This was especially so in the scholarly Gangnam-do and the wealthiest Guangling Path. Of course, Greaton City was the most interested in Yanji Prefecture. It was because the women of Yanji County were especially lively and lively. Women were truly made of water. They were beautiful and unordinary, naturally charming and full of emotions. Even the women of Yanji County who grew up in a remote and desolate place still had their own charm. However, there were many small towns in Yanji Prefecture that were not famous. In one of the small towns, there lived a beauty who had once been on the Yanji rankings. Pei Nanwei, the wife of the old king of Jing'an, who was supposed to have died for love. Now, she was guarding a small but clean house. She rarely went out and raised a coop of chickens. Then, she would often sit under the eaves and watch the arrogant old hen take the cute little chicks and wander around the yard. She would peck here and there. Over time, although she was a bit bored, she felt that this kind of boring life was the real life. An inconspicuous young woman and an old woman who could be blown away by a gust of wind lived far away and close to each other. The former would occasionally help to pour water into the water tank, or send some small things that could not be bought with money in the small town, such as rouge, face powder, hairpins, and so on. Pei Nanwei accepted them one by one. Women in the world, regardless of whether they were rich or poor, all wanted to be more beautiful. The old woman, whose face was full of vicissitudes of life, did not send any gifts. She only visited the house every few days, chatting about trivial matters. She asked which silk shop in the town had Sichuan satin for sale. However, the old woman quickly said that it was most likely a scam. She was trying to cheat those silly girls out of their private savings. She said that the ugly wife of Lu Yao from the blacksmith shop in the southernmost part of the town had hooked up with a young man surnamed Zhang from Broken Gong Alley. It was hard to say who had taken advantage of it. The old woman also said that a kite fell from the roof of her house. Those children were really naughty. They were naughty. Not only did they climb the roof to take the kite, but there was also a little bastard who stood on the roof and peed into the yard. As a result, she went to the child's house and scolded him. Pei Nanwei listened patiently every time, but she couldn't remember most of it. She would forget it after listening to it. Finally, one day someone broke the tranquility. It was the child called Yu Dilong. He rode a horse without an appointment. He had a saber at his waist. The way he climbed down the mountain and dismounted from the horse was clean and nimble. The child looked particularly old and experienced. She smiled at the door and felt that it was a little funny. When Yu Dilong called out the title of master's wife, Pei Nanwei smiled even more happily. She didn't rush to lead the child into the small courtyard and asked, "Little bug, how many people have you called master's wife?" In fact, this child used to call her Auntie Pei several times. Now that he changed the way he called her, it didn't make her feel disgusted. Ever since the story of walking while leaning on the wall seemed to have spread throughout the entire Qingliang mountain overnight, Yu Dilong had a deep impression of the saying that trouble comes from the mouth. However, in front of Pei Nanwei, this child really couldn't remember. He stretched out 3 fingers and grinned. "Just 3. But master's wife. You are master's wife." Pei Nanwei glared at him and pretended to be angry. "You can't just say half a sentence?" Yu Dilong looked surprised. "Ah? Just 3." Pei Nanwei fiercely knocked on the head of this child who only knew how to be smart. She laughed angrily and said, "It's all because you learned it from your master." Yu Dilong, whose face was so dark that it almost looked like charcoal, chuckled and cheerfully walked into the courtyard with his master's wife. Yu Dilong liked to treat this place as his own home. That was why he had discussed with his master's wife last time that when he had enough money in the future, he would definitely build another house. There were always 2 small benches placed under the eaves. She had thought of buying a small bamboo chair, but after thinking about it, she decided against it. She had other plans. After the 2 of them sat down, Pei Nanwei teased, "Little bug, what's the name of your master's eldest disciple?" Master's wife forgot. Yu Dilong, who was originally lazy, immediately straightened his back. He felt a little guilty and whispered, "Her name is Wang Shang. That guy Lu Yunzhong said that it's a tacky name. But I think it's actually okay." Pei Nanwei mischievously asked, "Then what if Wang Shang likes your master and doesn't like you? What will you do?" Yu Dilong opened his mouth wide with a blank expression. She wanted to get to the bottom of it. "Huh." Yu Dilong scratched his head and lowered his head to stare at the tip of his shoes. He said softly, "I can't beat master either." Pei Nanwei laughed out loud. Yu Dilong quickly raised his head and said in all seriousness, "Master's wife, if Wang Sheng really likes master, I'll fight with master. But I'm not doing it to snatch Wang Sheng." This time, Pei Nanwei was really puzzled. "What do you mean?" The child's face was full of seriousness as he stretched out a fist. "I just want Wang Sheng to know that you can like our master, but Little Bug can also beat master." Pei Nanwei did not comment. She raised her head to look at the entrance of the courtyard and said softly, "Little Bug, it's okay to say that you're stupid, but it's not wrong to say that you're smart." The child seemed to be a little depressed. He held his chin with both hands and was lost in thought. Pei Nanwei rubbed his head and comforted, "It may be very soon, but it may also be a long, long time later. You will understand one day that when you like someone, but that person doesn't like you, although it's not as good as 2 people liking each other, it's much luckier than not having anyone you like." Yu Dilong frowned and said pitifully, "Master's wife, why does it sound so miserable?" Pei Nanwei asked with a smile, "Do you think master's wife is happy or sad?" She added, "If you answer correctly, master's wife will teach you how to pursue Wang Sheng." Yu Dilong said cautiously, "Foolishly happy?" The corner of Pei Nanwei's mouth twitched. Yu Dilong hugged his head at lightning speed. "Master's wife, master's wife. Master accidentally let it slip." Pei Nanwei said with a pleasant expression, "You're right." Yu Dilong's face was full of surprise. Pei Nanwei chuckled. "But Little Bug, you'd better be a bachelor for the rest of your life." Yu Dilong was not sad. He just tilted his head and pinched his chin with 2 fingers, as if he was thinking carefully about something. The child suddenly sat up and slapped his thigh. "Forget it, let's talk about it after I come back from the mouth of the gourd alive." Pei Nanwei was shocked. "What's going on?" Yu Dilong took out a purse and handed it to Pei Nanwei solemnly. "Master's wife, this is the soldier's pay after I become the sergeant of the Yuzhou cavalry. You should continue to help me save it." Master's wife, if one day you hear that I died in battle outside the pass, remember not to be sad for this little bug. Pei Nanwei frowned and said, "You're going to fight outside the pass." Yu Dilong looked around and said in a low voice, "Master's wife, I can't say this. According to Bailiang's law, I'll be punished for leaking military secrets. I'm a scout sergeant, and I have to set an example." The child made a gesture of cutting his neck and rolling his eyes. Pei Nanwei put away the purse. Okay, I'll keep it for you.